You know when to click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cool. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
Hey everybody, actually hold on Rojo, I'm a little bit down low here, but I'm gonna try to energize myself. Right now I got the Red Bull energy sparking, right? Just give me a sec, okay? A little bit tired from last night's game. The apple and musket grape.
I heard that's the new flavor, Leo.
Woo! Now that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Semifinal Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship, and I'm Len Osuna and Yoda Lee. Joining me once again is the one and only Rojo. Let me tell you something. I did tell you yesterday apple and musket grape flavor might be the one. I think it is.
Is it everything you wished for?
It is everything you could ask for. Woo! I'm brimming with power energy. Dang, dude. Anyway, Ro, how are you feeling this beautiful evening or morning? Yeah.
Maybe not quite as good as you after that, but feeling pretty good myself.
Yeah, man, it is insane. I'm really excited. It's Championship Sunday as well. We somewhat have concluded our first, I guess you say, our top 3 teams from the Group A stage to be moving to the playoffs, and now we're currently going to be casting the Group B side to see who's going to be the next top 3 to move forward here. Now, I'm not sure what's been happening on the New Zealand Oceania side, because so far the group stages that we've been handling so far is mainly just revolving around the Southeast Asia finals. So we had some great games yesterday, some surprising, some and a little bit too early than expected. We thought we almost went the distance here, but things happen. But we moved on from that. But of course, speaking of which, we got something here for you guys, for you amazing viewers, and that's the discount code. Roll, take it away.
I mean, you've heard it a few times yesterday if you were here. It is the Odyssey Cup discount code for their new line of monitors, the Odyssey OLED G6 and G8. We can't say enough good things about them, but you just have to put your area code in front. So if you're in Malaysia, that would be MY followed by Odyssey Cup. And you can get, I believe, up to a whopping 25% after entering that code. So take advantage of that while you can.
25%, that's a lot, man. And this is very massive, especially for when you're trying to get yourself or release yourself to get the Samsung latest monitor releases of 2024 as well. We'll definitely talk a little bit more later on. Probably give you some nice pictures later on for the ads to give you that grand view, that beautiful hardware. Basically, Samsung OLED G8 and G6. But anyway, moving on to our next schedule of the day here, it's going to be our tournament format. For those who actually missed out on day 1, that's unfortunate, but hey, you're not really missing out too much. But this is our updated format for the Samsung Odyssey Cup here, for the Dota 2 Championship. So, starting things off, we have a total of 8 regions this time compared to the last Odyssey Cup here. Still from Southeast Asia, we have Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, and Singapore. Which all these teams, including New Zealand and Oceania, all 8 regions have undergone the open qualifiers. Although we will not have any live broadcasts for the New Zealand Oceania side, we are currently undergoing the C finals here. Yesterday was Group A, which we already concluded who are our top 3. Now today we'll be deciding which is going to be the next top 3 for Group B side, as they will be moving forward to the Grand Finals playoffs.
Yeah, that's fair. We definitely saw some pretty fierce competition today. Few unfortunate circumstances, but overall some very close games, and they're all competing for that 8,000 USD champion prize pool that they'll be getting if you get that first place, but of course second and third taking home a very nice 4,000 and 3,000, so 20,000 total thanks to Samsung Odyssey, and of course Red Bull too, as you mentioned. So I mean, this is this isn't chump change, Leo, especially if you're a university team. This is a pretty big deal.
It really is, especially since like this for an amateur team for this kind of tournament, for that kind of total prize pool. Kudos to Samsung. Really big shout out to Samsung and their partner sponsor Red Bull as well. But of course, these are our team intro, our top 8 for Group B side here. Some of you know them, some you may not. They could have been. They just probably rebrand from the last Odyssey Cup Campus League that we had earlier this year. But we'll see actually once we get into the game, once we get a little bit more details on the players. We do have some really unique and innovative logos, team logos though, Rojo. Particularly, I'm looking at both Team Fluke and Team Tofu. I think that is very cool.
I love Team Tofu. That one's very cute. I mean, of course, I think a lot of us probably resonate with Please Report Timbersaw. I'm sure we've all been there before. Glad to see some fun and innovative logos today.
Yeah,
missed out on a few of them yesterday.
Yeah, we did, right? Like, I think there was like, what, 3 to 4 teams that had no logo. They were just using the standard Dota 2 icon, which, like I said, it's nothing wrong, but it would be great to have it, right? But of course, this is the updated bracket for Group B side here. And then, of course, if any of your favorite teams are currently present, give them all the love, give them all the shout they need, because it is going to be a very grueling day here at the top. These are the best teams from the open qualifiers. And I was told, a little bird did tell me that the open qualifiers had a significant amount of registration as well. So the amount of grueling that they actually have to overcome, this are the very teams here they are now.
All right, so it looks like we are going to be covering first in this Group B Round 1, Manta Esports versus Team Fluke. And of course, whatever teams win their respective series will be casting in the semifinals. Same goes for the finals of the day. I believe we'll have 3 total teams that will have the opportunity to go into the kind of main event out of this group stage. So excited to see that.
And the interesting part about it as well is that although we only have 3 series going to be broadcasting today, all series will be happening concurrently as well. So viewers, if you are not able to see your favorite teams online, hey, that's still fine. Give the love, give the shout out to even the other teams that's currently casting, because it is still going to be a very tough day for all of these teams. But anyway, finally, with that being said, the drafting is on the way for our first series here, and of course, our first initial priority picks is going to be the Shadow Demon and the Centaur War Runner.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. We did feel a little bit yesterday like Centaur was a bit slept on. And we saw him in one game and it looked pretty good and looked pretty consistent, but hard to beat out Shadow Demon as a hero that is definitely a go-to for a lot of teams.
I mean,
and you're an offlane player yourself, Leo. How do you feel about Centaur? Is that kind of your style of offlane, or are you a little bit more of, do you like your kind of Wind Ranger offlanes? What's your go-to style for that lane?
I'll be honest with you. Okay, I've always been more of the bruiser kind of off, the kind of guy that that stands in the front line, be the shield for my team, that kind of thing. The kind of guy that goes all into like ride or die kind of situation, right? So like, I've seen certain, like, even across the years now, like with certain patches, I've seen certain range heroes becoming the offlane. The Nature Prophet at one point was the offlane as well. Now we have the Visage as well. I couldn't really click with those guys because they're not the kind of people where I'll take the hit for my team. They can't really take a hit. It's just more like, if they do take a hit, that's pretty much the end of the world for them, because that's all they can take. Death Prophet, on the other hand, I think that's the only range hero that I am totally fine with, because Death Prophet just runs in, Death siphons, and you have like few charges as well, so you pretty much have amazing sustains and everything. It's very sad that I've seen Death Prophet slowly fell off the meta as well, and also fall off the from the drafting as well. But that's fine. That's how it goes, right? So heroes comes, heroes go. I love the fact that our meta is constantly changing, right? So it keeps things fresh. It's not so stale. It's not so standard. It's not so straightforward. There's always got to be some kind of theory crafting happening behind the scene, and I'm a big fan of it. And you know, when you use the same thing too much, too many times, you kind of get bored of it. It's like the kind of thing where you eat the same lollipop, but if you eat it for too long, or okay, maybe not lollipop, but chewing gum. You chew it for too long, it loses its flavor. So I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And curious to see, of course, you know, I've talked about it a few times, and what's fun about watching these new tournaments from our perspective, and a lot of times is playing them as well, as this first game is a lot about kind of feeling out your opponent, right? What do they think is good? What do they want to play? Some teams like to pick up this kind of early Rubik. You know, in Manta Esports, they, you know, it looks like they were kind of ready for it, or at least they knew what they wanted, because they pick up Clockwork Dragonite. So two very kind of tanky bruisery heroes, like you said you liked, and go right in front of the Shadow Demon. Very solid heroes. I'm curious myself, coming from a mid laner perspective, if either of these teams are going to value. So far, there is still Puck in the pool, which I think is a very strong mid lane hero.
I agree.
I've seen that one a lot, but we watched a lot of good Storm Spirits yesterday. I actually don't think we lost in any of the games that it was picked, and I mean, I don't believe we saw it lose, but if it did lose, it still looked very good. So,
yeah,
you know, it's kind of a Southeast Asian, I think, signature hero. I feel like if you're a mid laner in this region, you probably just like Storm Spirit off of principle. Such a fun hero to watch, such a fun hero to play. And Team Fluke, they have the opportunity to pick up one of these two. They're kind of sometimes a package deal. Obviously, the Puck doing quite well into the Storm Spirit, but
no,
I'm quite
I
sure.
totally agree with you, especially. But then again, when it comes to mid, for me, I feel like it has always been more of what's the next best thing, right? Because usually, most of the time, we don't get to see the Puck always go through. It's usually mostly banned out. I think there was just at one time when, actually maybe two times when the Puck wasn't banned out. But the first Puck was banned towards the later stage of the drafting. Maybe it was like that fourth pick. But we had one drafting. I believe it was yesterday's game, the last series that we had for the for the semifinals. It was the Puck was the second pick. They didn't even want to take the bet that it was going to be banned out. They know it was going to be banned out, so they locked it in pretty early here. So yeah, in nowadays, usually the mid you try to want to have someone with really good like rotation timings, because it's really someone necessary to either aid the side lanes or at least get there some form of an edge. But here comes the Phoenix here. Does that mean that we might see a Snapfire ban if the Snapfire is not going to be the... Actually,
Snapfire is actually already banned on Manta Esports side, and so...
Oh, yeah,
interestingly enough, they got rid of it. I guess they were scared of it in the support role, and
okay,
Team Fluke kind of take advantage and want to play the Phoenix himself. There is pretty low attack speed on Manta Esports, and this was a hero we didn't see yesterday. It wasn't even banned a lot, but the Luna has been rising a lot in priority, just does so much damage. I really like this pick for Team Fluke. And then there is the Puck that we were talking about. I feel like both drafts are pretty comfortable at the moment. We aren't seeing anything crazy. Both teams locking in heroes pretty quickly, so
I feel like when it comes to that first game, especially in the drafting, when you have no idea what's the play style or the kind of heroes your opponents play, it's always best to have that kind of composition when you're able to cover as or be flex. When I mean be flex, I'm not talking about flex heroes. I'm talking about like having composition which at least allows you to cover various bases, right? Like you have a great initiator, you have a great frontliner, you have great aura, item buyers, decent amount of saves as well from the supports. Basically have options. So at least in the case when if the game goes south, you're not so restricted in the idea where, okay, great, we can't split push, we can't initiate, we can't do anything about this, like, and we're all having very like too many hard carry cores, which requires a lot of farm, which that's not going to happen. So we saw a few compositions like that yesterday as well. So I'm pretty liking this one as well. You got variety for both teams here. Cover multiple areas as well. The only thing lacking right now is Team Fluke is right now requiring a mid, and Manta is either an off lane or a safe lane here. I'm not sure where this DKE plans to go, but they know for a fact that they need someone to hit that egg. I don't think they have really great egg hitters except the Puck. They still need someone to
even
really
Puck
hit that
can
egg.
struggle a lot. I think there is, at least for Manta Esports, the one thing they have going for them is sometimes a good way to deal with Phoenix is to just try to burst the Phoenix rather than having to kill the egg.
But that's so
not
rare,
as
right?
consistent. Not as consistent. So if they really wanted an egg hitter, there still is the There's still Ursa in the pool, which I think actually looks pretty decent in this game if they want to flex the Dragon Knight off lane. I'm just scared of that lane is the only thing. So I'd personally be looking for kind of an offlaner for Manta. Maybe just kind of accept that the Phoenix is going to have a pretty decent game. I'd be looking at, perhaps the Kunkka. I think it was not banned out. That hero was first picked yesterday, I believe, by it was Raven. He looked really excellent on it. The damage reduction is very meaningful. But again, it's just, you want to be careful with this Luna because this hero getting off to a good start can make the game go fairly quickly with the pace that she has that other heroes can't really keep up with.
I mean, even
so
if
you
the
have
Luna,
a hard decision here.
Yeah, but I mean, even if the Luna wasn't having a great lane, if you give her enough space, she's a fantastic jungle farmer. She basically flash farms very quickly if you give her the opportunity as well. And I mean, sure, maybe you have some decent jungle divers towards the mid game with both the Clockwork and the Puck as well. But okay, so it is going to be the carry DK and the offlane Visage.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind this. It still is going to be a bit awkward into Phoenix. I think this is still an incredible Phoenix game, so I like that they picked that up when they did for Team Fluke. But, Visage is a strong offlaner. Presumably, it's paired with a Clockwork, so just a very consistent lineup for Manta, as you were kind of saying earlier in this first game. Sometimes it's nice to just know exactly what you want to do, have an easy game plan. I'm sure all these players have done these kind of drafts a million times over. Your carry gets big, you play around your carry. Hopefully plan to end the game around that second, third Roche timing. And Team Fluke, now they have to pick up a mid laner here. Storm is obviously sometimes difficult into the Puck, but...
What about the Earth Spirit, though? We still have the
I
Ember as
am
well.
a big fan of Earth Spirit. I mean, I think you're probably looking for some form of Spirit here on Team Fluke, but maybe they have something fun here. Maybe an Earth Shaker. Could be tough.
Because I would like another body, another person that can really body in the front line. Yeah, that's someone
I definitely
that's
don't
nice
mind
as
this.
well. Yeah.
It's also one of the things about... So Puck is a very, very strong hero. Just I think the kit feels so nice for Puck right now. The healing from the innate. But Puck does have a lot of lanes where she can kind of struggle in the first few levels. She's not very strong there generally. So picking these strength melee heroes, especially if they have a lot of damage like Tiny, is a pretty safe bet in the laning phase. So overall, I mean, I don't know about you, Leo, but I'm feeling pretty relatively even about these drafts. I've got a slight bias, I think, towards Team Fluke at the moment, but I like what both teams have done here.
I hate the fact that you put me on the fence right after you picked the team as well, man. Come on, bro. But no, I totally agree with your sentiment because, like, just looking from Manta Esports, like, don't get me wrong, I like the nuking potential coming from the Visage in the lane, but when you get to that team fight, especially when both sides is pretty farmed out as well, there's a lot of durability, a lot of strengths, a lot of tanky walls you need to like burst through, and I'm concerned whether they have enough damage to really get things going, especially with the egg also being present in those team fights as well. And don't even get me started about disables. We have the Tiny Avalanche, you got the Hoof Storms, you got the Lift as well, so it's very hard for the Puck to get in and possibly even try to get out at the same time. Don't even give me some Lucent Beam as well. A lot of great abilities on the side here for Team Fluke. Team Manta, it feels like they had to pretty much playing on very thin ice here, but I don't think we can really cut them out just yet. If they really play their cards right, they dominate all the lanes. Yeah, if they really dominate all the lanes, we got that Puck really rolling on the ball here with the rotation as well. I think you can actually get a really strong early game, because once that Puck gets that dream call, once that drops down as well, there's really nothing much Team Fluke can really do in the side lanes as well. No, they don't really have like the global saves like what a Pit Lord or a Nature's Prophet would have as well. Probably just a Stampede. I guess that's the only global support that he can provide.
Yeah, so I mean, we are, in here in the first game, 45 seconds until the horn sounds and a smoke up from both sides. Actually, just a little bit delayed on Team Fluke. Could see some action here.
Oh, there's one instantly gets disrupted. Go try to go for the setup into the cogs as well. Don't think he has the Icarus die as well, as I believe he actually put his skill a little bit too early with the Fire Spirits. So no way for him to escape, and Phoenix has one of the most terrible movement speed as well. I'm gonna be able to outrun that. And speaking of outrunning, our dear Sawazdi gonna make for the run, but easily will get scorched and burned. Let's be honest here. I love my steaks well done. I know it's a terrible thing, but I think the same goes for the Dragon Knight.
The battle begins.
Yeah, and this is not an easy start for Team Fluke. Of course, I'd be talking about how much I like their draft, and then in that first time, they get 2 kills onto the Visage. We've seen how much this hero can do with the death toll facet, so I'm almost curious what the really what the like net worth is looking at on the Visage, because it's probably close to, I would say, 50 noxious hero in the lane. We'll see how Meta Esports can capitalize on that.
The bonus EXP goals are very helpful for them too as well. So at least most of them, or at least the Visage in particular, will be hitting that level 2 a lot more faster compared to the lane. You guys are really good pokes. It's also a ranged hero as well. Somewhat outranged to Luna, so you can actually get some pretty good harassing, even if you do want to use the soul assumption as well.
Yeah, and with Clockwork, you have really good all-in windows, even good harass relatively, as we can see from Kamizu. Just using it even pretty much off cooldown as soon as you have 3 charges. Why not? It's almost 200 damage at that level 1.
It's tough as well. You're going to be burning through a lot of the Luna. For the Luna in particular, he's going to be burning through a lot of that region. Because the main damage is really just coming from the soul assumption. Sure, Fire Spirits is great, like one of the most painful level 1 skills in the game, and the attack speed slow is also pretty easy to deal with, but this is not really too much of a right clicker, it's more of a magic caster as well, so that's not really gonna like slow him down when it comes to harassing here, at least.
Yeah, nice cogs.
Oh dude, that is not great at all.
And another one.
Gonna get the kill? Yeah, that's all it takes, all she needs. Could probably get another one. Nicely timed save with the battery assault as well to try to maximize the damage of the next one here on the Phoenix. I'm gonna overcommit though, but will force him back. Playing very defensively here.
Yeah, that is so much money in the pockets for the Visage. Sitting at Bracer, Null Talisman, almost a full wand, and boots at 2 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he is a
That
very
is a
happy
dream
bird.
for the offlaner. Lane is in a good position as well, so great start for Kamizu on this Visage.
The mid
And
side,
now we can see the ooh, yeah. In the mid, it's pretty even.
yeah. Like I'm not too worried. Like sure, Puck is a range hero, so he's gonna be able to get some hits in. But this is Tiny we're talking about, pretty durable. Ooh, speaking of which, the bottom side, nice time with the host up as well. Was able to get his hands on top of Helmi Ibrahim. We'll get a couple of hits in, try to get a couple of shadow points and stacks. If he gets 3, that would be fantastic here. But sadly, 1 will be the connection here. A couple of free hits will be coming on 2 of Teehee. So no, just pretty much a high-end buys. A couple of skirmish here and there. No one is going to be falling here. Like even nuking damage-wise here, I think it's going to take a while for either one of these sides at the bottom lane to actually try to get a pick-off unless a mistake was heavily done.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about how value bracers are as an item in the current meta and just how they work. So we're going to see probably a lot of those in this game. No surprise there. Terrible in this off lane here. Key is actually kind of coming ahead in this early laning phase, which is very nice for the Puck. Once you get to kind of that level 3-4 threshold, the lane becomes fairly stable. Your Illusion Orb does a lot more damage. You have all of your spells. You can heal off the tower if you're able to get close enough. You can go, grab bounty runes, worst case scenario. And actually in the top lane, another kill for Kamizu.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one. Gets hit by him. No way for the run. I love that he was trying to play around the crease because of the battle herself, but I think it wouldn't matter. It's just delaying the inevitable for Kamizu to actually drop in on a soul assumption. Yeah, that top side is a fan. Like he had one of the best openings, and now just further asserting that dominance. Nice shot. Decides to assist down towards the mid side, and they're going to be able to secure the Puck here. So at least Team Fluke is going to be able to take at least take one side for their team here. But the Visage, like that whole kill score is just 100% just Visage, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's like all 5 kills is Visage.
Kamizu is 5-0 at the moment, which is that's almost 600 gold if you're getting max soul assumptions. So. Extremely accelerated on this Visage. Kamizu is actually looking towards a Rod of Atos first. It's typically not what we see from Visages, but I'm sure you can almost buy any full item with this good of a start.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's only understandable. He has such a significant lead as well, and I think he just wanted to try to just get more offensive items as well. It's also going to be helpful for them for for them to actually try to get any catches as well. So it might take a while for the... Actually, yeah, it will take a while for the Dragon Knight to get that Blink Dagger as well, as he is the core. So he's going to be prioritizing a little bit more the offensive items first. Clockwork with the hook shot. I'm not saying that I doubt his targeting skills, but you know, it's never a guarantee for that one. So at least the Aethers at least guarantees certain things as well. And also further his offensive on that top lane. I think even if he wanted to, he actually get that solo pick off once he gets the familiars out. Paired with the Aethers.
Yeah, I mean, I like the choice to go for just a pretty offensive item with a lead like this.
Mm-hmm.
And especially too, I mean, just the Vit booster that you can buy is just a nice little boost of health. Even has the Tranquil boots. Probably later, gonna go into those boots of bearings, which we typically see from the Visages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we finally got the Icarus dive, so at least there's nine shots gonna at least have some options to at least get out of a tight situation.
Yeah, and over in the mid lane, Shadow Demon snatches away an Invis Rune. So happy that doesn't go towards the side of the Tiny. Otherwise, lanes are pretty durable at the moment. It's pretty much just been in the top side, and that's where all the action is.
I don't know about you,
kill
but
onto Key was nice.
yeah, Rojo, I don't know about you, but there's just something magical where you see just two bruisers just going head to head with each other. It's just
Magical is definitely one word.
Speaking of magical, is it get the disruption, trying to get some illusion on the assist with a couple of hits in here. So I would see gets hit by the fire dragon breath here. Will definitely be able to melt down a beautiful hero for themselves here. Not a great barbecue at the bottom side. Tom on the other hand, finally got the level 6 with the Familiars, able to just dive that tower exceptionally well. There's no real answer, is it? Gives us level 6, the Luna I believe is like level 4. There's just no way for them to really stop all these Familiars happening. And if you were to like count like the amount of disables, there's like 2 stuns on each Familiar. And the Battle Result and the Cox. There's just no way for the Luna to really outrun that, no way.
Yeah, kind of. I think in a lot of safe laners' heads, the kind of safest thing to do once you see a 6 right next to the Visage's name is go into the jungle. That is no longer your lane. Visage is such a strong hero at that level 6. They're trying to actually kill Young God, which I like this move.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit slow.
Well, if he lives up to the name, with all the divinity, he should be able to get out of this alive. And well, beautiful timing with the Avalanche toss as well. The Clockwork, or at least Lucifer, will buy the necessary amount of time, will give his life for it. But this is what you call a dedicated support. Save the core. The man took one for the team here. And we'll be on
and it was nice for 9shot that the whole time the tower was just hitting the Tiny. So it was very close to actually punishing that dive on the Phoenix, but wasn't quite able to do so. And Key misses out on another rune on that puck. Would have loved that regen in the top lane. But overall, pretty solid game state for Manta Esports. It's mostly just Visage in this top lane is completely free reign. Doesn't have a worry in the world. Might try to change that soon for Team Fluke if they're able to catch him.
Yeah. I also love what the Shadow Demon is doing as well for the side of Manta Esports, right? Like he understands, okay, the top side is being dominated. They broke the tier 1, and it pretty much makes the map a lot more smaller for the Luna, especially since there's really not much area for him to farm. That's why the whole team goes for the smoke here, trying to see if they can open things out, trying to get the punish here on Kimizu here, and they will find some great success. He somewhat survives, but barely a second was given for him to at least pop the disruption out to try to buy the next amount of time. Lucifer comes in, but Kimizu is a little bit too big here as he tried to go for the disables here. Throws in one last soul assumption, just enough time for Q to come in with a massive dream coil here. And Kimizu is still alive with the triple kill, and he's still playing around with the Familiars. Slowing things down, trying to go for the chain stun here. We'll be able to TP out with no way for him to stop, but the Aethers denying him the TPs here. And Q cutting off his route of escapes here. Like what I'm saying, it will be a slow kill for this one because it is still a Tiny. It is still a strength hero here in danger. Well, it seems like he should be able to get out of this danger. Now the Aethers drops a nice time with the Avalanche to ensure the Familiars don't get close enough to chain stun him. The Soul Structure drops down. Yeah, this is a long chase, but the Cause comes in for the other side. Lucifer was there to slow him down. And instantly, we'll be able to secure the Tiny. The long chase from the top lane to the mid has finally concluded.
Yeah, and now it casually chains into possibly looking for this mid tower, but at least getting this mid rune if Key is lucky. Unfortunately, he is not. But Leo, do you want to take a look at that net worth chart really quick?
I know. I'm looking at it. It's 3,000 difference. My God.
Well, and particularly at the top of it, that 3,000 is all in one hero. It's Kamizu with almost 8,000 at 10 minutes. That is probably the highest I think I've ever seen in 10 minutes.
You know, Rojo,
Maybe even beating out some Alchemist.
Yeah, but you know, at this point, right, like that 3,000 gold lead that Manta Esports have, I think at this point, Kamizu could just pretty much say that's all me, guys. That's my number right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's having the game of his life so far on this Visage. So clearly seeing why they valued it for that last pick. And building, you know, Atos into actually the pipe as a second item. Probably only going to take another minute or so to finish it up. And that is, I mean, 11, 12 minutes into the game, having a pipe is a massive deal, especially for Team Fluke. They are mostly, I mean, just magical damage. Even Luna, I mean, she does do a lot of physical, but it kind of takes a little bit more time for that to come online. A lot of these Lunas play for the Eclipse and maxing out the Lucent Beam, but that is not going to be as easy to do when you're facing into that pipe. Wu on the Luna is only level 7 at the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely correct. It's right now, this early stage is just really dependent on just magic-based damage here. Until at least the Tiny and the Luna gets all the items out here necessary. Then maybe we see a little bit more physicality really coming into play here. But you know, for now, overall, Shadow Demon still doing what he does best, just blocking as many of the side camps as much as possible here to at least make the map a lot more slower for the Luna here to farm. Thankfully, Centaur is not really too dependent on farming those ancients as well. Like, he's totally fine, like, giving some of the camps to the Luna to prioritize him to get those items out. But until then, Kamizu is on the hunt, he's on the roll. He doesn't need to babysit that top lane anymore. He has done his job. Now it's for him to unveil his terror on another lane or another person here. And there's the lift on top of Lucifer here, onto the clock here. He did manage to get the haste rune though. Will be able to secure for themselves here, and now they're trying to break down, locking on this tier 1 mid tower.
Yeah, they now have the pipe. We saw, I believe it's Hung and friends kind of had a similar playstyle yesterday. They go into these early auras and then just group up as a team, because why not? You're this strong. Get a few objectives, claim some of the map for yourself, get down some decent wards, and eventually the kills will kind of fall into place. And if not, then a nice net worth lead, but going on to Danger.
Good hook shot as well. Try to set up into the there's no way for the run. Dream Call is pretty much the final nail of the coffin here for the Tiny as well. Now the rest of the team, he tried to pop the egg in time, but easily gets silenced away by Q here. Egg does manage to come out in time. They don't really have the best of egg healers. We'll play a little bit safe, try to fall back in time. Sadly, there's no Tiny here to try to maximize more damage on top of the rest of the team. Luna joins into the fray. Did pop into the Eclipse. Onto the Fade Ball will finally nuke out the out of commission here. But Kamizu is still alive and well. It is a 1v3 though. He is thinking about it if the opportunity somewhat arise. But you see the death timer has finally timed out. Playing a little safe, will fall back here and be somewhat content with the fact that at least they got a kill or two. But I think Team Fluke actually benefits slightly from that fight lead.
Yeah, anything to slow down Manta Esports at this point is definitely a win. Usually when we're seeing Hung and friends do this, the Dragonite would have also been around, which could have been nice insurance, but I actually think it was really quick thinking from Danger there to just toss the clockwork under the tower. I think definitely saved him much longer than he would have lived. And a nice movement as well. We saw this a few times as well. You gain the lead, you go for this Wisdom Rune.
Will go catch the Aether into the cogs, although Lucifer will not have any forms of support, but Kamizu will be doing the damage from the sidelines here. Phoenix comes in with the Icarus dive, so I'll try to slow things out with the Fire Spirit. Instantly gets stunned now by the Dragon Tail coming in from Young God here, but oh, he's still alive, but not for too long. It's finally Spirit Assumption will come and seal his fate here. He was still uncontested or undivided here, but finally being focused upon by 3 more members of the side of the Team Fluke. They're on the hunt. Lucibin comes in, pops in the Stampede here. They really want to get this head, and they will secure it. Danger with the triple kill here to try to even out the odds here. Even the goal advantage has been significantly reduced as Team Fluke will try to bring back this game. But
yeah, Manta Esports, I think, overestimating themselves a bit. I think generally you want to be careful about going near those tier 2 towers. They just deal so much damage at this point in the game. So hookshot was a bit ill-advised, and you were also missing the puck for that engagement. We're walking into the blink from Tiny, and I like this from Helmi on the Rubik. He stole the Soul Assumption, which has obviously been, kind of the name of the game so far, doing so much damage from the Visage himself. But on Rubik, it's just kind of a better spell overall, and then actually ends up stealing the Familiars. So now he has his own 2 little birds walking around.
Good for vision spotting as well. Really like limits like the amount of danger they actually have to face when they actually scatter things on the very side of the jungle. But I'll be honest here, man. Like, I think any spells that Rubik steal is definitely gonna be better than the original one because of the passive skill, right? Arcade Supremacy.
Yeah, cast range and spell amp is incredible for a spell like Soul Assumption, especially Rubik has so much mana to work with. So now the game's slowed down pretty fairly. A lot of the net worth lead was in the Visage, and now it's actually slowly getting handed over to Team Fluke. So they must be happy about that. Cleaning up some stacks, at least on Young God, so won't be as sad on the Dragonite. But it's a good recovery story so far for me.
Okay, wait.
Almost 9,000.
Actually, Rojo, wait, hold on. Is it more accurate to say he's a Griffin Knight than a Dragon Knight?
Maybe in this case it would be. He's kind of metallic, though.
Because I'll be honest, I've never seen that skin before. I've seen so many Dragon Knight skins, even from the Dragon Blood series as well, that skin, but the Slyrack skin, but I've never seen this one before.
I think it might be from the Crownfall.
Crownfall. Yeah, I haven't seen the latest treasure chest for Crownfall. Yeah. But anyway, speaking of it, looks like the crown will be falling here for Kibazu, who was previously on the throne here. Instantly melted away. Beautiful sequencing coming in from Danger as he finally reveals the grand reveal of the Bling Dagger as well. Beautiful initiation.
Yeah, nice and clean. Use the Stampede and the Eclipse. No reason not to. Any kill into Kamizu is a massive one at this point in the game, and it's really nice too that Phoenix has been granted such a nice game for using the egg, because it's so hard to walk into this Team Fluke team. 9-shot. I mean, worst case, if there's some amount of danger, feels like he can just pop the Fire Spirits and that egg, and a lot of area denial.
It really is. And I am still somewhat concerned because Manta Esports still doesn't really have like a proper primary initiator as well. Like one would assume it would have been the Dragon Knight, but because he is the core, it's also like offensive item is some of the name of the game for him. Clockwork, like I said before, the hook shot is of course fantastic, but it has to land, it has to connect. He doesn't really have. He really needs to be in vision to really land those hook shots. Whereas compared to the Tiny and the Centaurs, at their freedom and at their choice, they can just come in anytime. And for disengagement, there's always that Stampede, so always great.
It's very easy for Team Fluke and Manta Esports too. I kind of prefer I would actually prefer myself a little bit, I think, if the Dragonite was just going straight into that BKB, because Wu on the Luna, already has their BKB, and it's just gonna be a little bit more farm heavy from the Dragonite, which I don't think is incorrect by any means, but you're delaying the timing to fight by a lot. Until you have that BKB, this Dragonite, it's not particularly that tanky in the top side.
But then again, finally, we see Younger joining into the fight here. They got that really beautiful stun off in time, and they will break the egg just barely as well. But the Eclipse comes in. We'll have the final say on both the supports here. Now without the support, and the Puck and Young God, they're a little bit too low to rejoin back to the fight. Kimzu's on the sideline here. He's trying to see if he can nuke out Henry Ibrahim here, but would not find any form of success. No supports. Lost the mid lane and the other cores as well. It's not just about to fall back. Although they did somewhat trade 2 for 2, but for Team Fluke side, it was also including one of the cores here. So I guess it's pretty equal out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot worse for Manta Esports in the kind of position that they were in. Even Key on the pucks being a little bit of a rat. You have that early blink dagger, so no fear, just kind of cutting waves, doing puck things. And why not?
I mean, still doing puck things.
Okay. Yeah, no fear for him. It could have been quite bad for Manta Esports. They're living on just a sliver of HP. Only end up losing the supports, so not too bad overall for them. Forcing out a lot of ultis. Game state relatively even. I think both teams are going to start kind of looking towards that Roshan. You do have the BKB on the Luna, which is nice, so you have a decent timing there, but as Manta Esports have shown, they have the auras on the Visage. They have some pretty strong heroes overall. They got the blink on the puck, so they're not afraid to take a fight.
Still finding the opportunities. Seeing Q's trying to see if we can get some really nice pickups as he clears all these side lanes. Pretty confident that he's not gonna be very simple for them to really get their hands on him unless the Tiny joins in the fray. Kimizu's somewhat slowed down though.
Yeah, slowed down, but Crimson Guard, massive item, of course. Any damage reduction you can get is incredible. There are Tormentors as well, so wouldn't be surprised if Manta Esports look towards their own on this Wisdom Rune timing. Could be a nice boost of net worth for them.
And speaking of boosts, we see a smoke gang. Hopefully that will further boost their morale and the motivation as they slowly make their way down to catch some key targets here. So as these there, just in case they're not really in position in time, there's always that stampede to be the offensive instead of defensive one. Q is somewhat spotted at the bottom. They saw the target. They're on the objective and they're slowly making their way down. But of course, be very meticulous about this as they check through the jungle first if they can find someone else before Q. Still a pretty difficult target to really get their hands on as well since they don't really have instant stuns. They found the Kimazu, a very big target. Beautiful toss avalanche combination into the egg as well. Beautiful timing setup with the cogs and a stolen cogs as well to ensure Kimazu is locked in place, knocked back. But the pipe and the Crimson was able to reduce so much damage. Shadow Demon will be the first one to fall here, but they were able to just withstand the initial assault. The initial damage is pretty much long lost. Eclipse also, someone was not able to do as much damage they hoped for and instantly will fall back. My God. Bro, the amount of damage reduced from both the pipe and Crimson is insane.
I know, Kamizu walked out like nothing happened that whole fight. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions and whatnot. So Kamizu, I mean, he's still strong, but unfortunately, Teehee and Luzify on the Clockwork and Shadow Demon, the relative supports, they did actually end up buying back on at least Teehee on the Shadow Demon. So overall, it benefits Team Fluke, especially if you can get a crucial pick off onto Teehee again. But I mean, still keeping the game fairly stable. Manta Esports looking towards that bot side where the Roshan is. Sneaking this could be massive.
Seems like Roche is going to be the call here for them. After such a heavy assault, they know for a fact there's still going to be no egg for a while now. Give this some form of confidence at least, or at least some form of security they can actually take this Roche. Definitely a lot more slower for my take here, but they don't really have the best physical attackers here, so, so just have to do.
But I mean, overall, they you know, get the Aegis in their hands. Dragon Knight is not the best Aegis carrier in the world, particularly because going into that BKB, you are, of course, with that dragon form. So if you lose your first life, you're not nearly as effective on the second one. So if Q was a little bit stronger, I almost wish he would have had it because he's getting gone on and drops. So sometimes having it for the mid laner is a little bit nice for that extra insurance. But either way, I mean, stealing the Aegis, regardless of who you put it on, it's always nice to make sure that this Luna does not have that second life sitting at the top of the net worth on Wu.
Okay, but honestly, Ro, where do we really go from here, right? Like now, it seems like we have somewhat reached an impasse, right? Like where, oh, okay, hold that up for a second. So unfortunately for their 9 shot, comfortably pushing the top side, easily gets caught up. But at least, hey, you know, they got intel. They're all majority of the top side and plan to push that tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, there are 2 Condas for Team Fluke, so I feel like their net worth lead feels a little bit higher than it is at the moment if you're Manta Esports, because these 2 items are going to be massive for the Luna and the Tiny respectively. A lot of damage coming out, so they're definitely not that scared of this Aegis. They wish they had it themselves. I think on Manta Esports, you kind of want to get to that next item before you feel comfortable. These Condas being so strong at this point in the game. Q looking for the Octarine. And a nice smoke timing. If they can get Teehee, this is...
Oh, a nice timing with the disruption as well. That's for sure going to be able to buy some time, but he eventually will die. Here comes the on top of the Eclipse. The cost comes in to try to lock them down and place as much as possible. Thank God for the Griffin Knight here. It's going to be able to fall back in this case here. So no Eclipse, no egg. This seems like a really perfect time for them to really try to reconvene in here. But sadly, this will not be a dream call here. They do manage to find few here on top of the Luna. Beautiful initiative again to isolate the supports here as he understands the fact that the core's a little bit too durable for him to really get his hand on. No support, force out the buy, but the call comes back into the fight again. Few finally does die here because Young God is slowly poking out of danger here. Throws in a defensive avalanche here. He should be able to get his blink up shortly here if they were to continue the pursuit. But overall, they still have the Aegis. But it's also like what you said as well. So for a Dragon Knight to be revived again in his second line is probably not going to be as great as his first one since he doesn't really have that Dragon form. But he will have the Dragon form in 15 seconds though.
Still a great fight overall. I mean, Team Fluke's just a little bit overzealous, and really it was the incredible timing from Teehee. Even though he goes down, making them use so many spells early on in that fight, forcing out the Eclipse, getting the BKB kind of early from the Luna. I'm just playing very patient for Manta Esports, so that's what they have to do to win these fights, to get any sort of lead they can. Now level 20 on the Dragon Knight. And this hero is it does a deceptively large amount of damage on the Dragon Knight carry. It's part of the reason that we've seen it valued decently highly for the most part, because I believe you're getting 150 attack damage when you pop the Dragon form, of course becoming ranged as well. So you are a force to be reckoned with.
Oh.
He wants the kill onto Danger so bad, but just short of range.
Yeah. Trying to see if they can get this isolation pick up, right? Because it feels like this is the only pathway. It feels like they will not actually lose out the most compared to a potential team fight. I mean, so far I think Manta Esports has been playing a lot of their team fights pretty well, right? Like not playing within the egg, not playing within the Eclipse as well. Really well positioned as well, not too far back. Could be something like what you said before, which was, you know, having the skills being popped a little bit too early or baited out to open it too early before the actual main fight here. So this is pretty great. Oh, it is beautiful setup into the hook shot as well, into the cogs as well. Danger, there's no way you're going to be able to outrun this. Sure, you're durable, but I don't think you're going to be able to withstand the damage from four damaging in course. So without Tiny, he's out of commission for 40 seconds. This could be an opportunity for a tier 2 tower if you choose to go for it, especially since Dragon Form is still active. But no.
Yeah, utilizing this Aegis really well in Manta Esports. I mean, you know, they haven't really come that close to killing Young God, but they certainly haven't wanted to try. It's already sitting at 3,000 HP, and earlier in the game they tried to invade the Wisdom Rune. It didn't go the best for them, but now they are quite a bit stronger. Just gonna sit there on it, nesting the Wisdom Rune. Young God will.
Oh, dream call. Nice one. I think this is definitely going to be a really nice pick up on Henry.
If he doesn't want to chase too far, but he does. Can't really be too far if the Tiny is still down, so nice pick off for Key. He's now finished the Octarine. This is definitely... Some pucks don't really like to go for this same type of early Octarine, but it's generally an item that you... I mean, it's definitely a luxury item for this hero. Gives you all the stats that you want, and of course the cooldown reduction from Octarine is so effective on puck. Having lower cooldown on all your spells, even the blink, even the Witchblade, feels very nice at this point in the game. Allows you to farm even faster than this hero already does. So pretty good spot for Manta Esports at the moment.
So Ro, I believe you are a pop player or just a casual mid player here?
I dabble in the puck. It's one of my decent heroes. It's not my all-time favorite, but when it's strong, I'll play it. You know, it's a good game for it.
All right, guys. Let me translate Rojo's statement in layman's term, because he is an immortal making that statement. So he means that he's very good. He's very good in the puck.
I like to believe so, but I mean, there's certain. I lean towards some heroes more. I'm a bit more of a, I would say, just as a fun fact for anybody, for me and how I play mid, I'd say probably my best hero is actually Earth. I would say that's probably the hero that I win the most on. But lately I've really been enjoying kind of Invoker and Queen of Pain. Puck is kind of comes in at that fourth. Usually, if Ember is really strong, I love playing Ember Spirit. That's kind of my style of mid lane. I just, I really like pressing all the buttons,
Pressing.
As many buttons as I can press, I used to be, this was, I think a few years ago, but I used to really love playing Arc Warden. It's probably my best hero for quite a while.
Oh, macro-based heroes. Okay, cool.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Trust me.
But yeah, I really enjoy watching this. So I enjoy watching the Puck. I think Tiny is really fun as well. Just all these heroes that you can do just random, kind of crazy things on. Rubik is fun to play as well, but unfortunately for Helmy, he's not going to be playing it for the next 48 seconds because he is dead.
Very
Coil.
beautiful hook shot as well.
Dire's top tower.
Now, I'm not sure whether you know this, but Q actually, while the Phoenix was actually doing the Icarus drive, he also dropped the coil on top of him in the Rubik. So like when the Icarus dive actually reached max range, he actually just got stunned aside there. So I was just like, wow, that's actually that's actually pretty cool. It's something that we don't see often. That kind of thing happening. So I think that was just pretty nice to have. But of course, Phoenix that will force him to buy back here, but they will be able to steal a set of racks for themselves, and I think this is one of the big things they actually really got out of this.
Yeah, I do wonder almost, the Conda is so strong into the rest of Manta Esports, but I wonder if Wu is feeling a little bit sad about it, specifically into the Dragonite, because 4,000 HP is not easy to break through.
Oh yeah.
46 armor at the moment, and that's without popping the armlet. So Young God kind of feels untouchable, so I wonder if Wu almost wishes that he had something more along the lines of a Butterfly or a Satanic or Daedalus, but it's a lot of things going wrong for Team Fluke. Forcing that buyback on 9-shot feels incredible, considering how good of a game he has had so far.
Yeah. I mean, a break also would be pretty nice against the DK as well, but
Now working into Satanic himself on Young God, so I mean, you don't necessarily always want the Aegis for a second life, but Satanic feels like a second life in your first life. You don't have quite the damage to bring him down, I think, once that item comes out. I'd almost like to see a smoke from Team Fluke. They did a few earlier that landed quite well, but I've been a bit scared.
Dire are scared.
oh yeah, the smoke so far was not able to really transition to an objective as well. So I mean, it was like you said, it was great, but it didn't really lead to anything like significant after that, right? It's just like, oh yeah, a couple of gold, couple of EXP, that's fun, but we didn't really like break a tower or two or try to siege high ground or open up the map a little. Nothing like what Manta Esports was able to achieve. And speaking of achieving, they are planning to achieve something else right now as they smoke finally initiate into the Rubik as well. Beautiful 3-man stunts coming in from Danger here as they really get their hands on top of Young God here. Doesn't really have the Aegis this time. Popped the BKB a little bit defensively, and now they're currently on the chase. They really want to get their hands on him, and they know the BKB will eventually time out, but sadly, a little bit too separated out and isolated from the rest of the team. Now everyone is having their own personal 1v1s here, and now, but instantly for Manta Esports, prioritizing in those singular pickoffs here, prioritizing single targets here. They find few, they got rid of Luna here, and now that's all that's left with Sour's D. The Danger made the defensive call here. We'll have to fall back because the fight just seems like they just lost that initial momentum here. Well done from Manta Esports.
Yeah, it looked so good for Team Fluke at first, but once you get that BKB off, it's mostly just magic damage, so if you can't break through that initial kind of burst onto the Dragonite, then you're certainly not getting him once the BKB comes out. So just coming up slightly short, and then of course you don't have the BKBs, you don't have the Egg or the Eclipse, even the Stampede used to try and finish off the Dragonite. And at that point, when Young God doesn't die, that fight is definitely not going to be won.
Dire's
So
bottom
they
tower
can
is
clean
under
up the
attack.
Roshan as well if they want. They were a little bit greedy, decided to go for the Tormentor first, but it feels great for Teehee on the Shadow Demon. And now they should pretty comfortably walk backwards, hopefully to claim the second Aegis for themselves. At this point, probably feels okay to give it to Young God just so that he can, now that it's kind of 34, 35 minutes, he can just go ahead and hit the high ground at ease. This Roshan is so fast.
But I think like T is also a little bit of a problem for the side of Team Fluke as well, right? Like the demonic purge has been rough, like BKB piercing, so it's also pretty annoying to deal with. And you do not want to allow T to actually get disruption off your own team as Luna as well, right? Especially with this Luna currently been pretty stacked up as well. So an illusion of a Luna fighting against you, well, let's be honest, that hurts. It really hurts.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it definitely hurts, and especially hurts from Kamizu. Not only does the Dragon Knight have a lot of armor, but currently sitting at 48 himself with an AC and a Shiva's. And he has kept up his network this whole game on Visage. So hard to bring down. Feels like a walking tower at this point if Young God isn't one himself.
Oh, now is that to go for the seashore? Did pop in the items here?
Dire's
No real
bottom
way for them to really
tower is
contest
under
about this,
attack.
especially since Few is currently not at the base. He's actually just farming the side camp.
Has fallen.
Pretty content with the fact that they allowed them to get the second set of racks. As long as it's not megas,
Attack.
I think as long as they don't siege for the final racks, I think we won't see Few coming back to base anytime soon.
Dire's bottom barracks
Yeah, but
has
there's pretty
fallen.
much no reason to stop hitting the high ground here. And they just get out this mid wave and do the same again. Smoke up from Team Fluke. Hopefully they can make something out of it, but Luna's not even back yet. Gonna see TP in just a moment here.
Man, Solo Crest is just so good. My God. But we see the initiation coming from the path. Goes all the way to the back line. We see danger pumping BKB. He didn't manage to get on top of T here. They try to melt it down as quickly as possible. The silence nicely timed as well before the Hoostorm really kind to push forward. As Sawas D a little bit isolated, but he is still pretty durable. Drops the A, drops the Sun Ray as well into the Eclipse. But a little bit too many people hitting that A. And finally the A goes down. Each members of Team Fluke is falling down like dominoes one by one. They all will fall. No buybacks, no time, no way for them to really come back. The buyback also was coming to the side of Few. Just enough to bring it back. But you did lose your front line. You did lose one of your core supports here. Team fight ability. You lose another support as well. What can one lone Luna do in this kind of desperate situation for this high ground defense?
Radiant
Not a whole lot, and that's why they call it GG. So game one will go over to Manta Esports. Little shaky, shaky of a start for Team Fluke, considering how many kills the Visage got. But overall, Manta Esports utilized it pretty well. Pretty back and forth game. Congratulations to them for edging out that game one victory.
Yeah, it was really great, right? Like, it did, sure, like you said, slow start for Manta Esports for sure. But then suddenly we saw a little bit of life come back as well. They won a couple of skirmishes. They were able to bring back the gold advantage to their end. Not a very significant advantage, but it was still good enough to really send a message to Manta Esports like, hey, you guys can't just keep making these small mistakes, because we're gonna keep escalating our lead from each of these small wins here. And then eventually, finally, when they got the Aegis, when we start seeing them being a little bit more confident with the Aegis and start sieging objective, that's when we start seeing the entire plan for Team Fluke slowly start crumbling down. Yeah, so I think, although yes, it did take a little bit longer than expected, especially since we saw the lead that the Visage had, but eventually they still won out the game.
Yeah, just not enough damage for Team Fluke, unfortunately, into that kind of very durable lineup. Sometimes can be the struggle, a little bit of the tiny mid as it goes further into the game, but overall, incredibly well played game. I think Kamizu is, probably smiling from cheek to cheek after that kind of Visage performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't I think of all the Visage games that we had, like even from yesterday as well, I don't think we had a Visage this clean, like this comfortable. Like all the Visage we saw yesterday is usually like rushing that pipe out, he's getting some defensive items out, null with the braces, but he was just straight up, nah, I have so much money, I am loaded, straight for the Ados. And it did help him escalate a little bit further, at least a couple of more minutes into the round before things went slightly down. But I love how the game was methodically played by both sides. I think particularly, especially when they started isolating the fact that, okay, wait, we cannot fight too much into their eggs, we can't fight too much into their Eclipse as well. They played really far back here, and Teehee, I think, also did a really great job as a Shadow Demon. Got some really great save, also some really great abilities from the opponent's side. And also was somewhat of a factor that made some of those team fights a lot more easier for his own teammates as well. So overall, pretty great game here. I'm really excited to see how game 2 was going to be like for these two sides.
Me as well. We definitely need to see some adjustments, I would say, but making sure that Kamizu doesn't have that incredible of a start is probably what Team Fluke is looking at themselves. So
I mean,
hopefully they're able to do so in the next game.
I'll be honest, Rojo. I am somewhat okay if the offlaner gets that fed. I'm not being biased. Okay, I'm not being biased despite being an offlaner myself. I'm just saying that An off laner being fat early is great. But if a mid laner gets a little bit too fat, whether it's a Puck, a Storm, or very elusive mid hero gets really fat into the round, it feels at that point it's like he pretty much be very untouchable. You just can't touch him. You can't even go near it. You could try to attempt to take his life. You have all the plans, all the strategies, but it feels like it's failing every single time here.
Yeah, and I mean, that was also a big point of this game. I think Danger, with that kind of last pick Tiny into the Puck, probably was hoping to have a little bit more of an explosive start. Hopefully get into that blink a bit earlier. He didn't play bad by any means. I think he looked very nice mechanically on the Tiny, but unfortunately wasn't able to edge out a significant lead in that early game into the Puck. And Key himself had a pretty nice game on the Puck.
You know, I'm really excited to see like what other heroes that Kimazu can actually bring to us, right? Because like I don't think we have a lot of like, yeah, sure, we got a couple. Okay, I won't even say a couple. I think we had 2 Visage games, including today. This is probably our 3rd Visage as well. We don't have a lot of like macro focus heroes here. We had that Enchantress at one point, but you know, compared to like, you know, Chance and Londra, I think Enchantress is still pretty okay as well here when it comes to the macro skill sets here. But the game, like, just looking from the highlights back again, right? Just, I love it, right? The adjustments are coming in from Team Fluke, the priorities as well. Just shifted away from TES a little bit too far. They didn't want to waste too much time. Well timed with the Stampede, the abilities, priority targets here. I think there was only that one time at the Radiant bottom side there, around that tier 1 tower. I think it was a little bit later after this. They were trying to chase down the BKB Dragon Knight. I felt like they wasted a lot of time doing that actually for that situation.
Yeah, I believe that highlight will come up soon for sure. Because Manta Esports, it was a nice game for them, but they did have a few hiccups, getting a little bit overzealous after the incredible start that Kamizu had. But eventually just kind of bringing it back, a few key pickoffs.
Oh yeah, there's the one.
Chasing just unfortunately too far. We did miss the first part of it, but you can see Luna does not have a BKB. Dragon Tail. And just go ahead and click him down. Nice and easy game for Manta Esports once they got into this position. So congratulations to them for eking out this first game victory. But at least it was a pretty close one, Leo. You know, I feel like we saw still a lot of good stuff from Team Fluke.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately, you know, just the way that the lanes played out and maybe a little bit of the draft, they weren't quite able to finish out this first game with a victory. Of course, they have a chance in the second game, which will be coming up soon for you guys.
Yeah. I mean, this is what they were saying, like in terms of morality, right? But you know, speaking of which, of course, our MVP is going to be none other than Kimizu here, who had like a whopping, I believe he was like 3,000 goal ahead of the entire competition, including his allies as well, in that first 6 to 8 minutes into the game as well, with like 6 kills, 6-0. It was in a very good spot, and of course his macroing with the familiars was also pretty fantastic as well. Like Jane's done, it didn't feel like it was sluggish at all. It feels very clean as well. Itemization wise also is pretty fantastic. Like choosing to go for the offensive. Mission Pipe, Crimson, all this are pretty standard, but other than that, his positioning wise, I still think it's been pretty great so far. I think TE also deserved the shout out as well with the Shadow Demon. Got some really good save, got great usage on the disruption as well on top of the Luna. Saw a few times where he used the Luna and just start hitting the teammates, like his own enemies' supports, like the Rubik. Didn't really have the best time with the Luna illusions at all.
Yeah, but of course, before we head into a quick break, we got to mention our sponsors. Of course, for the Samsung Odyssey Cup, it's going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8, Leo, which, you know, is one way to level up your gaming. Of course, it's got brighter highlights and stunning colors, but a whopping 240 hertz refresh rate with 32 inches to it. So that is a massive screen. I believe you were saying even yesterday that it has kind of a smart TV function. So
yeah, that is...
if you love watching shows in high quality, if you love playing all those, you know, high-end fancy games with those great graphics, then there's no better monitor to utilize a high-end rig like this one with the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8.
Yeah, and the design it also comes with anti-glare technology, and it's also very slim, despite it being 32 inch, and it feels pretty massive. And you feel like it might be a little bit too bulky or massive with all the specs that this monitor is packing. You don't have to worry about it. It's actually very slim, and it's a perfect design. for any gaming setup. So you guys are pretty much interested, especially with the discount code that Rojo and we were showcasing you guys earlier during the stream. That is going to give you guys an edge, especially when you try to take this monitor for yourself. If the G is a little bit too big, there's always the G6, which we'll definitely be telling you guys a little bit more about it later on. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first game of our first series of today. We're going to be taking a quick short one and allow the team to somewhat refresh themselves with that Red Bull 2 new flavors, and an energy drink. So anyway, don't go away for too long. More Dota 2 action coming to you guys right after this.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All All right, we are back after a wonderful game one. Leo, how are you feeling after that first game?
Oh, dude, I feel great, especially after drinking that Red Bull, man. Like seriously, like this new energy sparkling right from April, the flavor, the apple muscat grape flavor. Actually, I didn't expect it to be that kind of flavor. I didn't especially expect that as well, and it's 0 sugar, so it's great in health. I feel great. I feel energized, and I still haven't tried the pomelo yet, so I'll give that a try later on. But yeah, coming back to the game, I think it was pretty okay. Monotone is a little bit too hard. I would say it's been pretty slow compared to like what we were watching yesterday. Yesterday, you can definitely feel that the games was a lot more faster paced. It felt a little bit more objective. It feels like every action that the team took, there's always going to be some kind of benefit that came out of it. Like it's like we win a fight, we're going to go for a tower. We get the Roshan, we're sieging higher ground, that kind of thing. Didn't feel like that in our first game, but you know, like I said, it's very early in the morning here in Southeast Asia. Say not really early in the morning, it's more like it's early in the afternoon in Southeast Asia here. So some people are probably still trying to get online on Championship Sunday here on the weekend. So maybe we might see a little bit more live in game number 2 here. I mean, there also could be the fact that they have no idea or any info about their opposing team. But anyway, speaking of which, Rojo, we have the discount code. We were talking about it before the break, and now let's talk about it again now.
Yeah, I mean, as we said before, you know, it's you're gonna have Odyssey Cup is your code. You're gonna put your region in front of it. So if you're in Malaysia, that would be MY, and you can redeem up to a whopping 25% off these wonderful monitors we've been talking about, the Samsung OLED G6 and G8. So keep in tune for what the G6 has. Of course, we told you about what the G8 has to offer, which is a lot in its own, but 25% is a steal of a deal. So do not waste your time, guys. Go and, you know, get that discount code if you can.
It feels great as well. I don't think I've ever had this kind of discount voucher for, especially for a newly released monitor as well. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for you viewers. So shout out to the Samsung for giving us that beautiful opportunity, not just for the talents and of course them showcasing their skills, but also for the viewers to get a little something for themselves. Yeah. And speaking of for ourselves here, now here's another treat as Game 2 drafting is finally underway.
Yes, it is. And as we've said before, you know, the first game, you're kind of feeling out what your opponents have. I'm sure Team Fluke and Manta Esports got a decent understanding of what the opposing side wants to do. So now in the second game, they have all the opportunity to make adjustments or to not make, you know, adjustments. If you felt comfortable as Manta Esports, then maybe you just stick to your guns. The clockwork was quite good in this last game, so stealing it away for Team Fluke is certainly a decent idea, I would say. We do leave a lot of strong heroes open on this first pick, or the second pick here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is great. Like, let's be honest, sure. Starting off with, especially in the drafting, right? We have seen different types of drafting, right? Whether we have seen teams who prioritize, like this is a very clear example. Starting off with your priority pick with a DPS over a support, sure, like when you're starting off your drafting with a support, it doesn't really pivot to anything significant, but at least it keeps your intentions well hidden for as long as possible, right? Since supports are usually pretty flex, doesn't really say a lot in the plan that you're trying to go for or your composition, unless it's a very specific supports here. But other than that, Manta Esports starts off strong with the puck. Pretty confident in the fact that regardless of who or whatever counters or whatever that's going to be facing against the puck, he's going to find some great success with it. I mean, there's still ways you can somewhat set up for the pucks, right? There's still 3 more bans to go for the side here of Manta Esports if they choose to utilize it to at least set up for the puck, at least in this case.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I think Puck is probably one of the strongest mid heroes in the patch in total. And in this last game, Manta Esports, you know, Q looked incredible on it, especially into Danger's Tiny, which was supposed to be a relatively good matchup, but ended up going fairly even for the Puck, which we're plenty happy for. So, you know, sometimes you just have a good game on a hero, you're feeling it, and you say, give it to me again. And this time they did, pairing it as well with the Omni Knight, which I do like quite a bit. Omni Knight is pretty high prio. The repel fits nicely with Puck, just keeping it ever more elusive, ever harder to kill. And now I'm curious, Manta Esports, so they do decide to ban the Void Spirit, typically quite good at laning into the Puck. But I almost wonder if they should have valued banning a Sniper if Team Fluke have players for it, because that is still in the pool, and we've seen how much of a menace this hero can be.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to go for it, Leo?
I'm actually really happy she brought it forward, right? But seeing from the last game, it felt like they definitely liked someone that was pretty into the fight rather than like hitting from the back line. But like I said, it's a little bit too early to deduce that kind of that statement, because we only saw that one game. It's very hard to tell whether they like whether that's the actual play style or they're fine with more heroes in the pool here, depending on what kind of composition they plan to go for here. But Monkey King comes into the lineups here. Do we still see a Monkey King mid? I know last time he used to play the mid, but I haven't seen him much in the mid as of late, at least in this case.
He's not the most popular mid hero. It's really only okay into puck. I think generally it has a good matchup. It's a good flex hero, ultimately, is kind of what it is. Of course, it's going to be in a core role, so mid or safe lane. Kind of the beauty of that early pick. But now you've given away Omni Knight, Luna, puck, so two key portions of this last game. The Luna, of course, wasn't able to get the victory, but it did look quite strong. Now it's on the side of Manta Esports with the Omni Knight. Pretty brutal pairing.
Yeah, but they do need a little bit of that post forward now here. But at the same time, I feel like they are slightly lacking in disable. Like, I'm not counting the Dream Core, the Lucent Beam here. Would love a post forward that can at least cover that base. Maybe a Dark Willow would be nice with the Bramble. At least this makes this a little bit difficult for especially for mobile support like Clockwork, who really likes to get nice and close with you. The Bramble can be a little bit of a nuisance for him, since he's also not any BKB bias or a potential offlaner who doesn't really like fighting in the Bramble itself. That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, the Dark Willow would be definitely a consistent pick. Good call, Leo. I think that is probably one of the best things they could have picked up there for themselves. Rounds out their draft very nicely. And now Team Fluke have a decision. Do they want to just go with a solid offlaner? It's a little bit tough into this Omni Knight Luna, but you don't want to let them have bans into it.
I would love if they just pick their mid here now, because it's always a joy to see like two teammates fighting for certain offlaners for some reason. especially since when there's not a lot of bans left in the pool here. So, oh no, okay, they decided to lock in. They prioritize the initiator first. They bring in the Mars. I think that's great as well, because not really much ways for them to really escape from this. But then again, they do have a really good saves with the Fear, especially if anyone were to fight within the Arena of Blood as well from the Dark Willow. That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, I like the Mars. It does struggle a bit into Omni Knight, and it's not the strongest laner. So I do have some concerns for it, but overall it's very good at disrupting the team fight for Manta Esports. So I see a lot of the value that could come out from it here. And now you don't have to kind of ban your own hero pool and get rid of offlaners for Manta Esports that they so desperately need.
Yep. Which I believe they need a really dedicated initiator. At least someone that at least set up the fight. There's still Centaur in the pool, Pit Lord, Underlord. There goes Underlord for the ban. There's still these.
There is Kunkka as well. Even the Visage, if Imizu wants to play it again. Not nearly as good of a game for it, but when you have that good of a first game,
10 seconds.
always need to keep an eye on it.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm still speculating on the Visage here. I'm not sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. We saw the crazy Visage just now, but not sure whether they do they want to pick it up again in this kind of situation, since you're gonna be fighting inside the arena. You're gonna be fighting inside the Wukong command as well. Sure, you got the Fear coming in from the Dark Willow. What about Doom though? Is it too greedy?
It does scare me a little bit in the sense of, you could struggle a bit in lane, and then, it can get stolen. So Team Fluke, they go for Shadow Fiend. So actually a hero that they can flex mid and off lane as well.
Yeah.
Or mid and safe lane, sorry.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking about Doom, because I know Centaur's gonna be banned here. So I'm like, what other initiator do we have left?
Yeah, I really like the Kunkka personally, just because I feel like Team Fluke
durability.
I mean, at least with their first 4 picks, they were kind of able to run out of damage. But I actually like the Shadow Fiend for that reason. The presence of the Dark Lord with so much physical damage is going to be pretty meaningful. doesn't care as much about the repel from Omni Knight, usually gets a lot of sustain and an early BKB. So I think actually fits this game quite nicely if you're going for that kind of right-click style.
Yeah.
I'm sure this Shadow Fiend might be, and Elementa Esports have to make a tough decision.
No, you might be right with the Cook. You might be right with the Cook card thing as well, right? Because now with the Shadow Fiend, you do want a little bit more damage reduction as well. Sure, you got the Guardian Angel that is like physical immunity, but that can only last for so long. So, like the bolt comes in, it's also a really great counter initiation into the Wukong command and the Arena of Blood too. So, good catch overall.
You may now
No.
Let's go
Back to
right
the
back
visit.
to it.
Okay.
So it looks like it will be the safe lane Shadow Fiend, which can be a little bit scary into the Visage, especially if it's Kamizu who piloted it so excellently in that first game. Just because the long-range nukes are annoying, but Clockwork Shadow Fiend is a classic lane. Not easy, because if you get caught out by one Blood Grenade, by one Battery Assault, one Cogs, you can easily go down. Be extremely careful in that bot side, but of course you have decent heroes to do it. Dark Willow and Visage.
Yeah, especially since it's also Shadow Fiend is going with the facet, the lasting presence as well. So definitely going to be reducing a lot of armor for nearby heroes. So, and it will increase his stacks as well. Ah man, it's like I told you yesterday as well. Top 3 most feared hero for me: Shadow Fiend, Puck. It's all currently inside this game, and I'm terrified. and facing a Shadow Fiend is probably even worse here for me.
Yeah, I like the game that Wu has ahead of him on the Shadow Fiend. So I'm personally, I think I am in the second game going to double down and say that I do actually really like this Team Fluke draft. It just seems like a simple game plan all in all. You have kind of the Clockwork for easy initiation, classic, consistent laner, good on rotations. The Shadow Fiend, of course, is just going to be hitting creeps, getting really strong, and and Monkey King, Mars, it's a lot of very solid frontline. It's a lot of decent damage. Just got to be careful coming out of these lanes if you are a Team Fluke.
Well, the dice has been tossed, my friend. Now it all comes down to our players to see if they can turn things around and make things either is it going to be a Mantas clean win or Team Fluke bringing it to game number 3. But
We will have to see in this game, and
any takers?
Kamizu running it back on Anti Esports. They've got a really similar draft. They got the Visage and the Puck. Luna kind of filling a similar role to what the Dragon Knight was in the previous game.
I guess so, but I think the timing seems a little bit more better for the Luna, I feel. Like, it is a flash farmer as well, so you have a little bit more options. And if the Luna choose to join the fight slightly earlier, I think it's also pretty fantastic for them too. Oh.
All right, and here we are in the first game. Last time we saw a little bit of action level 1, and that's part of what gave Kamizu such an incredible start. 2 kills right off the bat. This time, being a little bit more reserved on Team Fluke.
Moving forward.
To battle.
A little bit calm before the storm here. We did see a little bit of a jungle invasion from Manta Esports. They're currently on the top side of the jungle. Not sure whether they spotted that, but they are currently present towards the bottom side here.
Yeah, both teams kind of mirroring each other. Wards on their respective side, and then you just kind of walk into these 2 bounty runes, handshake. Everybody gets their net worth for the start of the game. Kamizu doesn't have 1,000 gold to boot, which you should be thankful for, seeing how he had done so much in this previous game. And I feel like a lot of times you will kind of see this. A team has a kind of rough first game. So once you head into the second one, you play it just a little bit more safe, a little bit more reserved, and actually this time getting a kill themselves.
Oh, okay. No, okay. So interestingly, not all of them were committed to go back to the lanes here. They decided to maintain the trial in the bottom side. And I believe they had landed a beautiful spear on Mars to actually get that pick off. Beautiful. So we didn't get to see it, but still, Very well achieved here. What a start. Probably not as great as the Visage start from the last game, Rojo, but still a nice start nonetheless. Especially on the Mars side.
I mean, especially if, you know, in this last game...
Oh no!
So much. Ooh. Missing the raise just barely, actually, on Wu, which is a bit unfortunate, because now you take... Oh my god, so many soul assumptions to the face. Mizu does not let up. Man, that looks so brutal to lane against. I'm almost a little bit surprised they didn't ban it just out of principle. I'm sure Wu does not feel... I'm sure he feels a little bit of flashback seeing that soul assumption.
Yeah. No, I think maybe they felt like the Visage from the first game. They probably assumed like wasn't really about, probably not just the player, but the lead that he had from the initial game. That's why they thought they had success. That's why they didn't really felt too threatened by it in the second game. But I think now they're just, like you say, you know, getting reminded once more, saying like, okay, maybe it's really just player with the hero.
Maybe, yeah, it's just an annoying hero as well. I know a lot of people do not love to be soul assumptioned in lane. Not a fun spell to get spammed on you.
Aye.
Lane's relatively quiet for the first 2 minutes here. Danger doing quite well in terms of denies in the mid lane, at least.
I mean, I guess, you know, it's really the calm before the storm. Nothing really too crazy about it happening. Q just not allowing Danger to get too many free hits in. I mean, sure, there is the benefit of the melee heroes. Will have an easier time like denying and securing creeps compared to range heroes here as well. And although, yes, I know you did talk about Jingle Mastery having a slight nerf or change for yesterday as well. But it's still something you just do not want to give that stack to Danger to.
This is a good opportunity.
Definitely not. And especially Monkey Kings nowadays, they kind of, a lot of times you end up just using it kind of get nice, easy denies on the wave. It's also very nice to have a decently strong mid laner, but ooh, handshot almost goes down in this top lane. Actually,
you
leads
spoke
out
too soon.
with a blood grenade. It was the very last tick, I think. That last little tick of 10 damage was just enough.
Yeah. Oh, good spin on the Omni Knight. T was trying to get some harass in here, but was got traded back a little bit better instead. Here, Young God coming through. Does have the wand charges here, so with all this magic arrest coming in, he should be get a good chunk of HP back. Nice time with the Lucent Beam and one last hit to secure it on Helmi Ibrahim here. I think for me personally, right, when playing Mars, I think that's one thing they need to take into account is that the fact that he's not really like a nuking hero. It's more of those kind of heroes where he does like, he will just slowly eventually chunk you out of regen and damage, then eventually will just finish you off once you get that level 6 or a support or an assist from the support to get that final pick up.
Yeah, you gotta be pretty careful on the Mars for the most part because it's not the strongest laning hero. And that's part of my concern in draft, at least because I think it's a pretty good Mars game. I think there's a lot of good heroes to trap in the arena.
Yep.
But this hero, similar to how we've kind of seen the Doom, it has so much value in its kit, but sometimes the lane just does not go well. You kind of have, you know, 1 out of 4 games, maybe we see the Doom, like yesterday, Raven had an incredible game, but a lot of times you fall a decent bit behind in net worth and you're just kind of playing, be really strong around very specific timings, typically the blink for this Mars. But, you know, giving Young God, who had a, you know, pretty nice performance on the DK, you know, giving him this Luna, which is, of course, another flash farming hero, and giving a good lane is not something you might want to do.
Sawas D. This juggling between just trying to get some form of domination or control over the side camps here as well. But you know, at least on the bright side here, Young God, it seems like he's having a very comfortable lane in this side as well. And if things just go south, he's a fantastic jungler as well. But top side on the other hand, beautiful cogs. But be able to get a couple of nice nuking damage hit in as well. Nice time with the Brambles. Kimazu pops in the wands here, but sadly not going to be able to outmaneuver, outrun few here with the Shadow Fiend, as the range is also relatively significant. They're just coming in with a nice rotation with the tree jump here, and will secure double kill for Few. Really well done, John. That's going to be getting, especially since with the fast set, he's going to get some nice stacks for his Necro Mastery. He'll be bringing more pain later on.
Yeah, and he now has extra minus armor for, I think it's 90 seconds on the lasting presence facet, which will be nice. Just for that portion of the lane. Very good start, and a big deal actually for Visage that people don't talk about as much is if you don't get this incredible start. I mean, Kamizu had a pretty decent start to the lane, but not the same as last game. 3 minutes in the game, you can buy this item called Infuse or Raindrops, which is so obnoxious for that hero. Now you're just trading the mana that you were using is a lot less effective. You kind of really only do single instance, massive burst. So I was taking so much damage in this bot lane.
Yeah, but they did spot out the defensive TPs. Nine shot a little bit. Gonna be able to try to set things up for the same with the battery assault. Cox into T-He and both Young Gods. SawasD trying to find an opportunity to get a really nice spear in. Drops the God's Rebuke. Not gonna be able to do as much damage, especially since Lucifer will join in the fray and T-He will be the one to have the final say. And Young God also getting a 9 shot here. So looks like it feels like we're going back and forth with this. We had Few, of course, although it feels a little bit better for Few since he had the double kill on top side. Young God only got 1 kill, but the bonus EXP goal has been pretty nice with that 1 kill alone.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, having a really solid laning phase on this Luna. Danger himself, actually, as they're panning over to it in the mid lane, has 17 denies. So last game had the Tiny, who he wanted to kind of, dominate the puck a little bit with. This game is playing the Monkey King and doing a substantially better job. 17 denies is a lot at this point in the game. Even had an ace rotation into the top lane, 2 levels ahead of Q at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Danger with the Monkey King covering distances, right? Like three jump just allows you to cover great distances so quickly as well. On bottom side, nice time with the brambles. He was able to outmaneuver through the brambles as well. But here comes the Eclipse as he has the level 6 as well. Danger did jump into Danger here, into the Eclipse as well. Rubik will lose his life for the process here, but they will trade the support for the support. But on the sideline here, we see Q slowly joining in the fray, especially spotting the presence of the Monkey King. He also wishes to join in the long side here. Drops the Dream Call here, spots him out. Nice time with the phase shift out to juke out of the Spirit of Mars. And finally, the Illusionary Orb will be the final nail in the coffin for SawasD here. So, Manta Esports, although yes, sure, the kill score stayed 6-4, the point differentials are just like maybe a slim number of 2 here, but it feels like Manta Esports is actually slowly garnering quite the lead here from this small because of each of those lanes.
Yeah, I mean, already into a Mask of Madness for Young God. You got to be really careful. I mean, Luna typically wasn't actually the strongest hero in lane for a lot of patches, but there's just so much damage coming out from the Lucent Beam with this facet here, and even just the extra added safety from the Omni Knight is quite nice. Danger comes in to try and get these kills. The Clockwork we saw earlier, just kind of stand and fight, because after that Lucent Beam and after the Eclipse in that last fight, I believe it was 41 extra damage of attack at 8 minutes in the game. That is an absolutely massive amount. You gotta be really careful playing into this hero, especially with a hero like Mars, who's currently sitting 25-5 on the CS Leo. He is not having an easy time at all with this hero.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of offlaners are facing a very similar situation like this, especially with the rise or return of range carries in particular as well. Like it was really difficult enough when we had like a lot of Ursas and slot, like a few patches back. Like we had a lot of slot spammers, a lot of Ursa spammers as well. It was already proving a little bit difficult. That's where the Slaughter comes in. It was really great time as well. Slaughter was naturally great against melee heroes. But when suddenly we see the rise in range heroes, right, recently as of late, like the Wind Rangers, the Snipers, the Linas, the Shadow Fiends, the Lunas, yeah, it gets a little bit hard here. Especially when paired with a really great like damage dealing or nuking supports as well. Doesn't make things any easier for the offlanes. We have a tough role. We have a tough job here.
Yeah, it's not always fancy. It's not always easy being the offlaner. Sometimes you have to take a bad lane, do the most that you can with it. But in this kind of game, it's not easy for SawasD. He's really just, he can't even get this hard camp, can't pull his own creeps. Young God isn't going to let him have an inch in this lane if he can help it. And he himself is going to be taking all that room to get bigger and bigger. You can't even really rotate onto the Luna because there's T-He just hovering.
Yep.
That repel naturally such a good counter to the Mars, and that's part of what's obnoxious for SawasD is sometimes you want to smoke.
No. They actually smoked out. I'm not sure if they actually spot them actually coming in the first place, but beautiful hook shot. But it's actually going to be, it's actually going to be jumping into the danger here. A beautiful offering for Young God here as he gets that double kill for it. So Dream Ball, the defensive TP comes in alongside with the puck as well. It's going to be very casual pick off. Not without any resistance at all. 3 nice kills on himself without loss of life. Thompson on the other hand, nice timing with the tree jump. They just feels at the bottom was a little bit too difficult to deal with. But Keepers on the other hand, they can see they can find some form of an opportunity here. It doesn't seem like any TPs coming in since most of the TPs were somewhat committed to the bottom side. I am relatively curious. Okay, wait, hold on. Before I ask you about this, Helmy on the other hand, not the fun time, buddy. He was on the hunt. He was secured. Oh,
yeah, and even TPing in on Wu, not very high HP on the Shadow Fiend, but they actually killed the Luna with danger. So I guess Young God was just a little bit overextended with just a little bit too little HP. But still, overall, the net worth is 3,000 in the advantage of Manta Esports. And what was? Oh, I mean, after this, you can ask me what you're gonna ask me. Danger, living to his namesake.
but that was a really good silence coming in from Q as well. He was just about to pop the walkout command to actually try to take the fight head on. Nine Shot also had the hook shot as well, so he was just waiting to really ready to go in there for the assist. But I think once he saw the silence, he's just like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out, friend. I'm sorry, brother. Next time we'll get the combo right. As of now, tier 1 mid tower will fall just like the top tier 1. The map seems a lot more smaller for Team Fluke at the moment as Manta will get more offensive wards in, will get more control here. Not just for the vision, but also the map as well. You know, slowly choke out the competition, and now it's all up to Team Fluke to try to win if they can actually break through this embrace.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be too hard here for Manta Esports. They're looking again for a similar, setting up similarly for maybe that 14-minute Wisdom Rune. Might get punished on Tiki, but Repel a bit too strong.
Nice time with the Guardian and just trying to mitigate some of the damage not possible, but Salad Rakim is magic damage as well. So Younger will take some of the damage. Wukong command at the route of escape as well. But then he is a little bit isolated out and doesn't really have the BKB to withstand all of this magic nuke damage as well. All alone with no support, no item, defensive item help as well to keep it sustained. So there's gonna be a really nice pick cake for Kibizu as if he's at the supermarket buying the milk. 3 full kills for the man to pick up.
Yeah, and again, all those kills are just that much more value on the Visage. I think about probably 600 gold or so off of the death toll facet on Visage, which gives more gold if you get the kill with the Soul Assumption. So definitely raking in the bucks at the moment, about 3,000 gold to spend when he wants it. And this is a similar timing from last game. They actually kind of threw a little bit going for this Wisdom Rune, but they are so strong.
Great initiation draw, always try to go to the back line, but sadly it's a little bit too many people as well. Doesn't really have the arena, Soursley doesn't really have the arena of the blood to try to actually follow up with the initiation being made by the danger here and alongside with the clockwork 9-shot hook shots here. So all slowly fall prey as they just couldn't withstand the damage being output, especially the magic nuking damage coming from the side of a Manta Esport. They don't really have the pipe online just yet as well. So no way for them to really to survive all this onslaught at the moment.
Yeah, and Tiki really just, proving why the Omni Knight is kind of been a prio pick for some teams, and a lot of, the reason why people don't like playing against it. It's just so hard to walk into Manta Esports. They already have this lead, and, Young God, maybe he's level 10, but it feels like he has a BKB on his command. Tiki just always shadowing the Luna, making sure that nothing goes awry. And that's a good way to sustain your lead, is just having this kind of good defensive hero.
Yeah. And also, it's since Team Fluke, some of the I guess you could say majority. Actually, is it really majority? Let me see this. Yeah, I guess most of the damage, especially, is somewhat mitigated away, especially for the physical side, with the Guardian Angel as currently active as well. So it's also pretty hard to find into that as well. There's a lot of ways for Manta Esports to go in. They got great team fights, decent initiation, a decent amount of control disabled here. And speaking of disabled, that's the Bramble set up for Helmy Ibrahim, and there's just no way for him to really run through there. Look at the place of the Bramble, right? Can't walk into the trees, there's a Bramble there. You can't walk on the side, there's also another Bramble there. I know. He just stood there, just figured out, yeah, Just take me. I have no idea where else to go.
Yeah, and we've seen Dark Willow have quite a few games from what we've watched, and I think it's a pretty powerful hero for these kind of qualifiers. It has so much damage, so much utility. Just feels like it fits kind of every box for, you know, if anybody's mispositioned at all, then they can certainly be punished, whether the Dark Willow has farm or not, and by that kind of coveted solar crest that we see on so many of the supports. Feel comfortable about it. So I'm definitely liking the Dark Willow that we've seen so far, and especially on the side of Manta Esports, Losify playing it beautifully.
I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, that's why people say, right? Like the later the game goes, the more nuisance the control ability or disable abilities becomes, right? Like the pit of malice, the brambles. It gets really hard to deal with it because at the late game, if you get stunned or hacks, it just feels like the end of the world, right? Because you just can't do anything at all in those kind of situations.
Yeah, and especially I mean, one of the unique things about Dark Willow having 2 ultimates to use in whatever situation is best. I mean, the fear is incredibly powerful in the late game, and then in the early game, you just have this really powerful damage spell in the Bedlam. Makes it feel like the support hero is outputting more damage sometimes than even your mid laner. At the moment, you know, they're sitting at 10,000 net worth ahead on Manta Esports heading into Erosh, not on the bottom side after 20 minutes, feeling very comfortable in this first 20 minutes when it's on the top side. Take that Aegis, and, you know, killing Luna once with Omni Knight, not an easy task, especially the pipe and a solar crest behind him. Young God has so many tools at his disposal, but now, if he wishes, and he does, he'll have an Aegis.
You know, I remember there was a time, and I think this was actually within this year as well, where you could have both the Bedlam and also Terrorize active at the same time. Like you could throw the Bedlam on someone, like on the Ursa, and just throw Terrorize at the same time. I mean, now you can't. Now it's either one of the two, but I remember how it terrorized everyone.
Yeah, Dark Willow is definitely one of those kind of... It's kind of on a knife's edge for balance. Because with that much damage and that much control, here can be very scary. In this game, it is feeling like it. Even as well. I mean, the Omni Knight, of course, lacks kind of both of those things in terms of control and damage, but the Repel, I mean, a free BKB for Young God, who has so much net worth, feels like it is equally as useful. Really nice attempt. Not quite enough onto the puck. So Q gets out after a nice smoke, and Arena used as well.
Oops. Pretty calm at the moment here for both sides. I mean, yes, I mean, particularly for Team 4, right? You just want to farm up, try to get as much items as much as possible. Kimazu and everything. I think, like I said before, there is still the problem of initiation for their end here. Sure, maybe the puck when he has the blink dagger, sure, you can try to start things up for them. Probably the Aethos from the Kimazu as well. But it's still not as dedicated compared to like other initiatives that we have in the pool or in the game as well. So still need Manta Esports to really pick their cards here, and they're really hoping that the fact that Team Fluke will actually force the fight instead, as they are sieging all these towers, all these objectives, because they're confident in counter initiation, but initiation wise isn't probably not the cleanest thing for their end with the composition that they have. So if they can force a fight, that'd be pretty great for them.
Yeah, Losify going for his own kill onto Mars, but not quite able to because they actually canceled Q's TP and kill him on the top lane. So a nice pickup, and I do believe it makes sense. They wouldn't want to fight.
Oh no, Eclipse on Eclipse. Sadly, Young God's Eclipse hurts a little bit better. With of course courtesy of assist from coming from Kimazu with the Soul Assumption as well. Beautiful spear, but then he drops on the Guardian Energy as well. So no physical immunities. Physical immunity is here. Not going to be able to do much about it. It does finally times out here. And the buyback also comes in alongside with the Rubik. So this is pretty much the call for them. Say, okay, fall back, reset. Pretty much outman here in this 5v4. They do have the Aegis here, but they just want to wait out for the puck at least. Q is going to be coming on in the short 10 seconds. They do have the outpost for him to TP too if he chooses to go for the TPs as well. Let them reconvene, push back out both the side lanes and the mid lane. Then they will continue to proceed to siege that tier 3. Since they already broke the tower as well, it was just pretty much just the racks left standing for them.
And this has long been the power of Luna as a hero. The base siege is pretty much unmatched by any hero in the game. Those glaives just bouncing between all the buildings, all the heroes. But there is a BKB on Wu, so this is probably the strongest the SF is going to get in this portion of the game.
And so Shaw instantly gets purged out by the Omni Knight as well. He's getting a couple of hits at the same time, but we see Danger on the other side. He tried to flank to the back line, but gets caught out here. Dreamcast drops down, and Danger will be out of commission for 30 seconds. But the objective has been achieved. They broke the mid racks. They got rid of Danger as well. He'll be up in 20 seconds for sure, but that's not going to stop them from sieging towards the other lanes here. Not really much of a threat here. They don't feel too much of a danger here. Sure, they do not have guided danger. I mean, it's going to be coming out of cooldown surely, right, Rojo? But they still have a way to purge, at least some way to save the Luna.
Yeah, and they're forced out their last glyph here for the next 5 minutes. Still in Aegis, very comfortably in the hands of the Luna.
How do you get back there?
It's always trying to find anything, because you're not going to win this fight on even terms, that's for sure. You might even lose a Rax if you're not careful.
Oh, Atos on few. They did break one of the racks here. So I was at least able to get the Arena of Blood out at the same time. Pops in the Wukong command here. Doesn't really have the Guardian Angel, and finally gets off cooldown, and he pops it just in the nick of time here. Dreamcast also dropped out as well. The fight slowly breaks apart as the Guardian Angel came in a little bit too late for them to realize that it's all too late for them. Team Flute falls back here. GG is the call. Manta Esports will take second game in another swift manner here in 22 seconds on top of that as well on the high ground here. And they will be moving forward to our semi-finals.
And congratulations to Manta Esports. They made it look pretty casual for them, you know, just another day. They picked the Visage twice in a row. Kamizu so comfortable on it, and very unfortunate for Team Fluke considering they just couldn't come out of those lanes well enough. So, you know, it's unfortunate for them, but we are glad to see Manta Esports in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's great to see them back at the semifinals. Like, I believe, not too sure which other teams has made it through, because we have like 4 series, right? 4 series happening concurrently at the same time. We only have one on the live broadcast, so not sure whether they were the first team to move forward. But regardless, it's kudos to them and any other team that has already made it to the semifinals. Pretty excited to see which other teams that has in store for us, right? So, for those of the team that couldn't make it through, hey, you know what? It's been totally great, because this Odyssey Cup is a lot more different than the old one as well. We have both amateur teams and also pro teams into the mix as well. So basically, you're getting really the full package here with a very significant total price of 20,000 USD, courtesy of Samsung and sponsored by the Red Bull as well. So really thanks to the sponsors for giving them all these young talents an opportunity. Because the viewers a little something with all the discount codes as well. We also do have the Steve Waller code as well that's going to be coming later on in row. So sadly we can't get our hands on it. That's really unfortunate by that one. But hey, we still get to see some really great games.
Yeah, I mean, it's great opportunities for everyone, great opportunities for the viewers to, you know, take advantage of all these discounts and giveaways that we have. But of course, you know, the university teams and all these kind of, you know, players who don't necessarily have time to grind 12 hours of pubs every day to get a face into, you know, these people who do have that time, who do get to play scrims, who have salaries and pays up for a pretty significant prize pool. And of course, any team, and Manta Esports included, will be happy to move forward into even just this next semifinals portion of the bracket.
Man, it's, you know, we have only, as you viewers know as well, if anyone just came here, we have 3 series of broadcasts today. We just pretty much concluded the one. It feels like we are going a little bit too fast here. I feel like I want to watch a couple more series here, but you know, we had to just keep moving forward here. But anyway, this is going to be the post-game results for Manta Esports against Team Fluke. Once again, if we have to talk about, okay, I'll be honest with you. As much as I'm happy to give MVP to an offlaner, which is not given often, I can tell you this, Roho. Offlaners and supports are never given too much love for the MVP title. Never. They never do. It's always the damage dealer. It's always the mid laner. The one with the flashy plays and the big damage, you know. But although as much it feels like Kibizu could get the MVP, but I felt Tihi should be the one. I felt like he had really good saves. I think he did really phenomenal with the with the Shadow Demon in the last game as well. Okay, maybe he could get the rookie MVP, right? But you know, as usual, everyone wants to give the MVP the one with the big damage. So Kimuzo feels like pretty well deserving for that place.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in Manta Esports having a pretty spectacular showing, and Young God as well. I mean, this bot lane was just complete menace, and you know, you give away a lot of really high value heroes for Team Fluke. Of course, looking incredible on the Omni Knight and on the Luna. Such a strong lane pairing. So in Team Manta, they've got at least a consistent style that we've seen in these first few games, and as you can see through these highlights, there's a few kills that come out in the early game for Team Fluke, but then it's pretty much all Manta Esports coming up. That gold net worth, or that net worth swing, is kind of all onto the Luna and onto the Visage. So, you know, as much as the damage dealers are important, they wouldn't be able to do it without the likes of, as you said, kind of Teehee with the Omni Knight that game. It's not always as easy to tell the impact of like a kind of save hero like Omni Knight, but if you're really paying attention, you know, Young God never has a game like this without that solid of a hero and player behind him.
I mean, you know, everyone plays hand in hand, and I believe also, as what we discussed yesterday too, Dota is, you know, slowly evolving to a state where, I mean, it has always been a team-based game, right? But now it feels like it's a little bit more obvious than usual. Like, it feels like, okay, everyone has to do their part to really make this work. It's no longer a time where one person is fat enough to carry the entire game, the entire team. It doesn't feel like those kind of situations anymore compared to the Dota of old. So, but regardless, this fight, man, it was so unexpected for them as well, because it felt so good for them since Guardian Angel was still on cooldown, and it just came at the very last second. But of course, MVP will go to the hands of Puck, the mid laner. Is going to be Q for this, with the KDA of 717. Not
yeah,
the
doing
MVP I
incredibly
was
well in both
expecting,
games. Not me either, but I mean, I think in a game like this where it's a stomp, you can kind of give it over to anybody, considering how well the game went for them. So about 20 minutes in that second game reminded me a little bit of some of the series we saw yesterday, where in this patch, if you get a lead and you have these kind of auras and these nice saves like the Omni Knight and these hyper carry damage heroes like the Puck and the Luna, you can end games pretty quickly, especially off the back of those Aegises. So, you know, well played by Manta Esports, recognizing what the meta can and should be and taking this swift 2-0 victory over Team Fluke.
Yeah. Well thought out, cover a lot of bases. I'm still not comfortable with the range offlaners like the Visage, but you know, it's been showing me in a very clear light, not just during TI but also here as well during the Odyssey Cup as well. So I guess I just have to throw in the towel for this one. Yes, it is just as good as everyone has been showing so far, and it's just as threatening.
Especially when you have those kind of good pairings with it. The heroes that just deal a lot of damage and soak a lot of damage. We saw the Claw,
right?
And then I believe it was the Dark Willow. So Visage is a hero to watch out for, especially if you're going into this next series, the semifinals against Manta Esports. I'm sure that's a hero to look out for.
Mm-hmm. And of course, it's potential contender as well, right? Not too sure who is he going to be going up against. Not sure whether we'll get Manta Esports once more. If we do get it, at least we know what we are potentially expecting, right? But if we get someone else, then it's going to be pretty fresh for us. At least it gives us a general idea, like, okay, what's this team like? Team that actually beat the other team during the first round of the upper brackets here, at least.
Yeah, it certainly will be exciting to, you know, as we said, every series we're kind of learning about our opponents and they're learning about each other, or not our opponents, but, you know, the teams that we're casting.
Yeah, we're fighting them later, Rojo, you and me, 2v5. Open the lobby. I mean, I'm feeling confident. You're the immortal guy. You're the immortal player. I don't have to do anything. Immortal mid player.
I might be on a bit of ping for those games, but nothing I haven't seen before, I'm sure. But yeah, always exciting to see these new teams.
Yeah, yeah. But by the way, Rojo, I know yesterday you made a declaration about you planning to hit that 10K. Was that successful?
I did not risk it today. No pubs today, so you know. But if you no risk here. I mean, I suppose it is a giveaway, but we do have our Steam Wallet code on screen. It'll be 7855. Take note of it. And you go to odysseycup.gg. I believe you just have to answer a few quick questions about some of the Samsung Odyssey monitors we've been talking about. I believe it was 15 USD for your Steam Wallet. So take advantage of that while you can. I mean, no harm in doing so. So shout out to the Samsung Odyssey line, of course, for sponsoring this tournament and allowing us to be here, Leo.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here as well and see great talents as well. I just, like I said, I was here in the last Odyssey Cup earlier this year. Excited to be back again here with new format, with new tournament formats. Of course, with you as well, Rojo. Since it's not that often I always get to be standing alongside with another immortal with 9,000 MMR.
And I'm glad to be here. Glad to be almost 10,000. Hopefully, live up to it and be tomorrow. And our rookie MVP, fresh off the block, thanks to our partner sponsorship, Red Bull, with their 2 new flavors. One of which you have, Leo, is actually Danger on the mid lane. And I mean, his mechanics were definitely very fresh, but unfortunately was not able to beat out the kind of king Puck in these games. But overall, incredibly well played by him.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, guys, seriously, if you guys are wondering what's these 2 new flavors from Red Bull, right? So basically, as you guys know, Red Bull Malaysia is the #1 energy drink brand in the nation here as well. So Red Bull comes in with 2 new flavors, and them being the apple and muscat grape flavor, which I had this morning. And I felt like that's a really good combo. I never had those 2 together, but that feels really great. They still had another one, which is called pomelo, because I'm really interested about it as well. But not only is it an energy sparkling drink, but it also has 0 sugar. So it's really healthy and it makes you feel really great as well. I don't feel terrible at all. I feel absolutely fantastic, energized as well. Pretty much allows me to keep me going towards the entire day. I might actually try the pomelo later on, Rojo. Then maybe we'll actually see and decide whether which 2 of the flavors I feel is the better one.
That would be great for us. And of course, thanks to them for sponsoring this and for sponsoring Keeping You Awake, Leo.
I mean,
it's a quick first series, but you never know what the day has ahead of us, so it's always nice to have that bit of extra energy.
Hey man, I'm can't wait to be surprised. And with you by my side, I feel like I could really take on the world alongside with the Red Bull drink here. I feel energized for sure. But we have pretty much concluded our first series today. We also saw great opportunities from teams, 2 new Red Bull flavors, but we also need to talk about the newly released Samsung monitors for 2024 as well. We did talk about the G8 earlier on. Now let's talk about the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6. Now this is only for those people who feel like, yeah, sure, I believe everyone's on the same page when they hear about the G8 specs. They say, whoa, smart TV, it's 32-inch, it's 240 horsepower, it's like refresh rate. That's really fantastic. But 32 inches is relatively big, and it's really big for some people. I get that. I'm also not too comfortable with 2 big things. I know go big or go home, right? But hey, there's always going to be a right size for somebody. And that's where the G6 comes in. The Samsung Odyssey OLED G6, this actually comes in a 27-inch monitor here. It does not have the smart TV functionality, but it comes in with a whopping 360 Hz refresh rate. That's insane. That's even more power in such a smaller size. It also has the same response time with the G8 as well, with the 0.03 ms. So you're not really missing out here except for the size here. So if you feel the 27 inch is the right size, and I believe it is the right size for me, then that's the one you guys should actually opt to go for.
Yeah, and then I believe the first, or the G8 that we were talking about, it's also great for experiencing all those colors and watching beautiful games and shows. But G6 is a little bit more for if you're full on into the gaming. It even has dynamic cooling system to prevent screen burn in, so another big benefit there. And we can't thank Samsung and Red Bull enough for sponsoring this tournament. I believe we are, Leo, going to head into a quick break though before we get into the second series of the day.
Yeah, so anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for us for now, but don't go for too long. Our second series is going to be the semifinals, and we're going to see which of the 2 teams is going to have a very comfortable spot in the grand finals right after this.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
Know when to click through. Try to send this box to be a selfie grind.
Dota 2 enthusiasts, welcome back again to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. I'm Len, also known as Yoli. Joining me is the all-knowing Shane B, also known as Rojo here. Rojo, my friend, glad to have you back. How are you feeling?
I am feeling pretty good. How about yourself, Leo?
I've been pretty great, but not as I'm excited to see our next or cast our next game. I'm more excited to try this new second flavor of the Red Bull sparkling drink here. It's gonna be the pomelo one. So I say the apple flavor is gonna be hard to beat, but I'm gonna give pomelo a chance. Okay, so cheers to that, buddy.
Cheers to you, Leo. What's the verdict on this one?
It's a tough competition, I can say that. It's tough, man. It's very
I
tough.
bet it is.
I love apple, but the pomelo got me running. It's catching up to me. It's hard to tell. Maybe I need to try the apple flavor one more time. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, right down below here in the graphics, if you notice, this is the discount code that you, the viewers, can actually utilize to try to get some discounts when you try to purchase yourself a Samsung Odyssey OLED monitor, one of the new releases for 2024 here. And relatively very simple. If you guys notice from the code, if you're from Malaysia, then you're only entitled to the code with the MY Odyssey Cup. Same goes for the rest of the region. Unless you have a friend in the other region, you can ask them to apply for you and ship it over to your site. Hey, not bad, right?
Not bad with that big of a discount on there. So, of course, thanks to Red Bull and Samsung them sponsoring this stream, allowing us to be here, Leo, and keeping you awake. Almost more importantly.
Actually, I'm super awake and energized. But
this is not the position I saw ourselves in seeing a game 3. We were cut off a lot of times from seeing them ourselves, but now we're hopping into a series that we did not see the first 2 games of, and this is Team Tofu versus the Immortal. So we're taking over here, aren't we, Leo?
Yeah, we certainly are, and of course, I did say I like to be surprised before we went to the break here, but I guess this is going to be quite the surprise that's unveiling before us, right? Since we don't know what happened in Game 1, we don't know what happened in Game 2. All we know is that these two teams was able to take a win off each other, and this is going to be the final one that will break the ice between the two sides to decide which of these two teams will be moving forward up the brackets here. So, interesting enough, we are seeing a little bit of a different light, right? So far we had some Nature's Prophet picks from yesterday, but it has never been like a first pick. It usually has been like a last or second last pick, right? So seeing the Nature's Prophet coming in very strongly, so could we say confidently enough this is most likely going to be the safe lane one, or is it still pretty flex to you?
I think generally what most people like these days is kind of the mid or safe lane natures. I think even the mid natures took a tiny bit of a hit, so safe lane is probably the most comfortable spot for it. So typically when you pick it up, that's what I would think of, especially, if you were watching all those TI games, which of course so many of us were. Mickey on the Nature's Prophet had an incredible showing with this hero, and they valued it very highly on the TI champions themselves. So Team Tofu takes a note off of them and prioritizes this hero pretty highly. Also prioritizes a little bit of a strange hero that had its moments, but we didn't see very much of it, and that is the Darkseer, little purple dude, Leo.
I'm actually very happy to see the Darkseer because for one, yes, sir, he had a lot of he was actually one of the few go-to picks like a few patches before this, and especially during the time when we still had the Savans, we still had the Terrorblades. No longer. I mean, he's playing alongside with the Shadow Demon. I think when it comes to illusion, he always falls in a similar category here. But in particular, I think I really like this Darkseer offlane picked up here. I mean, sure, there are ways for them to really kill in the laning itself. There are many ways for them to really kill the creep that has the Iron Shell that will actually slow down his farm relatively significantly, especially when you have both the Luna and depending on who she's being paired with, also Marcy or the Mirana. It's also pretty easy for them to support the Luna to break that creep that has the Iron Shell on it. But I'm looking towards more of the mid game to late game, right? During team fights, right? Creating multiple illusions of the Luna, and also with other range damage dealer heroes, it's going to be very decadent when it comes to doing damage alongside. We have seen it. The Shadow Demon does it multiple times. Probably going to be similar, but in a more scary manner, because this is the Iron Wall, the ultimate itself. Dark side.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
at the same time, we're seeing a lot of ranged damage bonus. Right? You got the Mirana paired alongside with the Marcy, and now you come with the Luna, who also with her passive also prompts even more range damage dealing here, more aura skills coming into the line side here. So you're getting a lot of physical damage out of Team Immortal side at this current lineup.
Yeah, and picking up the Darkseer, we don't see it as often, but I think, Darkseer himself is portrayed as a very intelligent kind of character. So you gotta think past the early game just a little bit. And Darkseer is a hero who is great at building the auras, which are incredible in team fights. And of course, Vacuum is one of the best spells in the game for team fights, paired along with the Chikuro that they just recently picked up. So a very scary team fight for Team Tofu, but again, when you're looking past that early game, sometimes you can get a little bit lost, and lanes can go a little bit tough into these really strong heroes like Luna, like Marcy, and Beastmaster. Not as much, but is very much kind of an aura timing hero as well, just a little bit of a defense to the Darkseer.
Yeah, it's been a while it's been a while that I've seen the Beastmaster as well. Like even like back then, like the only time you ever see a Beastmaster coming in is most likely when Pangolier was so heavily picked in all the lanes, right? Because the Primal Roar is like BKB piercing, and it's like one of the more cleaner abilities to actually stop the Rolling Thunder in its place, instead of letting it just like bounce around too much to disrupt the entire team. So seeing the Beastmaster here, I believe he's going to be playing off with the Primal Access and this Desert Scepter as well with the War Drum. So that'll be pretty something nice. It's also a really strong initiator as well with the Primal Roar. I think that's been pretty nice for them to really catch some of these backlines, particularly probably the Nature's Prophet as well. You can't really like do defensive sprouts either, because Access chops down trees naturally, so that probably won't work out as much for the Nature's Prophet if he wants to use the sprout for saves or anything.
Yeah, and especially too, Beastmaster is one of those heroes that I feel like is usually it's very comfort for people. When you see somebody pick this up, you know that it isn't their first time playing the hero. Even though it has shifted away a little bit from the micro aspect of it, it's still a very macro intensive hero. Hit those timings very heavily. A lot of times, some of the power of the Beastmaster, I think, is securing these early Roches with the Drums of Slom, just how good it is at actually bringing that down. And they have a lot of damage and a lot of auras, and they round out their draft pretty promptly with the Earth Spirit, so kind of pushing Team Tofu to get this last pick out. I said myself, I love playing Earth Spirit. I think he's probably one of my favorite heroes to play, and probably one of my best heroes personally from the mid lane. I love watching this hero. I love seeing this hero in any role. I actually think it fits their draft pretty well on the Immortals. It's not particularly scared of a lot of these kind of stuns and disables, and the Magnetize is going to do a lot this game, but when you pick Earth Spirit, obviously you open yourself up to a pretty weak mid lane, and Ember Spirit is one of the stronger heroes that you can pick into it. Basically unpunishable if you are being careful. So nice, I mean, we kind of came in halfway through the draft, but I feel like, we can kind of get a feel of what both of these teams like in this third game. And I like what we're seeing.
No, I totally agree, because like we never got to see the Earth Spirit. We did talk about it as an opportunity for a mid laner, right? But usually we always got a scenario where either the Earth Spirit was banned out or it was in the pool, but they didn't really want to take the Earth Spirit out. So finally we're seeing our first Earth Spirit, or maybe there were other Earth Spirit picks in the other games that was happening concurrently, but we just didn't get to see it. But it's great initiator. You really need someone to really roll in alongside with the Beastmaster as well, and the Marcy. It does take a little bit of time. You do want to try to... I'm a very big fan of a mid laner that's allowed to not only be a really great initiator, but also be an additional body in the front lines. Since your main damage is going to be like the Luna that's going to be constantly hitting from the back line, right? So more bodies in the front, you disrupt the fight. You just pretty much give a very clear a very simple condition for Luna to just be very comfortable. Just hit from the back. Your whole teammate is going to be there for you. We're here to cover you. That's going to be fantastic setup for you. Ember also was pretty fantastic on their end. The only thing possibly that Team Immortal needs to look out for is just this global presence, right? When you have the Nature's Prophet. We haven't seen a lot of Jakiras. I think this is our second Jakira, counting from yesterday as well. This is our second Jakira as well. The first Jakira didn't look as clean or as good as we were hoping for from that game. Hopefully this second one, it looks a little bit better. You still can't look past the potential of the Macropire and the Ice Path. Right? Ice Path is still one of the best long-range stuns that's in the game. Macropire is great for long, prolonged team fights and high ground defenses as well. Liquefire is always a nice touch for her, for lane harassments or tower damages as well. So can't really look past that. But I think Team Tofu has a really solid team fight potential, whereas Immortals really scary like isolation pickoffs. Got some really good gang potential with this kind of lineup that you have. Speaking of which, thank God for Leap. Ren did not put the points in just yet, so we'll be able to go defensive with the Leap and leap out the safety. If he had the Sacred Arrow up instead, I think that's most likely a dead run. I think Ren.
Yeah, although it is really unfortunate to have to get that Leap level 1. Not ideal, but still should be fine.
A minor miscalculation, right?
Yeah, and one of the things that I really like, particularly about Spirit Heroes, which I've always found so fun the whole time that I've played Dota, but just in watching them, is that people have very different styles on these heroes. Even though obviously, you know, some things usually kind of come up, and you'll see, you know, Ember Spirits go for a lot of Mage Slayers or whatever, and Ember Spirits go towards a lot of Blade Mails, whatnot. Players, I mean, they just have very different styles of, you know, when they want to fight, what they want to build, what they think is good. I mean, even Earth Spirit, I've seen Earth Spirit mid players take every facet that he has. He has 3 different facets. This one is the one where he only has 1 stone, but it's on a very low cooldown. Personally, I'm not comfortable playing with that one myself yet, but I do think it's, you know, I think Hobson plays with this one, which is always fun. You know, when you have Ember Spirits, some people like to go to Flame Guard build. Not as much these days, but just a lot of really interesting stuff that you can do with these heroes.
I mean, it's the
trading
pros and
limit
cons,
as well.
right? Like kind of thing. Like there's always going to be some form of balancing, right? But I can somewhat understand like why like some people is still not used to just the singular boulder, maybe because of the fact that like, especially if you've been playing Earth Spirit for a relatively long time, you're used to the fact that it's like, oh, you know, if I miss, there's still an opportunity. But speaking of
Kenny Luna is
opportunity,
going down.
top side, first blood. Not the kind of opening they were hoping to look for, although it is traded out, but a core for a support, especially the Luna, favoring Luna here, was able to get the secure the first blood as well. Definitely in the favor for Immortals.
Yeah, always trying to get this Luna as ahead as you can. Luna is their name also for, this is Haze Main, I believe as they call it, the Deadlock. Have you played any of that yourself, Leo?
Not yet, not at the moment. But it seems like a really good one. I'm really excited. It's definitely a very fresh concept for sure. But we'll see when it gets fully released. But anyway, back to the matter of hand though. Bottom side, I don't think we should be seeing nothing too crazy happening at the bottom side, right? Like it's gonna be a very calm lane. Like although yes, it is 2 range against 1 melee and 1 range hero, but I don't think we're gonna get as much actually better than the top side. Yeah. Nice calls into the barrier soul. Haze is absolutely nowhere to run. I love the positioning coming in from JY. Really set it out accordingly. Didn't really give an opportunity for Luna to find any path of escape there. To make matters worse, there's also like the radius creeps also manually, physically blocking him as well. But yeah, that didn't really play out as planned here. So pretty good job.
Yeah. You always gotta be careful against, I mean, you know, you think Darkseer, not the strongest hero in lane typically, but when you pair it with something like the Clockwork, it can just kind of randomly get this advantage and kill you when you're least expecting it, especially with the cogs like that. And that was actually one of the things that was unfortunate, is that when they trade that kill and it goes to the Clockwork, getting boots on Clockwork feels so nice in the early game with this Darkseer.
Oh yeah.
So many shenanigans you can do in level 3 already on JY.
Tell me someone saw that.
I mean, it'd be pretty nice, right? I think like, I mean, Clockwork, even before the introduction of facets, right? He still had the title of the support killer. Always great for 1v1s as a support here as well. So everyone still respects it. Everyone still fear it. I still fear it from time to time as well. When my friend asks me to support him as well, when I see a cloudwork coming towards me, as a winter wyvern, I'm just like, yeah, I need to run. I gotta run.
You always gotta get out versus that hero.
Especially when he has boots first, right? Like if his first item is boots, you just can't outrun him. I noticed that, Rojo, you told me like your usual go-to mid heroes, right? Like, is there a particular? I'm just very curious. Is there like a particular hero that, like, without a doubt, without even thinking about it, like whether it matter or not, you just always go to that hero because you just have absolute faith in that? Is there that kind of hero for you in your competitive?
I mean, I would probably lean towards Ember Spirit as the one that I feel like I've, if my back's against the wall, it's probably my most comfortable one. Invoker's close behind. I am a Grandmaster tier Invoker. But Ember and Invoker go through a lot of kind of meta shifts. So weirdly, I think it's not one that I play as much. I've enjoyed it a lot recently, but I've always been very good at Queen of Pain. I feel like for a lot of Dota players, there's always that one hero that you don't quite know why, even when it's not meta. You're just, you just feel so confident on it.
Yeah.
And Queen of Pain's been like that for me. I still think Ember probably takes the cake there, but even when I look at the Dota hero screen, Batrider as well. That's one of my like weird rare ones that I bring out. But every time I play it, I'm just like, wow, this is I'm having a great time. It's very, very annoying hero for people to play against, but it's very fun to play in its own right.
I mean, what do you expect? He's also in the same category as a dumpster hero, right? Like, especially when they haven't nerfed his napalm strike. I remember at one point we had like mid Batrider, and if that wasn't happening, we still had post 4 Batriders in TIs as well. It's very annoying to do. It's very hard to annoy. It's BKB piercing ultimate as well. It's fast, farms fast. Yeah, there's nothing really wrong with the Batrider except the fact that he's just very soft. That's just pretty much the drawbacks I can get out of the Batrider. But the Rojo, as we were talking and our amazing observer was panning through all the players, I noticed some very familiar names like Barry 9Cs, JY. I feel like and Momo, I feel like we have seen them back in Odyssey Cup before, in France as well. I don't know why. I'm getting this really weird deja vu. I'm pretty sure I've seen. Oh yeah, okay. So Junson, I believe that's you, my friend. Thank you so much. Did I guess correctly? Is that you, my friend?
Waiting for a response.
Okay, I won.
You won all this time. It finally paid off.
Could never get it right. Never got it right, but funny I did. Thank God. But yeah, it's great to see Barry and France coming back. I don't think it's the full squad. I don't recognize some of the members here, but Barry for sure is there. JY as well. France. I think also in the previous game that we were casting, we also had one. I also have cast at least seen them before at least here. So I could be wrong. Could be just very similar names. I think too many times we have very similar names in the community as well. There's like no, I mean, maybe one day Valve is going to incorporate a system where uniquely that name belongs to the very first person who actually like registered that. Maybe, just maybe,
Maybe one of these days. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see people, back at the same tournament, putting their hats in the ring, trying to win out this 20,000 total USD prize for this tournament. Quite a hefty amount for some of these players, I'm sure.
This is not the first time. If I'm correct, right, Ro, if I'm correct, this is actually not the first time France and Barry fought head to head with each other in the Odyssey Cup as well. I know Barry's in the same mid lane. The same goes for France. I remember there was also another team I was casting back in Odyssey Cup for Indonesia side. Without fail, and I mean without fail, wasn't meta, wasn't anything. It's just without fail, he will always first pick the lone druid. If it was not the lone druid, it would have been the puck. And he had no equal. Every game he went in, the lone druid was just destroying everybody. The puck was destroying everybody. It just didn't make sense. It got up to the point where and the worst part is you can only ban so many heroes. And this was when Magic SF was still a thing. So if the lone druid puck was banned, he would have also opt for he will also offer the Shadow Field, and that was just pretty much GG. you just couldn't do anything about his asset. You just can't. He's just blinking in. He's blowing up somebody as well. He bullied so many people out of the mid lane. It was a disaster. It was an absolute disaster. Me and Otomo, we were looking at it. We're like, yeah, that is a slaughter which no one wanted to experience it. And I saw like two of my most feared heroes in that game. I'm just getting heart attacks, panic attacks every single time. But
Yeah,
of course,
Lone Druid, Puck, definitely up there in terms of scary heroes.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the wait. We're finally back. Everyone has, answered nature's call and back with an empty tank.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're happy to be. There is a level 1 leap on Ren. Hasn't got the arrow yet, which is a little unfortunate. But overall, lanes are relatively quiet. I think this Darkseer is having a better time than he probably initially anticipated after that kind of trade with Candy Loon, or trade with the Clockwork. Now, always funny to watch the two supports fight between each other.
No haste
Rose versus the Battery Assault.
If Candy Loon had the mana, I think he would have probably just committed for that alongside with JY. Got pretty close on top of Haste Main as well. But they pretty much have full control of the lane. I think Haste Main also is a little bit, I won't say reluctant. I think it's just more the fact that, like, especially with the positioning coming for JY, they just so much trying to respect that. Friends taking a little bit too many of right-click damage. Blood Grenade also being thrown out as well. Barry is trying to maximize those hits.
Oh, he did get the root off, but wasn't able to cancel it.
Yeah.
So just barely missed it. A little bit unfortunate, but overall still in a very good position. Barry the 19 and 5 on the Ember Spirit, which, to be fair, when you do pick the Earth Spirit, typically you're anticipating that the laning phase is not going to be easy. This hero just unfortunately does not have a lot of kill windows, barring pushing people into the tower. That is not always easy, especially against an Ember Spirit player who's always pushing against you. And actually, another dive top. They have Jakiro here as well. Hazeman is probably going to go down. I mean, the damage is a little bit too much from the Ion Shell. Straight onto JY, and maybe even 130 on the Jakiro, but 130 is a bit too much. That does not feel good for the safe lane here.
Yeah, I mean, good rotation overall coming from 130. I think there was, like I said, bottom lane. I don't think we're going to be seeing much action for that. I think it's a pretty calm lane. But whoa, Ren! A little bit too close there. Arrow, second arrow to be able to play, but 130 is somewhere in the vicinity. Did drop down the dual breath. Nice timing with the TP coming in from Hazeman. He did pop the surge. Should be able to try to get out of it. Not in the range for the dispose though. So could be settling with just tossing back 130. But he did get slowed by the dual breath, and just enough within the range for the cogs to lock and pull him back in. Fantastic job coming in from 130. And it's a very small thing, but it's still pretty great overall here. So. But of course, speaking of which,
one of the fun things about Earth Spirit can rotate bottom very early in the game.
Oh no! Okay. I mean, okay. So Momo still got the AXP from the cores, and then on top of that, France also got a double kill as well. The mid was pretty much on the down low for our dear friend France here. So getting the double kill definitely is a pretty nice thing for himself. Didn't really waste any time. Actually got a lot of EXP in some form of gold out of it at the same time. So thank God bottom has finally seen some form of action as well. But I mean that's because 130 also swapped to the top side. He also felt like he could at least try to do something in the top lane. He did manage to succeed, but that also means that you're just opening up opportunities for Iroh to actually get it. But that arrow though on Barry, but of course he did set up the pre-remnant. Nice safety cost to allow to actually force news back, to not allow the dispose of the repose as well. Overall, very cool. Yeah.
Thankfully, at least Barry does have the ability to TP back in the lane because of Fire Remnant, and actually goes back.
Go for the run. Yeah, but overall, I think it's been pretty good. Although, yes, we did have Luna die 1 or 2 times. If I know, say 1 or 2 times at least. But that's not gonna last. It's not gonna impact his last hit as well. He's a fantastic flash farmer. As long as the stack camps in the jungle, he's actually gonna be able to catch up real quick. As long as there's no invasion or anyone to really slow things down.
Yeah, and I also You know, I know that you haven't played Deadlock yourself, but I'll just interject. I think it is a little bit funny. Haze main on the Luna. Haze is like a, gun-heavy character that kind of farms a lot.
Right.
And then eventually is like a huge damage hyper carry.
Wait, is it the robot
So it's a little bit
one?
funny to see. Haze is... She's like the kind of ghost girl.
Oh, okay. So it's not the giant mechanized robot. Okay.
No, she's got these two like pistol machine guns. So I think she's fun. I only played her a few times. I haven't played that much Deadlock myself either, but I think it's funny the connection there. Playing the Luna, her name being Haze main.
Similarities, yeah.
So clearly has a kind of style of character he likes. And
Oh man, I love the play. There was the wall as well. Now that's where the illusion damage also comes into play as well. And illusion also comes with the passive skill, so that also somewhat impacts a little bit. But here comes the defensive TP. It is quite near to the tier 2 here. They want to try to get some form of punishing here, but the durability on Candy Lundo, on the other hand, absolutely significant. I mean, he will still go down eventually, but that took actually relatively longer than it's supposed to be, especially against the Darks here. My amazing observer, can we check the items for Candy Loon, the Darks here? Oh, no, there goes the haste rune.
they're stealing away the haste rune. Good arrow could be a kill, but not quite all.
Yeah, that's fine. JY's with the vicinity. Locked it up on the high ground. No stone remnant as well. It's too far. Do you have the rolling boulder? No, unfortunately not.
That was really unfortunate for Franz, especially too. He's looking towards the Spirit Vessel himself, which is good this game. This is just kind of a hard Earth Spirit game to itemize. I kind of pride myself for really liking item builds. I think that's I find that kind of one of the most interesting parts of Dota. Of course, being such a fan of Earth Spirit, I'm always trying to think of, what would be kind of an interesting build that you can go that would be really strong this game. It's not an incredible Spirit Vessel game, but it's not bad. Particularly, to be a nerd for a second here, I think when you want to go Spirit Vessel is particularly, of course, against healing, which is really nice, but if the heroes can't dispel it either, it definitely gains a lot of value just in terms of the damage it can provide. But he's a little bit behind the curve of, I think, when you'd want to be getting it. And of course, when you get it, you want to make sure that you can be aggressive. And in the mid lane, getting aggressive is very 9C. Ooh, this hook shot. But the boar actually gave an extra slight, and that is what actually did the finishing damage there on the double impact facet of the Ember Spirit.
Report for friendly fire.
Yeah. You are not happy if you're Ren there, and actually grouping up very early on the mid tower. 130 on the Jakiro, has gone for the liquid fire facet over liquid frost, and has 3 points left for pushing towers and macro fire as well.
Oh, that's great. I mean, seriously, Team Tofu wasting no time at all, especially since they already break the top tier 1 tower. I think Candy Loon also feel like there is really no need for it. There is the solo push out that lane as well. Might just stick with the team, try to look for fights. They have there's some form of a lead. They also want to create a little bit more spaces. They did also lose the bottom tier 1 tower, so it's giving a little bit of opportunity for Ira, the Nature's Prophet, to get some farm up.
And they know that against Beastmaster's going to be stacks. Sword Fire's popped.
Oh, okay, nah. Sadly enough. A little bit too much damage to tank there. Nice side of fist also with the roots as well. Bide some time. Haze main not in the range to get the Lucid Beam up here. Try to dodge the boulder. Will find success, but Lewis is in the range of the disposal. Will toss it back in. Barry trying to get some damage in, but a little bit too greedy for the saves there. Wolf going connected by the Sacred Arrow. Toss back into the Eclipse. Instantly trying to give some damage in will actually lead to his fall as well. Candy Loon can't really do much in that situation. Probably, yeah, he had the mech, but he didn't really want to try to get too close, especially with the Eclipse active. No.
Yeah, I think it was a really good idea to try and take away those stacks, but when you get punished like that, it is a tiny bit unfortunate. It would have been really nice if they had that Wrath of Nature for possibly fighting or Candy Loon there, so unfortunately they get caught on the backside. Especially too, there's so much displacement from the Immortals here. I mean, you got the Marshy Dispose, and then of course the Boulder Smash, which is quite nice into, I believe it was Crit stream that I was watching this is probably almost 2 or 3 years ago, of course, but Crit is, you know, one of the most renowned Earth spirits in the world. And he was on the same team as a Mirana in some pub, and every time the Mirana threw an arrow, he just kicked them right into it. Friend does unfortunately go down, so good and curse him for talking about it. But it's a fun little mini game that he was playing. Maybe they can match it this game if they don't lose too much early on here. And unfortunately also going down on the Marcy.
So here's some form of control back. More control as well. I think in terms of objective wise, besides the mid tier one, I think it's still pretty even out for both sides. Kill score, of course, is still in the favor of Team Tofu.
Dire are scanning.
They, of course, are on they're definitely the ones on the hunt and, of course, prioritizing primarily in the initiation side at least. Almost gets spotted out here. Popping the Eagle, gets some form of vision, but here comes the TPs coming in from Ira as well. Sprout comes in, pops into the primal as I try to break through, including the primal roll. You want to see if we get a couple of acts in here. Got the bonus damage from the first rolling axis and will be able to get the kill on Ira and TPs out to safety. Well done. Despite being
That timing was so clutch. He got the Ags on Courier as they were going on him. So Momo is pretty happy with that one, of course. And any advantage that you can eke out is what's going to matter the most here. Fawn's kind of going for something cheeky, but actually a quick shot.
It's on to the Macropire. Still going to be able to roll out. Moonlight Shadow also committed. Don't think whether they spotted the Moonlight being active.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, Solar Flare, I guess maybe it was just for this mid tower here. The Immortals are coming away with a slight net worth lead. They're actually smoking without Macropire or the hookshot.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We're gonna have to be very precise to get a pick off here. Ooh,
Oh,
nice
what a vacuum. Does he?
Very nice attempt.
Smoked out. Did they notice? Wait, hold on. Let me see them vision wise. No, they didn't. They didn't spot the smoke, but Lewis did break the smoke as well for the illusion rune. Didn't get caught by the searing change. Thank God for that. Most likely would have been a dead Marcy if that route actually connected as well. Bottom side, Momo's just very casually farming. Yeah. Scepter. I think he. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a 12-minute Scepter, right? Or 11 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was about 12 or 13 when he got that off the Courier and then got that kill TP'd out. So he's having a very comfortable game. It's also nice for him to be comfortably set in this top side, because taking out Roche after this 15 minutes is definitely possible. Especially to Arrow not having the best game so far in the Natures, unfortunately.
There goes the jumps of Slom. The damage is significant, but again, here comes the reinforcement as well, as they want to see if they can try to attempt to bring it back. They drop the iron wall. First, France comes in with the assist for the Earth Spirits over the rolling golden as well. Momo vacuums back into the mix as well, but sadly the Cobra just can't really withstand the damage, even with the Pavis active as well. They're just too much for them to tank inside the magnetism as well. Pulls back. Candy Loot is trying to run. Doesn't have to surge though. 10 seconds on it as well. He will have another stone boulder here, but not needed. Rolling the bash will be enough. And they will secure at least 2 picks. 4, sorry. Correction from the side here, Team Tofu. Very massive one. While trying to save the Ira, the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, just so much damage coming out from the Beastmaster at this point in the game. You really don't want to fight into this hero's timings, especially Nature's Prophet just feeling not the best at the moment here, even especially to Franz. Not trying to make it any easier timing.
He's trying, yeah. Okay, he's Rolling Ball is going to be connecting on JY instead. Ice Spell locks it down in place. At least they get the punch up on France.
A little bit greedy for sure, but you know, you got to go for those. It's about sending a message to you, as we've said before.
No, my version was it's not about the gang, it's about the message. I didn't say it's about dying and it's about sending the message. The only message
it sends a clear message though when you're an Earth Spirit, you go and you die, you say, I am not mentally well. I am going to chase you the entire game. And that's exactly what you want from that type of player on that type of hero. Actually, in the mid lane, it looks like they're trying to catch out somebody.
That's Lewis.
Just the Marcy.
Yeah, no way to run. He didn't manage to get the DD rune though. That'd be nice. Great deny. They do have some offensive warding on that triangle as well, so we give them some nice classic vision. But by the way, yeah, coming back to what we were mentioning, yeah, I think there's a proper line, right? Like a proper code for those kind of contacts, right? Like, I believe it's I believe the term is called "it's all planned," right? Not not whatever you just said just now, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, ideally, you know, if you get the kill there, then at least you can try and tell yourself that it was worth it. I think for no reason it is particularly not worth it, believe it or not. But overall, still a pretty commanding lead from the Immortals. We haven't seen them in quite a while, but this Luna, very happy, I think, with the game state at 11,000 net worth. And maybe this is finally when they're going to kind of pull the trigger. They have BKB, Dragonlance Mom on Hazemain.
Yeah.
Just go hit the Roshan, get an early Aegis. Why not?
Ooh, nice. Let's go coming for Nu. It's a sicker arrow. Still gonna land at maximum stun duration. They put the Puppies, but they're gonna tank down for a little while. So, but here comes a Glyph Neo coming from Ira. Locked it on the place. He still has another leap, but gets rooted down again by the Searing Chains. Here comes the Eclipse on top of the Moonlight Shadow as well. Do they have the detection though? Not too sure. They do have the Sentry in hand. Haven't really been placed on stick. Trying to focus on the fight that's currently happening at hand. Two supports currently out of commission, so Macropile was not able to be active in time. And without the two supports, lacking a manpower, they decided to fall back. But this means it's an opportunity for the first Roche into the round.
Yeah, and a really nice thing too is that the Immortals are getting very comfortably into their BKB timings. Hazemain, of course, already having theirs, but Momo is getting really close to it on the Beastmaster himself, and then of course Franz on the Earth Spirit has it as well. And you know, this is one thing as well that I will praise Franz for. I think he's played the Earth Spirit pretty magnificently, but he did not buy boots at all. He doesn't care for them. I also like playing Earth Spirit that way most of the time. He just goes for an old talisman, says, you know, mana is movement when you have a clone that goes this far.
Yeah.
So why do you need 500 gold wasted on boots?
True. But I mean, also at the same time, like, he doesn't really have to worry too much about, like, in this game. There's not so far, like, the amount of fights he has been in so far, there's like not a significant amount of damage or damage burst that's really like just melting him away. So, been pretty confident in what he has right now with the BKB and everything.
Yeah, the BKB feels so nice on Earth Spirit. Completely changes the way this hero plays, and you know, you get to go very comfortably into this next item as well for Hazemain. Not really threatened by anything, especially Barry. He had a pretty decent laning phase as the Ember, but this is kind of why we've seen Ember drop a little bit in prio from the mid lane. Is sometimes it can just be really hard to get from that first item into that kind of succulent second item. Usually it has to be the BKB. I mean, but not feeling the strongest for Barry here.
Yeah, I mean that's why they say, right? Like, it's Ember falls under the category where some heroes, when they only thrive when they're, you know, when there's when they have some form of relief or they're snowballing, right? Oh, love the assist coming from Marcius over the repost. Gonna be able to get a pick up on Ira, and that's just safe lane as well. Very massive core. Pretty much feels like they're all across the map as well, and of course with the confidence coming in from Momo, the Beastmaster, pretty much deny even more areas of power. Nice silence coming in from the Earth Spirit as well, but France has the BKB, but he's eventually going to be able to timed out soon. Get Cox back. I love the positioning as well, ensuring that the rolling bullet is going to be able to connect back him into the wall again. Finally, the damage comes through, but here comes Hayes with his own personal BKB into the Eclipse as well. Going to be able to melt away Barry, and for the rest of the squad, who doesn't really have any more skills, abilities, or ultimates, has no choice but to fall back and fall prey to Hayes. And of course, coming from the sidelines, we have Ren to deny the route of escape here. And sadly, only Jakiro will fall alongside with at least two other cores of their line.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, unfortunately, they ran a little bit out of steam and, you know, thought, okay, we'll get this nice back wall, but Hazemain just a little bit too strong at this point in the game. This is why we see Luna do so well, and it's not just the Luna. The supporting cast for this hero is incredible. Of course, sidekick from Marcy, Sword Flare, even the aura from Beastmaster for attack speed. It's, you know, it's everything here. You know, Hazemain has been set up for success. Even a Solar Crest on this Marcy. So, I mean, if Luna is scary on her own when she has this much farm, then with this good of a supporting cast, it feels like the Immortals have a very solid avenue to try and create a huge lead and eventually start pushing these buildings.
But it feels also like it's just not enough to play so long to kill the Ember. But still a beautiful three-man back, but then again, they still have some form of escape. Gets rooted out by the Glyph, but still able to lead out the safety. Momo, with so much disciples on top of him, he's not going to be able to fully relent here. Now coming into the mix, he do have the Slide of Fist coming off of Kun as well. Will come in just to secure the kill on both the Marcy and Mo. Very big kill, especially on Momo as well, since he was currently on quite the streak that he has. And also, he has been denying a lot of the side lanes from Ira and the Nature's Power from farming as well. Like, it felt like even, I'm not sure whether you noticed for this past few minutes, like, Ira could just Momo could solo Ira anytime. So, it's constantly just pushing out the Radiant side lanes and jungle. So, he wasn't too confident in his own personal jungle, so he went to the Dire side, which eventually gets caught off by both France and Marcy as they were also within the vicinity. So just trying to predict the routes on where Ira could be farming. That's why he's just been pretty slowed down right now. I mean, he's still top of his team. He's still the top level in his teams here. But he's been pretty significantly slowed down. There's just not enough areas for him to cover here in the farm. Same goes for the Ember as well.
And this is one of the big benefits of having the Beastmaster. I mean, it definitely fell off a little bit in Prio, but of course, when you have a player who's very comfortable on it, having just that long BKB piercing stun means that it's not always the end-all be-all. You know, I feel like when the Immortals, when they get their BKBs here, it takes very precise chain stunning from Team Tofu to actually get a kill that they're looking for. But on the Immortals, sometimes you press that BKB, you know, Ira could have the best BKB timing in the world, perfectly dodge, you know, it just does not matter.
Yeah.
So this hero becomes, you know, very quickly becomes problematic, and of course nullifies one of the strongest items in the game, BKB, to almost its entirety sometimes, you know, if it's used well. Now he's level 18, so that is a maxed out Primal Roar.
Yeah. And we are long past the phase where the main damage from the Immortal side is just magic. Is no longer that anymore. It's now just flat physical damage. And just with the Primal Roar on the BKB user like the Ember Spirit, there's just no way he's going to be able to withstand the kind of damage output. Even with the Solar Crest active. Well, they did manage to find Nuis here. Probably try to melt them down as quickly as possible. Isolate as many members, try to minimize the amount of manpower they had to deal with. A beautiful Primal Roar on top of the Ember Spirit as well. The damage is trying to pull through. Ira was literally all prioritizing and focusing down, melting away Momo here. Trying to find some success. They're trying to chase him down. Wasting a lot of time. He did finally pop into the BKB. But Hayes Main at the sideline while they're trying to chase down the tanky offlaner. Hayes Main is having the time of his life. And he's just constantly just right-clicking all of these heroes down to size. Very nice. You gotta be careful. He doesn't really have the BKB. Gets stunned by the Lucent Beam here, but has to slowly and casually kite out the Luna. He's currently on the run. He doesn't really have enough mana. The buyback also coming as well. Ira is convinced that he needs to get this kill. They got the Iceman on top of the dual breath. There's no mana on the hands here of Hayes Main, and he will fall for it as well. Ah, alright.
Oh yeah, and I mean, that was just, it felt like it was just a little bit premature for Momo. Pulled the trigger a bit too fast with that kind of early Primal Roar and then the BKB committed as well. So I would like to see, ooh, Ren steals away Shield Rune. Runs away. Very annoying on this Mirana, but you know, I think the Immortals are in an incredible spot in this game, but I think they need to be just a little bit more patient. They're a little bit too far pushed out without the rest of the team and using their spells a little bit too prematurely, especially with these BKBs. When you get into kind of these game threes, I feel like there's a little bit of jitters. You know, you don't want to get caught by this random, you know, ice path and then suddenly the fight goes poorly, so you just pop it early. But unfortunately, sometimes you do get punished for that. And Team Tofu is still not coming out with a massive victory, especially with Ira having to commit the buyback. But at this point, you'll take anything to slow down the Immortals. Anytime that Luna is dead is time that she is not hitting your buildings or creeps, and that feels good enough.
Yeah. It feels like there's might be a little bit too many people that need to prioritize, right? Like the years is already bad. It's already bad enough that France is somewhat so durable and being a nuisance in your face. There's also like Momo is also doing significant amount of damage. Same goes for Luna as well, which has been free hitting for the last fight too. They did lose Nuis very early. Nuis de Marcy, right? It was practically like a 5v4, but like both the Clockwork and Jakiro just couldn't really withstand the damage. Like once Momo or the Luna actually got on top of them, it was just pretty much done deal. It's pretty much like a set story. It didn't even need the sidekick buff as well. Just completely melt them out just from the blaze jumping too.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, and this is a pretty massive point though. If he can get it before the smoke lands, I do like Team Tofu actually going for this. The Earth Spirit is really close to Shiva's, but doesn't quite have it yet. Nice root.
Oh, Rook into the hook shot and Ice Spark, so that's a guaranteed kill on the Mirana. But the BKB into the Primal Roar as well. It'll be locked down. Beautiful vacuum though, but the end again, they all pop the BKB and just literally outrun the competition. They have no fear of the magic abilities. They say, so what? I got the Black King, but I'm the king here. Ira was able to BKB TP out. No Primal Roar to cancel that one for sure. Barry still has a Fire Remnant at the back side. We're gonna be able to all the way to safety. Candyland, on the other hand, had to escape through the traditional way by running out of the competition. Got the blink out in time, but still not safe yet. Get the keep in 0.2 seconds on top of that. Will be denied. Vacuum in, but will still fall and die.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of times, you don't see the mid-earth spirit as much a lot of times, and you forget how much damage it does. He lands a huge silence, a huge magnetize, even going on to Ira himself with Momo coming through the gate. So that was a crazy read from Franz. I don't even think that they had vision down there. He just knows, I guess. That was a really good pick off to get.
I'm assuming it
feels like they're everywhere.
I'm assuming because he had that graded Treant in the lane. I'm assuming it might have been that one thing that probably have like. I mean, that could have been the result. Maybe it's like you say, a fantastic read. Right? Like, where else could he farm? I think they just took a gander on it as well. Just this.
And the Shiva's too really helping out Franz, because that gives a lot of vision. Especially you can go such a far distance on the Earth Spirit during that.
Yeah.
Time, so.
And it also reduced the effectiveness of the mech as well, so it's reduced all kinds of healing, right?
Radiant's top tower is under
So many problems.
Game only gets harder for Team Tofu here, and especially too, a lot of people, I mean, at least the way that I view Earth Spirit is that he's definitely kind of weak in lane, and then he has a pretty decent kind of mid game when he can get his items, but this hero is actually a late game monster if you ever had to play against it. Magnetize, especially level 15 is the extra magnetized duration and damage. Of course, level 18 just makes that even more, but level 25 magnetize becomes undispellable. So there's absolutely no way to get rid of it, and this hero just, I mean, it becomes so tanky, it's so mobile, and it does so much damage on the later portion of this game. So to have a spot like this as Franz is definitely something you're happy for, and that's without mentioning how farmed Momo and Hazemane are.
I mean, we'll also eventually get to the point where Nu is the Marcy will also do significant amount of damage with the ultimate Unleashed as well. Like, I think many times even, like, not just the late game, like even early game, we just see Nu just do significant amount of damage to like some of the cores as well. Like, he's not really picking them off, but it's just like just giving like just taking a huge chunk of HP, just like already forcing like cores to back off already. Playing safe, playing passive as it is. So now we slowly get to the late game, get more items on the top of Marcy. At this point, we might reach a moment where Immortals, the entire lineup, is just pretty much becoming cores at this point. Oh, 130. Rolling Brothers not going to be able to connect on that. He's trying to TP out, but nah, Sally, not going to be able to walk out. Not the kind of Cinderella story he's going to be receiving here, unfortunately.
Yeah, not able to get out there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Is that 80 Luna?
That is terrifying. The amplified damage, as it were, and getting close, or I mean, having the Conda on Courier actually even bottles it just for good measure. So this high ground is a force to be reckoned with. They don't even have the Jakiro to D-push.
Oh, no.
Just got to rely on Ion Shells, Sleight of Fists, Rocket Flares, whatever they can manage, but now there's a Roshan Banner. That's problematic, Leo.
Yeah, it is insanely problematic. I'm not sure how they're really going to try to stop this. And even if they want to try, France is going to be trying to attempt to roll in. I love the attempt though with the coming from JY with the Cogs hockey here. It's like back, get away.
Yeah, try to dispel them, try to get rid of them any way you can. The moment you're not able to.
Yeah, that's impossible. It's already bad enough that Luna is already hitting for like almost 300 damage, but with the 80 on top of that, it's like 700 plus. It's like insane already. And now we're gonna get the Octarine on top of that space, which is gonna be even more of a nuisance. More durability, more cooldowns as well, and all the abilities as well. Yeah, it's not fun. It's high and a lot of high armor from the Shivas. You sure Clover has the Crimson, he also has the Solar Crest as well, but The amount of damage you're dealing with, the amount of durability you have to melt through as well is also a pretty big. So, nice vacuum, but not really vacuum into the wall though. Actually, vacuum out the wall. But still, nice
Yeah,
attempt.
unfortunately, magnetized.
Oh, BKB and into the primal roll. I think this is just pretty much the transition, right? Bury BKBs and that's the primal. There's just pretty much nothing you can do about it because now the entire BKB duration is just completely wasted. Now he can just constantly just dive in. He tried to go over the searing chains here, but Hazeman just doesn't care. He has the damage, he has the eclipse, and instantly crits away Candy Loon. No buybacks here on the other hand, and France still will dive in, and he knows he can because he's just so durable. They just don't have the damage to melt him away, and he jumps back in again. No way for him. Barry can't really withstand it. Will die. Does have the buyback for it. Will he come in for it? Will do it. But they are just gonna prioritize hitting the tower. They quit the glyph. They're giving the all chat as well. Giving the congratulations, having all the funds that they have. And the towers just couldn't withhold. And a beautiful stun coming from the rolling boulder here will seal Barry's fate. GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. The Immortals will be moving forward into the upper bracket furthermore.
Yeah, semifinals, which is really the threshold you want to get to in this tournament, because that means you might have the chance, even if you lose, you have that third slot in the kind of loser semis there, loser finals. And getting to semifinals is a huge deal. The Immortals, I'm sure, are definitely feeling a bit relieved after that one. A pretty dominant game 3 overall.
Yeah, I'm still very curious to see what really went down for game 1 and game 2. I felt like we had a different kind of concept and gameplay coming from both of these two teams, but this game 3, it definitely feels like they had a plan. They tried to execute that plan as well. There was some form of success, but I think there just wasn't enough. I feel like it wasn't enough aggression to stop the Luna from the flash farming as well. Like compared to the other Luna games that we were experiencing, especially coming from, I believe it was, who was the one that was playing the Shadow Demon in the last game that we were seeing against the Luna?
Is Teehee?
Oh yeah, Teehee. Yeah, he just went and blocked every side camp every 2 minutes. The minute he sees Sentry gets the award, he's just back at the job. He's like, all right, guys, I feel there's nothing happening across the map. I'm just going to TP top, do a real quick rotation just to block all the other side camps again. I felt like we didn't see enough, enough aggression to really control the Luna, especially when we saw the transitioning towards that mid game as well. That's why we see a little bit of bounce back. But also at the same time, I felt like Momo got a little bit out of hand with the Beastmaster as well. It got to the point where even Ira was very choked out of options, right? He couldn't, his bottom half of the silence of the Radiant jungle was controlled by Momo. He tried to show himself, his teammate tried the TP to go for the support, but nice timing with the scepter delivery as well from the courier. Courier sometimes is the winning team here. But really pulling in for Momo really to cement his spot there in that lane. Ira could have gone to the top side, also being controlled by the Earth Spirit, and Nu is the Marcy as well. And there's not a lot of place for Ira to farm, and the Earth Spirit also needs to get the next amount of farm. And like what we discussed as well for Spirit Heroes, Ember Spirit in particular, or Storm Spirits, they also need to be snowballing or have some form of lead to really output their aggression and their fear, right? Without being in the lead, it's pretty much equalized with alongside with another mid lane. And I feel like you're not going to be able to maximize that damage that Spirit Heroes can actually do.
Yeah, not able to really. I mean, they came out of the lanes okay on Team Tofu, but not as much as they wanted to for sure. And I think, a big thing in that early game, Franz getting that double kill in the bot side really cemented him having an incredible game on this Earth Spirit. And definitely, I think, probably relieved a lot of pressure on the other parts of the map as well. You just lose 2 heroes in the bot lane. Now you need to put more resources there. Suddenly, Hazemane is hitting the jungle. He's got this massive madness. And overall, I just think this Immortals draft is very... it's very Luna-centered, and of course we know how strong this hero can be.
Yep.
And of course, if it's supporting the Luna, but as well Momo is even higher net worth or very similar net worth, you get this early Roshan from that Ags, Bronze, Earth Spirit. I mean, you couldn't wish for a better hero or player to, just be constantly getting those pickoffs, constantly beating those catches. And, we didn't mention it as much either, but I was also very impressed with Ren's arrow. I feel like I watched him miss 2 of them the whole game. He was really on point with this.
Oh yeah, it's been really great. Arrows connection as well. I also feel like there was also another beautiful thing that we also noticed from the Semifinal models is just the fact that it felt like everyone really did what they were supposed to do. Like it wasn't a situation where like, oh okay, like my teammate is back in the jungle, my offlaner is just, you know, he's surviving, that's fine. No, it wasn't really like that. They were giving so much threats all across the map. Like it was forcing the Radiant team to literally have to have multiple choices, right? Like what can we do? The bottom Ira is suffering. The Momo is constantly pushing them in. The Earth Spirit is so durable, and the top lane also is being besieged pretty heavily as well. So I felt like they were really choked out of options here because everyone in the model side was really doing what they were supposed to do here. But we did see some really good like smoke gangs and some really great initiation coming in from the Radiant side, but I felt like it just really did enough. They just really tanked out. They really just tanked out the damage that was being outputted on the Radiant team.
Yeah, and that's what happens, as we've seen in this meta. When you can get ahead, you can get those auras and those defensive items like the Solar Crest that we see so often head into those kind of early Aegises. By the time you get that second one, is just, you know, Hazemane is just a little bit too strong. So yeah, everybody in Immortals, like you said, just really kind of filling their role. It didn't feel like anybody had very much awkwardness, very comfortable on their heroes. So glad to see for them in a well-deserved semifinals position.
I love the zoom in. By the way, that was a very nice touch coming from the broadcast, dude. That was a very nice touch. The zoom in on the chat. Oh man, you gotta love the Silver rivalry. But of course, with that being said, MVP is gonna be Momo. Absolute threat across the map. I think like he had the most. He has seen the most actions from the early game towards the late game as well. So pretty great stuff coming from Momo. Very, very well deserving offlaner. Yes, finally. I'm not being biased. Okay, this is like by facts. Offlane deserve this MVP role. Really well done. Very fast scepter as well. On top of that, too.
Incredibly fast, and that enables so many map movements at that point. And it's funny too. When I was thinking about it, a very small detail is Momo wouldn't have gotten that Axe Scepter if they didn't have the Marcy, because the Courier is a higher level. It is faster.
Yeah.
So fun little thing there for you. He might not have gotten that opportunity, but you guys do have the opportunity, of course, to pick up yourselves one of the new Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 monitors.
No way.
If you've been paying attention. Yeah, we have had a few discount codes, and we'll keep them coming around, as you guys know. But I mean, there's really no missing out on the G8, is there, Leo? It's got brighter highlights with stunning colors, of course, as you can expect from any of their monitors. It's a whopping 32 inches with a 240 hertz refresh rate and 0.3 millisecond response time. So it's incredible for gaming, but with that smart TV feature, and of course, just the absolute size of it. Of course, it's not, you know, clunky. It looks incredible since it is slim, but it's perfect if you love playing those high-end games, those beautiful games, and, you know, watching just shows casually.
I mean, like he has options. He has no equals. Perfect for your power rig if you really want to like at least match his equal performances as well. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna give you some time to check out the G8 and the G6, and possibly even some of Red Bull's new flavor, both either the apple and muscat grape flavor or the pomelo one, which I'm still in debate. I'm not sure which two of the flavors my favorite here. But we're just going to give you some time to research upon it as we take a quick short break here. But don't go away for too long. Our final series of tonight is going to be coming to you guys right after this.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are back at the Samsung Odyssey Cup. I'm joined here by Leo, of course. Very energized with the 2 different flavors of Red Bull you've had so far, aren't you, Leo?
Yeah, I have actually. Interesting enough, I'm back to the Apple one. Just to give a swing in there. You know, I'm still
Always
pretty.
good to
Yeah,
hear.
you know, I'm still pretty convinced. The Apple one is the one. I can't betray Apple. I've always been liking Apple. As a kid, I'm still gonna like Apple now. And speaking of which, I know there's something you viewers will like. It's gonna be this discount code that's gonna be here for you guys if you ever are interested in actually purchasing yourself the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 or G6. It's very simple. The discount code is right now below here for you guys. If you notice, the initial part of the code is actually representing the region you're going to be applying it for. So, for example, if you're from Malaysia, then it's going to be the MY Odyssey Cup for you guys. So same goes for the rest of the region, whether it's Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Odyssey, and now New Zealand. But anyway, Rojo, we have gone through, I guess, 1 series and a half so far. We're about to go to our 2nd series of the day.
A 3rd, I suppose, of a series. And yeah, we are here into the semifinals pretty comfortably. I believe on the stream we were going to be covering the Immortals versus Outcasts, from what I was seeing during our break there. Which we've seen a little bit of the Immortals, but the Outcast will be new to us. They had a 2-0 against Please Report Timbersaw, so I'm sure they are feeling quite good after that.
All right. So that's enough for our updated bracket. This is going to be our today's matches here. So just to update you guys as well, because initially it was pretty much TBD. We haven't really decided who was going to be in the semifinals, but now we do here. So now, initially we had our first series, which was Manta Esports versus Team Flow. Then we had a nice teaser of game number 3 between Immortals and Immortals just now. And now we're going to be casting our 2nd series here. It's going to be a full series, by the way, best of 3. Semifinals, Immortals versus Outcast. Now, we had a good teaser about how the Immortals was playing, especially with the showcase of both Momo and Franz. Very excited to have them back here again. Not sure whether the Team Outcast had enough time to actually, you know, research the team during the online broadcast here as well. So if they have, they pretty much know what they're pretty much going to be signing up for here. However, we're seeing a little bit different types of bans, even coming from the Immortal side, as they are banning out both the Lashrick and the Morphling here.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure they probably know something about Outcast if they're banning heroes like that. A little bit of specialist heroes, but I mean, we just opened up the draft, but I already like what Outcasts have done. I mean, of course, we've talked about wanting to see the Underlord a few times. Either it gets banned or just slightly edged out by a different hero that they're maybe more comfortable with. And of course, the ultimate counter to Underlord is Rubik, so they just pick it for themselves.
Oh. Okay, seeing Shadowfiend back to the mix as well. I'm happy, yes, like you mentioned as well. I'm happy to see the Underlord. I think the kind of like with the kit that he has alongside with the itemization, besides being a fantastic aura item buyer, very durable skills, and also he has abilities, especially with the portal. Where the portal allows him to be very dynamic and very mobile across the map, especially once he gets it off. You can really see some really great team synergy playing off the portals for sure. But I'm more interested in the fact that, like, for the Lashrick. I remember the last time, the only reason why you have the Lashrick it is quite back. Because very dominant mid back then. Also, the same time, you didn't want him to play against illusion heroes, right? Pretty good against illusion heroes, pretty high ground for building shredding as well. So that really, I guess that ban really caught me off guard. The ban that we haven't seen quite. Of course, following up with their last support here is going to be Dark Below. Without questions and without issues. It's pretty great so far. I don't see why not. I don't see why it is bad for the Immortals.
Yeah, I'm sure they're happy to have it. We've seen it do pretty well in almost all the games that we've watched so far in these first 2 days. So no surprises yet in draft. I do think the Leshrac ban, probably either something along the lines of somebody on Outcast is very comfortable on it. But also Leshrac these days, occasionally people like to actually run it as support, and then you take the facet where your Diabolic Edict, the W does not hit towers actually, but it goes a little bit faster, so it does a lot more kind of single target damage. So maybe they have some plan with it. It is, pretty decent against Darkwill, stereotypically, and more heroes we've seen before, Leo. Dragonite Jakiro.
No, Dragonite.
Very solid
Dragonite. I think Dragonite is common, right? But Jakiro, I think this is our third Jakiro. This is the interesting one to me. Like, I'm wondering, like, okay, maybe Jakiro is maybe the comfort pick for this guy, because like I can't see anything besides, like, besides high ground, really great high ground defense, one of the best stun ability, long range stun abilities of the game, decent tower hitter and lane horizon with the liquefy. I really can't see anything else besides that. On why are we seeing a repeat return?
I mean, I do think
Jakiro,
it is a
right?
pretty decent Jakiro game. I mean, you do have to sometimes be careful into being caught by the Tusk and Dark Willow and whatnot, but it's a very value kind of Ice Path Macro Pyre game. Obviously, having the AoE spells against the Dark Willow is very nice. You can put it right on top of where the snowball is going to land. Shadowfiend's always playing super far back, so being able to deny him getting into a fight is always nice. So I can see the value of it. It's just very, it's just very consistent. Some people just like to play their Jakiro. Same, I feel like some patches ago, sometimes you just like to play like Lich or CM if you're a support player. It's just strong in lane. You know what you're going to do. You know the game plan.
Yeah.
Immortals, however, they need a game plan here. Actually go for Lycan. Very interesting.
Okay, now that's another hero that we haven't been seeing. It feels like the Immortal team has been bringing us down memory lane for a while, right? Like the heroes they've been picking so far are heroes that was pretty meta in the last patch. And when I say last patch, I'm not talking about 7.37. I'm talking about like maybe 7.35 or 6. When we still had like Shadowfiend mid, we still had the Lycan and the Beastmasters off lanes. Those kind of run you down kind of composition as well. A real walk-through memory lane coming from him. It's a very fresh feeling here. Outcast.
Just to touch on this Lycan pick, I'm not much of a Lycan player myself. There's I think I have high win rate on the hero, but that's because it obviously got through phases of being very strong. But
weird flex,
from what I
but
understand,
cool.
Thank you. It's just it's just one of those weird heroes. But from what I understand from players who I've known who are quite proficient in the Lycan, one of the big categories or one of the big things for them is, are the enemy supports weak against the summons? And Jakiro, Rubik aren't particularly the strongest, although it does worry me a little bit that they have those kind of rocks of Dragonite and Underlord. But I can see the reasoning behind going for it, especially to just the minus armor with the Shadow Fiend, and then the extra damage coming out from Tusk. So pretty value game in terms of Howl and just that minus armor. Now they have a last pick here. More than likely, I would suspect it to be a mid, keeping the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. But they're having quite a few banned out here for Tiny. So it is a mid laner. Just a little bit of initiation, which I think is probably not a bad idea. Get a little bit of tempo for your lineup. Something that can be a bit more of a supporting cast for this Lycan and the Shadow Fiend.
I think it's also fine, right? Like you do still want still a dedicated initiator as well, and it can be pretty disruptive because you got like decent amount of AoE stuns, and let's be honest, with the kind of lineup that Immortal is running, it can be pretty chaotic, especially once you really get into the thick of things like brambles, snowballs, and ice shards as well. And on top of that, it's also going to give a really good opportunity for the Shadow Fiend to actually really position yourself properly to actually get some really damage in. The Tiny, on top of that, another body in the front lines. We're looking at 3 strength heroes, right? Both the Lycan, the Toss, and the Tiny. I think it's pretty great. But our cast here, coming in with the Earthshaker here. I believe they just wanted another long range stun as well. The fish is always pretty fantastic as well. Sure, Echo Slam can be somewhat, I wouldn't say countered, but I can say fully say in confidence that the amount of damage can be reduced with the Pipe of Insights. But seeing Lycan pick up the Pipe of Insight, it's like rather odd.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting, but overall, I mean, this is presumably an Earthshaker mid, which will be going into the Tiny.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fairly comfortable. You know, Earthshaker versus melee heroes typically has a decent time. And then just having that kind of instant stun into these relatively squishy heroes of the Dark Will, the Shadow Fiend, even Lycan at times, feels okay. So I don't mind this last pick Earthshaker from them. And interestingly enough, we actually have Franz on the Shadow Fiend, so I'm curious to see if that's because he actually wants to run a mid Shadow Fiend with safe lane Tiny, which would be interesting, or if he's just kind of the designated SF player. He'll take it safe lane, you know, no cares. He just wants to play the hero, just to see what he does. Since we did see him on the Earth Spirit last game in the mid lane.
And I think I remember seeing Franz playing Shadow Fiend in the Odyssey, but like I said, if that is the same Franz, you know, we have a lot of similar names recently, so. But I'm just gonna take my bet. This is the same Franz that I knew from the Odyssey Cup, so not too surprised seeing like all these like casual mid heroes coming back to play into his hands again. So pretty excited to see it. Actually, I'm pretty sure like it was still pretty flex at the time, like exactly like how you mentioned it too, Rojo. But I think after the final selection of the Earthshaker, I think they just someone decided to just switch things up a little, to change things out, like how they want to really interact with the game now. But we'll just have to see. I feel like both teams definitely have certain requirements that need to be met here, but I feel they at least covered like at least majority of the bases, right? Just enough frontliners.
Yeah, I mean,
decent amount of disables.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty consistent lineups. I don't see any glaring issues looking at either of these lineups. I think it's overall a pretty even draft. You're happy with the trades, of course. As we've said many times before, this is the game one, so both teams are probably feeling each other a little bit out. We're kind of also trying to get a feel of how the teams are going to play and interact with each other. And of course, you know, we have these kind of two strength heroes in the last portion of the draft, the Tiny and the Earthshaker. So they're going to dictate a lot of tempo in this game. Tiny in particular going to look out for that Blink Dagger timing on both the mid laners. So it looks like it is insane. So I don't even know if he was here for this last game. I don't remember seeing his name. Unless that, So we did have Hayes main last game, instead of Insane. So Franz is now playing the safe lane. So nice of them to be able to take that series without the player who I'm assuming is on their main roster. So Insane now taking this mid, Franz being in the safe lane with the SF. We'll have to see how that dynamic is different for them.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's still going to be a very interesting one. And Nis, oh sorry, my apologies. I thought it was always Newis, but it's actually Nis the entire time. So
yeah, I mean, look at him. He's just standing there.
You got drinking buddies probably asking them out for drinks. You know, like, hey, mate, on a pint before we take this fight head on, right?
Of course, very friendly from them, and ooh, nice movement from.
Yeah, but sadly not so friendly at the bottom lane, right?
Not friendly at all. They might not be able to get this kill, unfortunately, but pushing him out of lane is at least nice.
Yeah, but forcing getting a lot of regen. And by the way, thanks for correcting me, right? So it's not 3 Strength Heroes 2. I forgot the Lycan is currently the universal one. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, you know, still typically gets a decent amount of HP, so just going to get a lot more damage from the stats in the early game is the big difference there for universal heroes. And this is one of the mid lanes of all time. 2 strength heroes who hit hard.
You know, no matter how many times I'm seeing it, I'm still not used to the Sluggerfest set on the Earthshaker.
it is rather funny. I like the addition to make it kind of go for all of his abilities, because now you can, you know, sometimes you see an Echo Slam and you just watch all these different bodies fly across the screen. It's actually, it is really a lot of damage, so
yeah.
Earthshaker feels pretty decent in this patch, but it's another one of those heroes, you know, you kind of got to be an Earthshaker player to really get a good feel of it.
Yeah. But I also feel like it also has another another element to it, right? Like, it's that kind of thing, like, it's not too significant, but it can be kind of like a shocking factor if you're not too used to seeing Earthshaker in your games every day or in every game. Suddenly you just see like a certain special effects, it just gives you like a momentary pause in thoughts, and I'll just be like, what's that? What's happening, you know? During the chaos.
Definitely. And It's an interesting off lane. They did pick the Underlord and Rubik first, so you kind of give away that more than likely this is going to be your off lane pair, but it's a pretty decent pairing. A lot of long range harass.
Yeah. And I also like the
Bronze
long
kinda
prolonged
getting
fight as well for it. But then again, they are allowing them to get a couple of hits on top of France as well here. They will secure the first blood here though, but I think France will also fall prey to Warming. I don't think that's the kind of trade you really want to go for. I mean, sure, you get the first blood, but you're still trading at the top 4. And the bottom, on the other hand, Momo is going to be his turn to fall prey here. I mean, it is a Lycan as well. So this early stage is just not as smooth, especially with the constant magic burnout from the dual breath on top of fire breath as well. Really getting burned at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. And this was part of what made me a little worrisome about the initial Lycan pick is, I mean, it's good against Jakiro kind of in later portions of the game when you can deal a lot of damage, but in lane, it can be quite tricky to handle because obviously you're losing so much attack speed and damage when you get dual breath, especially if there's the liquid fire, and Dragon Knight has so much armor, so not the easiest Lycan lane.
You don't really have the
Gotta be
best
pretty
attack
careful
speed
with that.
too, yeah.
And they're not actually great either at taking stacks on the side of the Immortals, which is, you know, in this last game we saw Momo, regardless of if his game went bad at all, and it went pretty well in the early game, but he had that Beastmaster, so you can always take these massive ancient stacks, but on Lycan, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah. Not really like a proper fallback plan as well, but maybe until he gets a couple more items, they probably can try to get it pretty efficiently. But nice bramble as well. But oh, smart with the tree chopping as well. If not, there was no other option between walking between the two brambles or walking back into Momo as well. So well thought out, quick thinking coming in from Faye. But CJ,
Yeah, and even
no mana.
Ooh. And no mana does drop the bracer just for that little bit more value. And, you know, it's not just dual breath, it's also,
You understand that, right?
Liquid fire.
you know, it's liquid fire, but it's also Dragon Knight's Q. I'm forgetting his name. I think
reducing
it's
more
like very
damage,
similar. But yeah, it's, you know, just two different flames, all reducing damage. So how can you trade into this? It feels like you realistically can't.
It's really tough, and to make the matters worse, like the mana consumption for the dual breath is actually not that high as well. So like if they can really keep this going as well.
No money for you.
Probably not as long as
pretty-
CJ. Like the mana pool for Dragon Eye is relatively slim, but the dual breath could be pretty fantastic for hero side. Top side, beautiful eye shot into the Pit of Malice. Got the Drinking Body, did pull him back in alongside with the live to try to maximize the Pit of Malice. But not going to be able to get any pickoffs here, but Warmy does have to be a little bit concerned because he is somewhat going up against the Shadow Fiend, which falls under a similar category to like the Ursa and the Slug, right? Like the longer the battle, the more damage they actually output or nukes out as well. Same thing applies to the Shadow Fiend. So as durable as the Underlord is, he just can't really stick to it for too long. There's going to be some focus on France at least.
Definitely not. And early boots for Franz is definitely nice on the Shadow Fiend. Getting any amount of raises, the stacking damage, of course, becomes a little bit overwhelming. But you know, this is at least the nice part about the Underlord Rubik is it's hard to have this lane go really horribly unless unfortunately die. But they do not. They actually, and you know, this is part of why you take so much damage from the Underlord here and the harass. Raindrops are very nice for them. Momo struggling in his own right. They even got a kill onto Ren. This bottom lane kind of being a disaster for the Immortals. Nice trade for Momo, but that is 4 kills onto CJ.
Yeah, that is insane, guys. It will get a little bit ridiculous later on, but you know, let's just see how the game goes. Like, will there be enough? Let's be honest. If the Immortals are able to turtle it out, if they're able to withstand the onslaught, at least slow things down. For the side against Team Outcast as well during their mid game, I think there should just be enough time for the Immortals to really bring back the game itself. But of course, mid side on the other hand, for the battle with the runes, Nis is not having the best of time. Nice setup with the brambles, and of course it was a snowball save into the siege tank to try to mitigate some of the damage from the dual breath here. And he should be able to walk out of this. Yeah, he will.
Ooh, just barely.
Max range dual breath. Yeah, not gonna cut it.
Not gonna cut it, but mid lane so far going pretty well for this last pick, Earthshaker here. 34 and 8. Having a nice time. Does have the Echo Slam available, of course. Not going to drop it just for no reason. And oof.
That's the problem, right? Like when the support leaves to assist the other lanes, that just means like the silence is gonna be falling prey to ganks, right? So this is one of those few situations, and it's a very scary thought as well. Like we didn't really get to talk about it because so far we've just been seeing Wami having his back against the wall. But I guess we can talk about it now, where like you have really good chain, you really got good chain stun synergies in the top side with the lift and Pit of Malice. But hold on, we hold that down for a second there. So we got a nice baller. He finally hit that level 6 as well. Is he gonna pull through though? No, I think he stopped midway. Okay.
Just an intimidation tactic, so
It's not about the gang.
Actually go through the portal.
It's not about the gang. It's about the message.
That it is. Still being pretty cocky on Jikroy here. Eats a bramble himself, but not too worried since Insane is actually facing at the moment. Overall, still going pretty decent, but CJ definitely feeling like the ultimate winner of this. And Momo, on the flip side, probably feeling a little bit like this is not the way he wanted his Lycan game to turn out.
Yeah.
Working towards that Armlet, of course, for CJ. It's not a bad game state for Momo, but definitely not taking a commanding lead yet by any means. We've seen Dragon Knights take off pretty heavily. The damage gets pretty absurd with just a few items. Nissan in the mid lane. Oof. Everybody's on a courier.
Yep. But at least look at the bright side. At least now Momo really has the shape shift as well. So if a fight does someone ensues, at least he can actually really get some of those crit damage off as well, and the mobility necessary to really get in or get out of the fight, at least go for the hunt compared to his normal human form. But you know, like I say, you know, as time goes by, he's a universal hero as well. More stats, more itemization. He has the drums right now, has the Vlads on the way too. So he's gonna get as strong as time goes by here as well. So just give it some time, as long as you know, not too much pressure. Like sure, the lane there, we already witnessed a lot of pressure in the lane itself, but eventually he's gonna be able to get into the jungle. It's gonna be a little bit slow, but he'll get there eventually. It's Momo, he'll be fine. I'm more concerned on what's happening in the top side and the mid, because I feel like the mid has been like it's a little bit slow, but we had some back and forth. Top as well. I'm just very concerned where the Shadow Flame is going to be coming out later on.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well in terms of net worth, not as much as CJ. The smoke breaks. They aren't able to catch it. Just call it off entirely on Insane. Don't do anything crazy. Maybe the correct call. Ooh,
that's the
gate
portal?
towards
Is that the mid? Yeah, that's the mid. We're straight on top of Insane. He thought he was going to be the one with the gangs with the smoke just now, but no, sadly not. Instantly with the Echo Slam to seal the fate of Insane here. What an insane gang. He probably didn't expect so many people to come in, but like that's what I'm saying, right? Like once the underlord gets that level 6, then the dynamic of how the game is going to be played, the global sense is going to be so significant. You just don't know when a fight is going to be ensuing with too many people for you to deal with here. I don't think they need. Oh yeah, sorry, you saying?
Just with so much attention mid, it's, you know, kind of. I mean, Momo's getting his farm, but this bot tower is almost dead on the side of CJ, so feeling pretty nice in terms of getting that movement this early on.
Yeah, which is good, right? The fact that they were able to keep Momo in check, right? So they didn't really have to worry about bottom too much. They just had to prioritize just the mid. And that just works so much for them, right? Like bottom's already in check, just need to keep mid in check. You got the global presence as well, get as many people there too. You got the shapeshift off as well. There's the damage. He was able to juke out the ice pad. The Bramble, on the other hand, I don't think he's gonna be able to have that kind of opportunity. Will fall. Still halfway of the duration as well, and the TP comes in for the side here for France. There's no portal in the hands of the Underlord here, so no one's gonna be there to save CJ here. Constantly gonna be disabled to help. Mid, on the other hand, I see an engagement happening at the same time here between both the tasks. I think he had the drinking buddy on, but no, there's a couple.
Yeah, Jikroy has the blink dagger coming out, but doesn't quite have it yet. 2 supports.
Oh, you gotta respect. They gotta be careful. Macropie is here. Drinking buddy trying to go for the save, but sadly the damage is just a little bit too significant. And there's the blink reveal. Like Insane, knocking him out of the park. That's the home run we're looking for.
Yes, it is. The Slugger facet is quite funny to watch, but it is also quite effective. And actually, Franz in the bot lane.
ay.
Just a little bit too far up. It's so easy to underestimate how much damage this Dragonite can do in the early game because for so many years past, we've seen it kind of, you know, it just has poison damage early. Usually you don't get into too heavy damage. You have this early blink, sometimes this Mage Slayer, but now it's Armlet. Now you get free damage from the Dragon form. You have this cleave. He's hitting for almost 200 damage at 12 minutes in the game, Leo.
Yeah. It's insane. And if you think about it as well, the amount of setups you can have for the portal, because like Dragon Tail max out is about 2.4 seconds, Ice Bar is about 2 to 3 seconds as well. That's enough. That's more than enough time to really set up with the portal as well. Like just now, like what we witnessed on the bottom side where France was still there. Portal came up, he tried to run, instantly stunned for 2 seconds. By the time he got out of it, he's already there. Pit of Malice. There's just no real answer for this except for BKBs. You just can't really do anything about that. Maybe you have a support with a defensive item like a Glimmer or Force Staff. You could at least try to increase the distance between you and your impending invaders, but I think other than that, I don't think they can really do much about it. But then again, while we're seeing some form of aggression, we haven't seen enough to scale into the across the river here, or at least into the jungle. So far, it's just been pretty calm here.
Yeah, no smokes really. I believe we saw one, but it didn't land from Insane and Ness. And there is a Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, but not quite on Tiny. Tiny's just a little bit behind the curve in terms of net worth. Not a huge deal, but it is slowing down their ability to be aggressive, to kind of open up the map to a degree. And clear up some stacks to hopefully get towards that. And it's all about slowing the game down, but ooh, you can speed it up on Outcast. That is exactly what you want.
No hesitation too as well. Just dove right in. They got the pickup, they got it. If they didn't, then I think they'll still be able to work around it. Okay, now this is the
very nice play, and right? Yeah, I mean you want to do that early, and especially too with, you know, you're sitting at almost 7,000 net worth on Jekroy on this Earthshaker, so pretty, you know, substantial. You're dealing a lot of damage. You have level 10, which is I believe 30 base damage still for the Earthshaker, which of course is an absurd amount when that's getting multiplied by the enchant totem. And you can't really respond with Insane just at the moment because you're still waiting on that Blink Dagger timing. Can't quite get it, can't quite smoke, but there is one now. They're not even waiting for the blink, at least on terms of the sports. Maybe just to get some vision, maybe to find something a little cheeky.
Are we seeing a return of their own respective smoke bases? So they have the shapeshift, they're pretty confident to try to go for it. And the first things first, they want to try to focus on is being a little bit objective here. Try to get the mid tier on time. At least hopefully this opens up the map a little bit, gives them a little bit more options to deal with. Looks like engagements are happening. Dual Brand's going to be coming in, so some of the wolves here. The tower is not going to be able to last for too long here, but CJ is trying to find an opportunity with the dragons. Not going to be able to find anyone though. Drops the Bramble into the Terrorize, catches 2 on top of it as well. Beautiful blink initiation with the Avalanche and the Ice Shot to isolate the side. He's tiny here. DJ is still a strength hero. He's very durable. He's going to be able to tank out a lot of this damage here. And JK comes into the fray here with the blink. They have fully utilized all their abilities. There's no reason for them to stick around any longer here. They still have the shapeshift, but gets locked down by the Pit of Malice. And he's trying to play around it, but into the Dragon Tail. 2.4 seconds. That's how long it is on top of the Avalanche. There's just no way for him to get out. There's so many disables here. If I were to do the math right, I think we have like if we chain stuns or chain root everyone together, I think that's like more than 10 seconds for a person.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot from Outcast, and I mean, big ticket thing there that they definitely weren't expecting on the Immortals was a full Crimson Guard from Wormy on this Underlord. And you know, when you look at the draft a little bit closer, you're now, you know, I'm now seeing that there is damage reduction in the Atrophy aura from Wormy on the Underlord, also from the Fade Bolt, also from the Breathe Fire. So, and that is an obscene amount of damage reduction, especially into a hero like Lycan. That's just a lot of base damage, of course, Universal and the Wolves themselves. So, I mean, it's hard to take these fights, and they did not expect that at Crimson Guard, but it is really significantly a huge counter to the Lycan.
It really is, and the SF is also going for the right click build too, so it's like it doesn't really happen anyway. Ooh, there goes the Walrus Transfer on top of the Pit of Malice. Trying to buy the decimal time, the reinforcements are currently here. France popped in the Dara here, so we'll get the fear off here, but that's pretty much all she run, all she can do here. The whole team is not really here to participate for this fight, Better safe than sorry. TP's back. You did lose your supports, but that's still totally fine. The cores are still alive. And Insane gotta be careful. Balling up as much as he can for the next amount of mana, but he does have to blink all the time. So always can blink towards safety here. Whereas top side, see Momo's gonna be able to run into CJ here, but I'm gonna contest for it. A little bit concerned doesn't really have any wards on top of the portals right now, so we'll be trying to assume the worst here, that the fact that CJ might not be alone here.
Yeah, and even if he is, the Dragon Knight already has a BKB, so difficult to punish. And I mean, they were definitely not hoping to find Womi on that smoke there, but again, you know, 3 strength heroes for the side of Outcast. So who are you hoping to find with that smoke? It's not easy. Even unfortunately for Insane in the mid lane, he gave away the Avalanche Juju, which he hasn't been able to utilize too much, but even just in that first team fight that he got it, that's of course one of the best spells that you can get on Rubik. Just the AoE and the cast range on it, so much stun, so much area denial, feels incredible. But if they can actually get a fight while it's still there, that would be nice for them.
There
At
goes
least the pick off. And actually steals Drinking Buddies, which is not the best Rubik spell, definitely not as good on Rubik as it is on Tusk, but just having that save potential is well worth it, and of course can't ever discount the damage and movement speed that it gives.
Oh,
especially when Jigro is playing without fear.
I mean, he has nothing to fear as well, especially with no Tusk for the saves there as well. There's no real way for them to really fight into them as well after the last 2 team fights that they had. They just someone was able to do so the fact that yeah, we are way stronger than them. I have my scepter as well. JK Roy was able to reveal that he has a scepter as well. So there's no real way to stop them. Like even for instant stun, it's most likely just the avalanche. The root, yeah, the bramble is only on a very rare case if he actually leaps into the bramble. But other than that, there's just no real way to really stop JK Roy from doing what he wants, really.
And even stealing the Terrorize too, that is not a great spell to give up. JK Roy, of course, having, I mean, 18-minute Agnums means that hero is so mobile. He's even going to TP into the bot side, hoping to catch something. Might walk into a ward, but whoa, can Momo even survive this?
God damn it. Insane. On top of the Terrorize to ensure he gets maximum amounts of hits. There it is.
Top tower is under attack.
By the way, that's a universal hero, by the way, and that's the amount of damage that this JK Roy is actually pumping out.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, there's so much at this point in the game. It's not feel easy for the Immortals at all, especially, of course, just the damage reduction means it doesn't feel like any item that's coming out is going to be significant enough from the Immortals. Especially that can be kind of the issue with, you know, I love the tiny pick that they had, and I don't think particularly it's anything that Insane did, but sometimes you just get behind on these kind of heroes and it doesn't feel like you have the damage, especially in this kind of meta. Sitting there on CJ with over 30 armor, about 3,000 HP and a BKB. That is not easy to break through at all, especially Jikro himself. Not really any survivability, but 2,500 HP just off of his strength gain and his items.
Yeah, a little bit too, I guess you could say a little bit too much requirement for Immortals to have. The boss that I met in the laning phase, but this just didn't turn out as well as they're hoping for as well. Now a little bit choked back. A little bit choked back option here in the right. Oh no! Insane.
We're not able to cancel the blink actually.
Ah, but still.
Roshan really threw off his flow there on Faye.
Like,
did not expect that wild Roshan to appear.
The thing is, I think he probably anticipated the Roshan coming in, but I think like the thought passed him when he saw the Jakiro instead, right? He saw the Jakiro, he's like, all right, I need to fight him head on, right? Then the Roshan came and just knocked them back like 3 times off off the cliff. Surprised he still had the blinks though, but still, Nis doing a little bit of a poker face, pretending that somebody else is nearby, but nobody is. Yeah. That's why he's waving, just for fun. Maybe he forces a rotation or something, but of course he does not, because Womi has a Pipe of Insight and the Crimson Bird fully completed, even on the spot side. I mean, sure, he's trying to waste a little bit of time on the Tusk, but no time is being wasted to kill the Roshan here. Yeah, not gonna wait out any longer. We found an opportunity. I think they were also somewhat suspicious as well. That's why you see the Tusk slowly walking towards the portal. Just feels of the fact that like, why was there no response and no one's really revealing themselves on the map as well. I think they someone suspected it was a Roche, and finally that suspicion has been met through. DP's all the way to the top side. I think they're really ready to go for the fight here. Taz is trying to reconvene with the rest of the squad, but the whole team's not really there. There's only 3 of them for the Dire side. Smoke screen is broken. Nice call coming from this, but he will still commit the blink here. The BKB time didn't really come out just in time, but he will pop it regardless just for a little bit of city. So Peter Malice comes into the mix as well. BKB will time out shortly as well. He's going to be rooted inside and will be rooted alongside with Nis. Completely with the Rack here, trying to buy the Macron with the Fear as well. They did manage to get the kill on the Earthshaker. That was absolutely fantastic as well. But CJ comes into the fray. Doesn't really have his Dragon form yet. He did use it for the Roshan just now, so he's going to be naturally right-clicking them down the sides. But he is so durable here, even without the Dragon form. He also has quite the damage from his normal base damage as well. And Insane trying to find an opportunity to jump back in, but it's a triple kill on top of CJ. They do have the Vassal on top of him. But they're just not enough damage. They just had to fall back. And the entire time, Momo wasn't really there. He's currently casually farming the bottom lane. So overall, I think like in this 5v4, they actually got pretty much a lot out of this actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Immortals aren't upset about it, but they're definitely not happy with it. Franz is still, even though he is decent net worth, he still is struggling to get damage off. And I mean, CJ, he didn't even kind of falter at all. Still has about 1,000 HP walking out of that engagement with the Aegis. So he's only becoming more and more of a problem, working his way towards a Blink and a Daedalus, as if he wasn't scary enough.
I mean, that's the route, right? You're a safe lane Dragon Knight. I think that's the route. You can't usually build like how you usually build for an offlaner, right? With the Blink Dagger BKBs. You can't do that, right? You just have to straight up go for the Armlet, such as Yasha, Daedalus, or Chrysalis first. Maybe the BKB can come later, depending how the game goes. But I think so far the Team Outcast has been having some form of, they're having a bit more control throughout the entire games and the map as well. So I don't think they need the idea of him going with the BKB early. But Curse Crown, very nice pickup on the Shah is a very nice pickup on the Dark Willow here. So basically, the Crown Thorns allows it to spawn like another set of like for about 4 brambles around the targeted enemy as well. So this is pretty nice to have.
Force out the auras actually. I wonder if they can fight this once he's run out.
They will try, but a nice, by the way, a very nice pickup with the Drunken Bodies from the Rubik. So really pulls CG out from a lot of those abilities initially. Still managed to secure tier 2. They still have the Aegis in hand. At this point, it feels like the Rubik just playing around with CG, right? Just constantly just randomly pulling him back here.
Yeah, Juju has on the Rubik impressed me quite a bit. Always getting super high value steals. Even just the Drinking Buddies for saves. And now they actually smoke up. Which looks like they're a bit wise on the Immortals, but the scan is right on their target, Franz.
Oh, good attempt though. Trying to predict it out, but still regardless, BKB into the stand and fight for this. There goes the pole and into the Brambles. They're going to be walking right into the Bramble. They don't really have the BKB to walk out of it, but they will sign someone trying to walk back into the fight. No more BKB here. Franz will fall prey to the crit damage coming from the totem, enchanted totems here. And CJ finally with the Dragon Form will join in this team fight in a proper manner with the form itself here. Nis trying to run from the competition to put more pointed to injury is the fact that he actually got stunned because of his own stolen snowball here. So well done from Juju here.
And then take the Drinking Buddies back. Say thank you very much to Nis, giving him incredible spells throughout this entire game. And even missing the Echo Slam, it's just so hard to fight. Woman comes in, of course, through the gate, presses the Crimson Guard, feels like they have no damage. And one small thing I think that has been a bit unfortunate for Franz. So yeah, he's elected to go full stats pretty much. He hasn't leveled a point in the Feast of Souls ability, which basically just gives him attack speed and cast for souls. It's a really bad spell. Nobody levels it. But he also only put 1 point in the ulti, and he hasn't been able, write this down on the other side, he hasn't been able to stop Juju from getting the Requiem of Souls. Even though it's level 1, it's still so valued just in terms of kind of long distance fear. And really Juju being kind of, one of those silent supports that's just always doing what he needs to. But of course, when you have CJ, it's also a little bit easier to do that because he's now 20,000 net worth, Leo, at 26 minutes in the game here.
I know, it's insane. And so far, they've been taking a lot of this fight without Momo as well. And think of it this way, without Momo, also with no aura items, it's been pretty difficult. Beautiful forcing out the BKB defensively as well with just the Pit of Malice here. But now finally Momo will be slowly joining them in the fray. He does have the pipe. He hasn't really activated. Now he's finally activated as well. But to make it some of the damage. Beautiful jump into the line time as well with the toss here. But then again, BKB comes out from with the Earthshake here. He was able to get the Echo Slam off. Doesn't really have a lot of mana at the moment here, but the damage is still pretty significant. They didn't lose the toss. The ability to try to force that back, and the portal is also out as well. But they will find the Tiny within the trees here. CJ pops his BKB. Nothing really they can do about it. And the Pit of Malice, like I said, during the prolonged fight of the team fights, the more chaotic it is, the more painful it is when you get rooted out by the Pit of Malice here. So anyway, GG is the call here for the side of the Immortals, and the Outcast will take game number 1 with a 15,000 gold lead here. And Momo will still, I think that was the only time we ever see Momo ever join the team. Like, after, like, I think for a good 5-10 minutes of this.
Yeah, I mean, the Lycan pick was unique, but as we've seen with a lot of these unique picks, they don't always work out, unfortunately, especially Momo had a pretty hard lane in front of him. A couple of rock-solid heroes in the bot lane, the Jakiro and the Dragonite, and CJ just, I mean, he had just an incredible game of, you know, you get to hit the creeps and hit the heroes eventually after that point, and oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's also pretty unique for me to see like the Lycan going with the aura path, like with the aura item path as well. Like, don't get me wrong, Vladimir is still pretty standard for the Lycan as well alongside. Because back then it was like what, the Helm of the Overlord, the Vlads, into the BKBs and whatsoever, then you start running down the competition, right? But now, or maybe sometimes with the Scepter when you play off with the Crystal Maiden, if you still recall the Crystal Maiden combo with the Lycan full wolf bite as well.
Yeah.
But now it's a lot more difference, right? Now it's a lot more on whether you can sustain in the fight, and of course, whether you have the heroes that actually output that kind of massive damage, right? So suddenly they just didn't have the damage reduction. It has always ended up in a fight where it's like a 5v3 before it becomes a 5v4. That kind of transitioning as well. They got good cash, good aggression. They have the Outcast has really no reason to stop their onslaught, right? They're like, oh, we're ahead. Momo's like still farming. This asset is most likely going to be alone somewhere in the side jungle as well. I just keep piling on the damage, and I think the rest of the team also was trying to farm up their own gear, their own items as well. I think the only defensive items we had was coming from the Tusk with the Pavis as well. Not sure whether he completed fully upgraded the item yet as well, but regardless, it was a pretty tough game here for Team Immortals here. Hopefully that will be adjusted quickly for game number 2. If not, we're going to be seeing the Outcast moving forward to one of our 3 slots here to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, it's a bit of a scary prospect for sure. I think if you're the Immortals, you definitely kind of need to fear this, you know, as we've seen in the meta, this way that the games can go where you just have kind of no damage is really what it kind of seems like. And Womi, I mean, I feel like everybody on Outcast played really well, but Womi, I like his adjustment to, you know, rather than just defaulting to the pipe or going for, you know, maybe something like an Atos or something, he just goes straight to Crimson, no funny business. He recognizes how little damage they have on the Immortals and specifically how little magic damage they have. So it's just, you know, it's very hard from that position, especially to the Immortals. I think if they don't get ahead in this game, then, you know, you can kind of see that happening very easily where you kind of run out of damage because this Lycan, you really need levels on your supports as well. Tusk doesn't offer much damage himself. Of course, the Dark Willow does, but only really if you have levels and a bit of a lead going for yourself. So
yeah,
in the highlights, we can see, of course, this is probably where it all went fully downhill because you just get caught in that Pit of Malice, and then the, you know, all the stuns coming out from Jikroy and even the stolen Avalanche, just insult to injury. This is really where it feels like the game kind of lost control for the Immortals.
Yeah. Yeah, you see what I mean? I feel like he just got distracted when he saw the Jakiro, right? But hey, you know, didn't expect it. Rosh gonna be able to knock him back here. But you see, even in the past few highlights, you notice that Momo was just really picking his targets. And like I said, it's very difficult to find a Pit of Malice. But you don't have the BKB. It's just that difficult. It's a very satisfying combination, right, for the Radiant side, where you got the Pit on top of Firestorm into the Macropire to make things worse. You still have the Fisher and the Ice Path pretty much saved up just in case you want to like chain rule or chain stun the person within the ability itself. Yeah, it's pretty rough. And a lot of this fight, like not the whole team was there at the time. It's, like I said, it's like 5v2, then slowly transition to the final 5v3, then 5v4. And Momo only joined in, I think, in the final fight when they were switching that high ground here for that racks, for their very first racks here.
Yeah, it's just very hard to join in general, especially, you know, we saw it just a few months ago. It's kind of like one of the best fights I think that the Immortals could have gotten. I think they played it very, very mechanically well, landing their spells onto everybody. And CJ, without even the dragon form, just kind of stands there and A-clicks and gets a triple kill. So when you fall behind like this into such a good Dragonite game, of course CJ is going to take control of it, and he certainly did. I would put him as my MVP personally, but we're going to see here, it's actually Juju, which I think is well-deserved as well, because he was stealing every possible spell he could. He was all over the place. So well-deserved for him as well.
No,
Just a great showing from Outcast.
I totally agree. It's not like he was stealing spells for the sake of stealing spells. It was just very specific spells, right? Like he already someone like isolated like among the entire line, like whose spell is the one that's going to be proving more useful for in his hands. Because let's be honest, like we've spoken before, with the arcane mastery, whatever spells he steals is definitely going to be 10 times better at least. So got Drinking Body, he's got the snowballs, very impactful skills. If you got the Bramble, it's going to be even more. It's going to be more diabolic. Imagine Brambles on top of Pit Malice. My God, like where are you going to run? he was able to still terrorize. That was also fantastic.
Terrorize, even the Avalanche in the one fight where it kind of all went wrong for the Immortals. So not an easy game at all for them, but I do believe they can bounce back. Again, you know, this has kind of been the story of all the games we watch. Is sometimes you just fall behind, the enemy team gets some auras, they push the high ground at 30 minutes, and it's not easy to beat at all by any means. So, you know, just go into the second game and hope that you can do the same back to Outcast.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it could be, you know, maybe like, I wouldn't say underestimate. I think it's just one of the fact that just still lack of knowledge on what the opposing team could really do, right? Since, you know, they are fighting all these things for the first time here. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first game of our second series as well. Let's quickly just go through like what we have in store for you guys to really look up right now. So I know you guys have a powerful rig. Maybe you might not have the monitor to really pair as well with your strong powerhouse here. So what better than the Samsung latest model for the 2024 here? It is going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6 here. Why G6 in particular? Well, the G8 is cool. It's smart TV, 240 hertz. Yeah, it's 32 inch. But I'm always a guy that's very good to settle for small here. So the G6 with the 27 inch, sure, may not be as large as the G8, but it has a whopping refresh rate of 360 hertz here. So pretty much nice to pair with that power rig of yours.
Yeah, so definitely the best option if you are full on into the gaming world, like a lot of these people who we are seeing competing. It's even got that dynamic cooling system to prevent screen burn-in. So really the best option if you're going for that high-end, high performance, especially in a game like Dota. But that being said, our first game is concluded. And thank you, of course, to Samsung Odyssey and Red Bull for sponsoring us. And we are going to go to a short break before we head into that second match for you guys.
feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
All right, everybody, we are back after our first game in the semifinals here between the Immortals and Outcast. It was pretty tough first game for the Immortals, but we are glad to be back, of course, due to Samsung Odyssey and Red Bull, their sponsor as well. So, you know, we have to thank them for being here, of course, Leo. And are you excited for this game too here?
I'm honestly very excited as well. I feel we didn't get to see the full potential of Immortals. Like, we only saw like 2 games, but I felt like we could see a lot more, especially in that second game. So the adjustments coming from them seems pretty solid so far from the last game that we were casting before they actually entered the semifinals. But anyway, speaking of which, we have something fantastic for you, amazing viewers. It's going to be the discount code for you guys if you're actually interested in getting yourself that Samsung Odyssey OLED monitor. Rojo, what are we looking at here?
Well, we are looking at about 25%, I believe it is, off the Odyssey OLED G8 and G6, which of course are both incredible monitors. You just got to use that area code in front of Odyssey Cup there. So if you're in Singapore, it'll be SG. So take note of it, take a screenshot, do whatever you have to use this code in the upcoming days that it is offered. And of course, we're glad to have them here and to be here as well, Leo.
Yeah, man. Man, it's been pretty great so far throughout this day. I mean, we're getting a lot. I'll be honest, I'm getting a lot of different feelings, right? Like the games that we're witnessing, the players that we're seeing as well, the different Red Bull flavors I'm also trying out as well. The apple and Muscat grape and the pomelo. You know, like I said before we went to the break, I felt like the apple is the one for me. I can't betray it. But now I'm feeling I'm having second thoughts, right? Like, because the pomelo was uniquely fruity as well. So I was just like, I mean, it's a fruit, yeah, it's a pomelo's a fruit, still a unique fruit flavor, which I can't really like get it out of my mind. But you know, speaking of which, let's get our mind into the game here, where we're finally going to our second game. Most likely could be the last game for our series or the comeback round for the Immortals against the Outcasts here. So drafting is here. Now here's a little bit of a different perspective. We usually been seeing like first picking like core mid heroes, right? Or safe laners like the Nature's Prophet, the Puck. Pretty understandable because those are the kind of picks which are usually banned out or not able to go through most of the time, right? But seeing the Doom being picked first, now this is actually quite the surprise for me.
Yeah, it is very interesting, and especially too, an interesting thing is usually we almost always see the Naga Siren banned out because of how potent this hero is in the support role. But this game, it has not yet. I could definitely see the Immortals getting rid of it if they're scared of it. Maybe some players just simply don't play it because it is a bit of a more technical hero from the 5 role, but it's very strong at the moment.
No, I agree. And just to add on, last round we also didn't have the Naga Siren ban out either. Yeah. So no, this is what I was telling you yesterday, right? So this is just one of those few situations where you don't necessarily have to use your ban slot to ban a certain macro hero or high skill base hero. Maybe because of the fact that you're just more confident enough to know that the opposing team may not have the player or the comfortability or the experience to play that hero. If you could utilize that slot to ban something else, something that you could assume that might be right up their alley, and get rid of that, bring a red to their plans. But finally, from yesterday, we had a 1 sniper game. Today, you talked about the sniper in the morning, being a great mid hero against the Puck. Now we're having our sniper as our second pick here. 2 calls.
And even Tusk coming through in the second phase, so very interesting. I'm a bit shocked at how this draft is going so far because they definitely changed it up quite a bit. I definitely can understand why Outcast would get rid of the Dragonite, seeing how good it has been in these past few games. But allowing Tusk on Sniper this far, Luna as well. I mean, of course, there are so many high value heroes that you can't ban them all out, but there's still, these kind of these rubrics that we saw Juju do so well on that people felt very comfortable on. There still is actually, I suppose there's the underload
10
for the Immortals, but I
seconds
guess we have Dooms kind of locked in your offlaner. We've got the Sniper rather
5 seconds
the flex, but very solid 3 hero picks from Outcast. We usually don't see these heroes in the same game because they usually don't make it through. So I'd be a little bit scared for the Immortals here. They gotta really round it out with these next 2 picks.
Yeah.
Tango is an interesting one to do it. More than likely a mid and actually a Chen. So we're talking about macro heroes.
Hey.
Even with Enchantresses in the pool as well, so they opt for the Chen over the Enchantress.
Now this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, so this is just one of those moments where it's those heroes that is led through. If they're able to utilize it, they might as well just use it because it's just that good. So glad to see the Chen here. I'm actually particularly happy with the Pangolier pick here. It may not have the best rotation timing for the mid as a mid hero here, especially since you are somewhat dependent on that, like at least like that one initial item to make things work, like the diffuser blade when you're going mid Pango. But it at least helps to offset the balance, right? Because if you have another heavy farming core in the mid lane, a lot of something to do. I feel like there's, just in case if the game does go south, there's a Chinese term, Choi touch wood, but if the game does go south here, it may be a little bit difficult for them to really try to find more areas for them to farm, right? Because if not, it might end up like in that game where Momo was just controlling every aspect of the map, where the safe laner, the Ira just now with the nature's problem to find any area to farm here. So now you got the Pangolier, not too dependent, but at least once you get an initial item, he's able to get the ball rolling. Chen, fantastic support, great tower sieging. A lot of, let's be honest, a lot of units you really need to deal with here. But then again, Luna, when it comes to Luna and Underlord, I guess you do have certain heroes that can actually try to clear out a lot of this neutral army that's going to be potentially coming up for Chen.
Yeah, I do like at least the Chen into the Luna is kind of an interesting one because obviously Luna can decimate that creep army with no problem. But
free
if you're
goal.
if you're able to walk into the Eclipse, you can actually eat up a ton of it with the creeps, which is of course not what Luna wants. So
Yeah.
a little bit nuanced there, especially in the early game. But Underlord, I mean, it looked great in this last game, so of course I'm sure it will look good in this game as well. Decent into the Chen, you don't care as much about the creep. So I mean, Outcast, it's hard to imagine that they're upset with the way the game is going so far, or at least the draft so far. I mean, the Immortals have, they have every way to deal with Outcast, but it's getting a little bit worried for them seeing how that last game went and seeing how these lanes could definitely go south with these kind of macro-intensive heroes like the Chen, like the Pangolier.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so hear me out, right? So there's a thought that came to my mind, right, for the final mid hero for Outcast. I am looking towards spirits, particularly either the earth or the stone spirits, right? Because you do need someone to really get on top of the sniper, or at least on top of the Chen.
Oh,
I guess not. Gotta pile on more damage here with the earth shaking. Okay, cool. I mean,
yeah, I was in line with you. I thought that this was like a perfect stone spirit game, but Jikra looked incredible on the earth shaker, so
yeah,
play it again. Why not?
I mean, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right? It worked for him during the last game. Don't see why not. He can't have the confidence to bring it to the next one. And plus, more damage from the Echo Slam, right? So it's more neutrals.
Yeah, and just again, having kind of just that same supporting cast for Luna as we've seen in games past. Have this, Luna is one of those heroes nowadays where it feels like she can really do all the damage for your team. She can carry most of the net worth and do it very comfortably. So a hero like Earthshaker that only needs a few items and then provides a lot of control seems perfect to fit with that hero. And now the Immortal, they're on their last pick here. It is a Slark.
Right.
That's a fun one.
No, that's interesting.
So it is the support sniper.
Yeah, so interesting, right? So it's something we have seen something in the past, right? When you have when you're going up against an under off lane, right? You just want to go for this like stacking damage safe laners come to the mix, like the Ursa, Slugs, and the Shadow Fiends as well. I think it was something we were talking about in the last game too. So while yes, Slug does fantastically as the battle prolongs, but then again, a very early game Slug is still rather soft, right? Still rather weak too, especially from nuking supports and nuking cores as well. I think that's something he really needed to be aware and be careful for as well. But I do like the Earthshaker last pick as well, because if you look at the entire lineup, you don't really have anyone that could really just control him once he gets a scepter out. I'm not talking about the blink line, just the scepter alone. Sure, I guess you could doom him if he jumps in, yeah, just doom him, I guess.
Yeah, a little easier said than done sometimes, especially
Yeah.
if he's the one jumping on you. And I'm a little bit scared for the Immortals as well. I mean, I always love seeing these unique heroes, but it feels like time and time again, Leo, we see these fun heroes that we want to see succeed, and then you see the Crimson Guard from Womi, and you're just a little bit sad. It hurts you a little bit to watch that Slark deal about 20 damage per auto attack.
You know, it hurt.
Which, maybe this game 20 damage turns into 200 damage if you can stack enough, but it's scary. Getting out of the lane of Slark, as you said, rather soft hero in the early game. So even though in theory it has a great matchup into the Underlord, I feel like, of the rare times that I even decide to play Slark myself, if I'm playing against something like a Mirana, it's kind of, feels like slamming your head against the wall because you're just constantly getting hit by that obnoxious arrow from her. It's just not a fun hero to lane into. And then honestly, the Underlord just is one of those heroes that has a lot of base attack damage, which is, always going to be important in a lane like this where the Slark is, probably facing upwards of like 15-20 damage deficit. That adds up a lot over the course of lane.
Yeah, and I think you also gotta be careful as well, right? Because Slug also has this one weakness that a lot of Slug players tend to face, where especially you don't usually pop your not dark pack, your shadow dance. Yeah, you don't normally pop your shadow dance first. It's not like a troll battle trance that you get the bonus attack speed. People usually use the shadow dance where you want to try to get out of a really tight situation when you're really down low. But that gets pretty difficult when you are dealing with a lot of AoEs like the Firestorms, the Echo Slam, the Fissures as well. So sometimes maybe second arrow if it does connect at the same time. So something you really need to look out for when France is playing with the Slug here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, but I am worried for them. So I'm a little bit on the side of Outcast, and they're actually looking for a first blood.
Yeah. Try the attempt with the Ice Shard. Couldn't really find the target they were trying to look for, so but they are also still pretty durable. Not a lot of. I guess if it's just like if all 5 men were to gang up upon 1 or 2 here, I think they're still totally fine. But I think they're all still pretty durable coming from the side for Outcast as well. So not a lot of strong level 1 abilities to really get pickoffs here. Like you would have to be caught like that. You would have to be caught exactly like that on this.
So nice from Big A.
Yeah, Immortals thought they were the one to be leading the charge here. But it seems like CJ is so low, they still managed to trade things off. Although yes, first blood was still secure by the side of Outcast, but you lost your safe lane core for support, man.
Yeah, at least the first blood goes over to the mid lane, which is generally where you want it. Most games, Big A is so annoying with these shards. Just for fun, pretty much. And yeah, I mean, getting an early bottle on any mid laner is super annoying. Even sometimes you can just invest it into stats, try and get a lead over your lane opponent. You also have to use all 3 shrapnel charges. So overall, I mean, I think neither side is too upset about that trade. In the mid lane, Jekroy probably feeling pretty happy as well, getting another kind of one of these melee kind of bruiser-ish heroes. As he's playing the Earthshaker, that Aftershock becomes really annoying once he levels it. Getting the Enchant Totem is usually pretty nice for denies, but it is Pangolier, so sometimes this hero will surprise you. Perhaps Insane will this game, if things go according to his plan. Facing up against that first blood is not something you love to do.
Yeah, and the shield crash is always a very great ability to trade for the mid side, right? Like you get bonus shield while you're also doing damage at the same time. So it's a nice. It's not a very big repositioning ability, but at least it helps in some tight corners too. Pretty nice.
Yeah, and I really like this by Ness, because this isn't something we always see, but he actually went for Chen. The facets are what creep he spawns level 1. It's a unique ability that he has, and it's actually. There's, I believe, 5 different versions of it, but he went with the Satyr, which spawns this mana burn Satyr.
Yeah.
Which is actually a huge deal into this Underlord, because, of course, this lane is so annoying for Slark if you're getting spammed out by the Underlord, but Womi has almost literally 0 mana.
Yep.
Just constantly being mana burned. Bot side, some fighting as well.
Bot side's not having the best time either as well. Momo trying to withstand the amount of damage. He doesn't really have the Scorcher off anymore. He does have one more Infernal Blade. Will the burn be enough for a little bit of assist from Ren, and they'll be able to get the trade? But CJ is going to be the one to walk out of it, since he is the safe lane call. Top side, I love you actually pointed out regarding the mana burn, right? Since majority of the damage and lane pushing comes from the Firestorm ability. So a lot of responsibility is going to be somewhat fall onto the hands of Juju here, right? To get at least the poking damage through. Don't get me wrong. Mirana's support is still an edgy hero here, so she still hits pretty hard.
I believe Mirana is even actually universal as well. So as we were talking about with the Lycan that has so much damage.
Oh, yeah, right.
You just buy circlets and branches and have an insane amount of attack damage. 10 as well as universal, which is nice for him. And Franz is trying to actually kill Womi here on his own.
Who got the last hit? That's the thing. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So France will still get the EXP from the loss, but he still fell to the hands of Juju here. You know, it's not every day you see supports killing cores simultaneously. So
Yeah,
nice
I mean,
there.
I really like this by Ness. I was definitely scared for the Slark pick, and it's not going incredible, but going even at this point feels great for Slark. He usually kind of evens out somewhere in the lane, no matter who he's against. And having that Satyr is, I mean, it's just one of those really small things that actually changes matchups a lot.
And then back at it again.
Like, so aggressive of Franz.
I think they have to, right? Like before Womi actually gets a little bit more durable. Sure, like it's also not that great for slots for the early game as well, but I think he's getting like a lot of essence shifts from every of this one of these traits. So eventually he's like somewhat like chunking down Womi until a point where he's gonna be like mentally just forcing it to be passive in that lane.
Yeah, and Slark even now has bonus regen in lane thanks to Barracuda being the innate for Slark. It's not a ton, but I believe it's around like 15 or so, so definitely nice enough. And in the bot lane, just not enough, barely from Ren, but sometimes not enough is the perfect amount because now CJ is sitting in the lane at 50 HP, not exactly where you want to be. Sometimes I feel like when you're the safe lane, you almost wish that you had just gone down entirely and TP'd back to the lane.
Yeah, and don't forget it's a range support with the sniper with the scatter blast fast head as well. Sure, the duration for the shrapnel may not be as long, but it just hurts just as much, and the slow is also just as significant as well. So gotta respect that one too.
And it looks like CJ is either walking back for a salve they bought, or maybe just going all the way back to base with how annoying this support sniper can be.
Just picking up the courier with the Wraith Band.
Precious bounty.
And he did end up buying a salves, but I mean, not the start that you want for this Luna. We've definitely seen Luna's off to better starts. Should be able to recover if this doesn't go too horribly wrong. Fake even steals away the Satyr.
Yeah.
And top lane and the mid lane, they're both getting pretty low. Doesn't look like anybody will go down to it.
I think mid should still be fine. We see the Earthshake is still within the vicinity of his tier 1 tower, so I don't think he's going to be falling anytime soon unless the Pangolier deems otherwise. Topside friends, taking a little bit from the Firestorm, going to fall back, sliding back. Juju did take a couple of free hits from Ness. That's going to be something nice. Now they're going to be diverting the attention back to France again. Really put on the pressure here before he hits that level 6.
Has been killed.
Ooh, I lost his courier on Franz. That was the boots. It's quite annoying for him. But Nis is, he's piloting this Chen very nicely. I feel like he's having so much impact in this laning phase, forcing Juju even to walk backwards. We will have in 15 seconds will be the first power rune of the game, which is a pretty big deal. Although,
don't think anyone.
Yeah, it looks, they see where the Pangolier is. Insane was trying to snipe Juju.
Yeah. I mean, he saw an opportunity, right? As he slowly rotates his way down. I don't think he's going to be able to secure the... Yeah, was not able to really secure the room. The room is actually on the bottom side, yeah. Oh, good deny. That's why people say, right?
Maybe.
Sniper's like a menace when it comes to root.
There's a Rolling Thunder.
Yep. Oh, what a snowball by the time. I think he's still going to be bounced back in. Scorcher on top of that. I think Fake is most likely going to be the one to fall here. What? We see an opportunity coming from Jing Ryan though. Feel something's amiss though, but at the top side on the other hand, fighting inside the pit of Malice here. Tanks a little bit too much from both the Firestorm and the Starfall here. That's gonna be 2 points this time. It's a level 3, it's a level 4 Miranda now. So Starfall's definitely gonna hurt a little bit more here. Gotta respect that one. So France will fall.
And Jikro gets his prize. It's the Rena on the sniper, so he's hunting him for a little bit and finally finds him. I'm sure he's happy with that little injection of gold.
Yeah, sniper doesn't really have the best of mobility. And since he's not a core sniper either, so he doesn't have that like that multiple Wraith Band armor as well for that durability. So Pretty soft sniper.
And you know, Rolling Thunder, I guess, to get the Tusk doesn't feel too horrible, but not the perfect game state for Insane. I mean, again, you know, last game he was also at a tiny bit of a deficit. Not the biggest deal with a hero like Pango always, but giving Jikroy a good start like he had on the Earthshaker again could be a bit scary.
Alright, done in 10 seconds. And we see a quick rotation coming to the bottom side here. See what
Jikroy really focusing his attention down here.
Yeah, but it looks like they're not really all alone. They still have another third member in the bottom side. I believe that's going to be the Chen here. He's here for the reinforcement. They plan to go for the dive here. Sets up the shrapnel. Nice timing with the ice shot to try to go for the displacement here. Buys the time with the snowball, but here comes the eclipse on the hands of here our dear friend Luna here. But the slot comes to the fight here with the portal as they really want to try to join into the fight here. They did lose Luna here for the supports here. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I want to see if they can try to get a couple of more here. Momo is currently on the hunt. He still has the Doom in hand.
Doom.
And will finally commit the Doom for it here. And of course without the Doom, try to buy the time with the snowball here. Here comes the Earthshaker. They spot the TP2. They will manage to get the kill on the Underlord, but here comes the Yakuza, maximizing damage from the creep wave that was coming in. And Jikroy wants to get a couple of them on top of France here. Playing through on the trees. He also has his Shadow Dance. He's Ultimate active as well. He's got a nice bonus movement speed to try to reposition himself here. Overall, I still think it's a pretty big pickup from the Immortals. Like, you did lose the Doom, but you picked up like both the safe laner, the off laner, and the support. And this
Jikroy kind of
what was that range?
Bluetooth enchant totem. What? Oh my goodness! I mean, just barely gets the kill, and it looks like he's not even gonna go down. That's not shield.
He's not done yet. Either.
AK has been so obnoxious on this Tusk.
It really is. And then the snowball was able to beautifully connect on Momo. They try to continue the underside. Jikroy did stack up in the enchanted totem as well. Juju still being chased up by Insane. Just one hit. He just did that one. But he's juking so perfectly in the trees here. And he has enough mana for one soft because of Kuda. But sadly, no, he gets hit back in the home run manner.
Oh, that is mentally exhausting for Insane, I'm sure. Just needing that one last right click. I'm pretty sure he even canceled it. So that feels really, really awful. Nobody likes that feeling. I'm sure we've all been there where you overcommit for the kill that you really thought you should have had and almost did, and was getting punished quite heavily for it. Jikroy coming away. I mean, out of these lanes, the Immortals are actually fairly happy, I think, but if Jikroy can really get off to a crazy start, it'd be a big deal. And Rolling Thunder.
Oh, snowball save, but then they put a melon to come and follow up as well.
Wow.
Finally commits
saving
the
Private
Jikroy. Thunder. Basically, no, he can't get the arcade room, but he will be able to dance with Wami slightly here. But finally, with the reveal of the Blink Dagger from Jikroy, that is very impactful. Secures the kill on the sniper here. No more Rolling Thunder in the hands of Insane here. Slowly falls back. Hopefully, a little bit of reinforcement coming from Nis, but he doesn't really have any creep to best support his teammate here. So he's going to be going for a quick recruitment in the side camps here. Hopefully, he can find a good.
Jikroy's going for a kill onto Nis, but actually got cancelled by Insane, which was really nice. Yeah, so he may just go down here.
It's fantastic. Couple more right clicks from Nis, denying resetting the cooldowns on the Blink Dagger.
He has
just need one more. Ah.
In the TP.
Oh, he got him.
Thank God. I was getting anxiety watching that. If he would have gotten away, it would have been not good at all. But thankfully, Franz was even the one to pick it up. So that is a permanent Agi, as well as, I believe it was around 700 gold since Jikroy is so accelerated.
But you see my concern, right? Where there's just no proper way to really control the Earthshaker. Once he gets that scepter, sure, I guess you could just Doom him, but you know, like Doom is not relatively easy.
Yeah, and especially too, I mean, Fake has been impressing me a lot on this Tusk. I feel like his mechanics for this hero are almost gross, almost disturbing. He's just, I feel like every time that he's thrown out an Ice Shards, every time he's used Drinking Buddies, he's gotten so much value. And he's even, I believe he's level 7 on Fake. The same as his offlane Underlord.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're getting a lot of ESP from a lot of these skirmishes, right? Like, I mean, so far it's been back and forth. The lead is still, of course, in the hands of Outcast here, but I think overall, I think France is also doing a great job, like keeping on top of the network as well. And this is also up against like the Flash Farmer and the Flash Farmer Luna as well. So
Fran's been joining a couple of these fights that have found some great success, but Jigroy definitely want to see if he can try to fish for bigger prey here.
Yeah, the Sark is a very difficult kill. I mean, this is kind of... France has kind of gotten past the point of Sark feeling particularly weak. Now every item that comes through for him is going to feel great. He's level 9. I maxed out Dark Pack. It's really hard to get this kill on him, especially too. He has Ice Armor. It's a lot of effective HP, even with the Hand of God coming through.
Fantastic. Instantly pop out the Shadow Dance. Not going to wait until he's relatively down low. It's a little bit too risky, especially with the with all this AoE burst cuts coming up from this opposing tie. So that's a decent damage in. You did force out the Shadow Dance, but also the Echo Slam at the same time. In same fight, an opportunity. Pops in the Rolling Thunder. Jigroy barely juggles his way out. Won't be able to blink to safety as well. Snowballs back in. Jigroy is not going to be present for the fight here. But the same can't be safe for Warmer here. Nice timing with the Drinking Body. Try to pull it into a safety. Drops the Doom down, so not going to be able to utilize the Pit of Malice in the later time. So we'll lose one person into it, but a lot of spells has been expended here. But the same can't be safe for the safety of that tier 1 top tower. I think that will definitely fall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jigroy, he just got barely cancelled by the Swashbuckle, so actually ended up wasting Echo entirely. And then, of course, takes so much damage, so he has to go back. Doom expended onto the Underlord here, who's not having the same kind of game we saw from last time. This isn't the early Crimson Guard. It seems like the Chen actually really did have enough impact to kind of slow down this hero, make it feel a little bit less impactful than it was in that last game.
Yeah. Sadly, no one actually spotted the triangle stacks there. There's a lot of gold you can get out for that one. I think Insane so far been pretty pivotal. That fast hand, Insane, dude.
Yeah, so annoying on Jigroy, but really, actually, I mean, the lane or the lead that he had in lane is pretty much gone, and Insane is right up there with him, even higher in XP. So
I mean, that's the goal, right?
feeling decent.
I mean, that's the goal when you pick Pango, right? You're not really like just because of sitting lane and farm, right? You're mostly going to be rotating around, joining alongside your team to be disruptive as much as possible, right? So I think it's been doing been on top of it.
Yeah, I also like this from Momo. We saw him do very well in that Beastmaster game. Was a little bit quieter in that last game as the Lycan, but he's going for this kind of cool build on Doom, which you take the facet that allows you to sell your items for 90% gold instead of 50%, and he's gonna go for Blink Dagger first. He might sell it after he gets a good Doom and then go into something like the Pipe or the Midas, and use that net worth very effectively, or he'll just keep the Blink. But I do like him opting for that. He's had a pretty decent start as the Doom. We've seen them struggle before, not as much in this game. His rune from Jigroy. Can he make something happen?
Ooh. Hopefully try to burst him down to the size. Instantly committed. Echo Slam, Wall Response into the Eclipse as well. I guess they didn't really want to take this chance, but he still could have Swashbuckle out as well. I think they just really want to try to go.
Yeah, there is still Solar Flare active though.
Now they fully committed. It's a beautiful Fisher as well. Somewhat isolate the path of escape coming from Ness as well. They did find the sniper, not the best ability. The same goes for Ness. So out of all the confrontation, even though they did expand a lot of ultimates, they still were able to get at least three hits for this confrontation.
Yeah, I think they're recognizing how important Insane is at the moment on this Pangolier for their fighting power. So just drop everything you possibly can to get that first kill. And then after that, Solar Flare is still active. You got the Blink still on Jigroy, so you can play really aggressive, pick off these two really immobile supports. Not much control between them, Sniper and Chen. And they've definitely served their job in the lanes, but now is a little bit of a struggle to find how are you going to be useful as the game goes on this Chen and on the Sniper. And it's definitely not impossible. You'll probably go into something like the Solar Crest or Mech, but ooh, Doom.
Good Doom. Fantastic Doom. The right person to Doom as well. Like, since there's really no way to really stop it or controlling, like this is the only surefire way to do it. Even if we had the BKB, it doesn't really matter. The Doom just pierces the BKB, slows regen.
And in the mid lane, oof, Juju.
It's not the best.
Not quite able to actually get the kill though. And expended all his leap charges to do so.
Yeah, now it's his turn to play among the trees, you know?
Oh, he might actually, he's gonna get this kill onto this or get out. Might actually still die to Momo if he has the blink up soon.
Yeah, he's Scorch is going to time us, but he's just going to be able to right click him down hell.
And even Fake A was kind of walking towards it.
By the way, does he has the...
That's nice.
By the way, does Fakey has the blink dagger, by the way?
Oh, does he really? I didn't see that in his inventory, but that is very early.
Oh no, okay, not yet.
He does not.
I
He's going for the Pavis.
just want to check, you know, because sometimes I feel like he's
Radiant's
very
middle
deep
tower
inside and he
is
still
under
has the
attack.
snowball. So I was like wondering, I was like, oh, did he blink in or what? Was he there?
Just being annoying,
scanning.
as annoying as he possibly could on Fake A.
Radiant's middle
So far,
tower
Luna
is under
has
attack.
done the thing where she walks into the jungle and gets about 10,000 net worth at this point in the game. So feeling pretty decent, but Franz not falling that far behind, and it's only a 1k gold lead for Outcast despite that Luna.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you saw the amount of jungle stacks that they had at the triangle as well? I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if he just suddenly exploded. But then again, also for the past 2 team fights, except for the one in mid, I think mid is the most recent one. He was just at the side lanes, just farming the jungle, side lanes, and triangle. He wasn't really participating in too many fights unless he's already there in the first place. But ooh, good Fisher as well. Gonna be able to try to melt down the stage as quick as possible. Commits the Echo Slam as well. All is done and all is somewhat worth it as well. FK, before you can get locked on, he actually got stunned once more with the Lucent Beam as well. I'm gonna be able to find any more priority target except for Ren. A little bit soft, doesn't really have any defensive ability to try to back off. Gets Roots at the edge with the Pit of Malice here. Not gonna be able to find a way. The ice shot didn't really lock them back in. Jig Roy comes in, nice timing with the ultimate from the Chen. That's gonna be able to save Sniper's life here.
Yeah, although the Hand of God, I believe it was actually up when Insane got gone on, so maybe wasn't paying attention or maybe thought that it wasn't worth it. But very unfortunate to lose the Pangler like that again, and they're gonna smoke up now.
I mean, it's that kind of
They have the Doom.
the kind of feeling where you know, like, oh, maybe he could get out in time.
And getting close to that Axe for Franz, this is really when the Slarks kind of starts to pop off, and Nis is all on his own, breaking the smoke, walking to the triangle, and
Radiant's
Momo
middle tower
not
is
able
under
to find
attack.
the Doom, unfortunately.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this you gotta count. That's a lot of Mirana damage that you're tanking there. Up the Mac, nothing's gonna be able to get out of that. Rolling Thunder comes in. Everyone was able to disengage. Right, ooh, nice time with the Inferno Blade into the Blink Dagger onto the lead as well. To be able to root down and melt away the Mirana. 4-man Pit of Malice, that's a little bit of Venusa to deal with. Nice at the portal,
Dire's
but
bottom tower has
I think that's going to be it for their confrontation. Support for
Radiant's
support.
middle tower is
Can't really find anything more out of it unless Snowball does manage to connect on the other side. Momo's able to get a really nice deal on top of her hands of CJ, but the rest of the team get isolated by a beautiful well placed of the Fisher. There's no way for them to really reconvene with the rest of the team in the river here as well. All that they could do is just to really watch him from afar, just see him drown in the river.
Yeah, I mean, Fake A, obviously everyone in Outcast has been doing incredible. That 4-man Pit of Malice was great from Momi, but I just feel like this Tusk has been everywhere, and every time I see a spell, it's just getting maximum possible value, blocking people off, saving with the snowball, and of course Drinking Buddies getting the most utility possible out of it. So Fake A's really impressed me with this hero.
Yeah. Great initiator, great saves. I think Tusk is in a really good spot, right? Like compared when he had the tag team. I mean, sure, we still have Tusk from time to time because, you know, the snowball save is always fantastic for against certain hero composition. The walrus punches causes PvP piercing. But back then, people usually played the Tusk guy as if like you were tiny, right? Once you get the scepter, you go with the Walrus King with the Blink Dagger, right? Or even core Tusker, but now it's a lot more different. Although it seems similar, but the dynamic has already changed just from one skill change here. So I think this is just something great about Dota, right? Like I think WoW has been doing a really great job. Nothing seems the same. Although yes, we do see some returning heroes, but other than that, it always feels very fresh and different. And speaking of, sadly, this is not so fresh as the Echo Slam was just absolutely significant. Nice timing with the portal though. Did manage to cut off a lot of beautiful entry for the rest of the squad. Slug is locked in with the Pit of Malice. He did pop the Shadow Dance earlier, try to see if he can get some damage into it as well. But they are fighting into the Pit of Malice without the BKB. It's a little bit tough here. Nice timing with the snowball as well to buy the next amount of time. Luna gets doomed out here. Try to go for the chase and try to go for the hunt, but no one will commit for the chase here. And they try to reconvene back to the fight as they are losing members like flies here. The Slug is the last man standing. France has to run for it. And the Luna would not die to the Doom. No. Still pretty durable enough.
Yeah, speaking of flies, with the Slugger facet, it feels like Jikroy is making the enemy team fly. As you can see them jump away every time he gets a kill. And even Franz. That is a home run for Jikroy. so much damage from this Earthshaker, and he had it in the first game, now in the second game. Maybe a tiny bit more awkward of a start, but now that he has his Ags, and as you're talking about, it just feels like there's nothing to really stop him.
Yeah.
This Doom goes out into the Luna instead of Earthshaker, and he just kind of runs rampant on your, kind of Chen and Sniper have no tools to defend themselves.
Dire's middle tower.
But
It's another kill on this in the mid lane.
I also feel that there's a lot of this engagement that it wasn't really in Immortal's control, right? It's a lot of fight where they were forced into it because like either the Pangoliers get a gun on as well, or most likely just most of the time just being out position because of just well placed portals, right? Like Jake Roy comes in initially with an Echo Slam, like once more he's almost about to do it exactly again. He initiates in, the team focus on Jake Roy, and then suddenly out of the blue, Warmy drops a pole at the back of their positioning. So the whole team starts like being split off and being isolated, and it easily gets picked up 1-1.
Yeah, and we're now reaching the point where, I mean, Franz has done a pretty good job this game, but now he's behind net worth from Womi, who has a Pipe and a Crimson, and just feels like there's not enough time in the world. This Shadow Dance will never be long enough to actually get a good fight with these auras. So, I mean, it's going to be a while, I feel like, before the Immortals feel really particularly comfortable walking into the side of the Outcast. It's got to be a perfect fight under the perfect conditions, and even then you've got, of course, all these saves. Juju went for the 4-staff first, Fake working into the Solar Crest.
Yeah.
So there's so much utility from Outcast, and feels like it's not quite matched on the Immortals, especially considering that they are now 10,000 gold behind. So just having the raw value in these items is a huge deal.
Mm-hmm. That really is coming from red. But there are a few options they can actually take the route for, but I feel like that option is pretty slim at the moment because you just see like usually the positioning of majority of the members of our cast, right? It's like they're always within the same area. There's like not one person like across on the other side of the map. And we're sure sometimes we do have like one, like we probably have the Underlord solo pushing another lane, split pushing in another lane, but it's still totally fine, right? Because he has the portal. He pretty much has that global presence, and he's on the way with the scepter too. So now sounding out of the blue, whatever position he plays that portal, there's always going to be a pit of malice, and that's going to be very annoying for the sniper to deal with. Like as it is, really, sniper's only defensive item he had is he's a shard. Not sure whether he has the 4 stuff yet, but still,
he went for a Solar Crest over the last time we saw him.
Yeah.
And that's hard to imagine that this smoke from the Immortals can amount to much.
Oh, that snowball just focusing on Ren. Drops the portal once more. No way for him to run. There's literally the path of escape is no longer here. And now they're forced back into the fight as well. No more Shadow Dance as well. Shadow Dance is currently off cooldown as well. This is focusing down Momo. He did drop the Doom. He did all he can, but the rest of the squad is just that big. It's just that fat. The Luna is just having a field day as CJ is just right-clicking them down the sides. Womi only has one single job, which is just activate all the damage reduction items and just drop the pit, and that's it. That's all he has to do, and it's so impactful for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fairly decent Sark game, but just facing this much net worth against you feels like it is impossible to overcome, especially to, Pangolier, usually kind of one of the best heroes in competitive Dota for a long time since its release, but actually not Pango's best patch as of now, and especially considering, I think, when the Pango is the mid lane, it's kind of hard to get the damage that you need from this hero. It's similar to, as Insane played last game, the Tiny. It's just a lot of flat damage, and until you get those really big items, which are hard to get to since you don't have that much damage to farm and all those resources, you are looking at a mid laner who is mostly a Rolling Thunder at the moment, and you need way, way more, especially when you're facing the Jikroy, who feels like he's Pangolier times 2 at this point.
There it is. Echo Slam into the Fission. This is such a perfect combo. Nice timing with the shard though, but the snowball will still connect and into the wall as much. Yeah, it's a perfect initiation. I don't think there's a real any answer to that unless you have another initiator stunner for the counter initiation. That doesn't happen.
Now, there is a, I mean, this is the other thing too. I mean, Momo, he did finish a BKB, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna do much. I mean, I don't feel like it's really the wrong choice in this game. Maybe I prefer something like a Shiva's just to get any amount of damage you can. And Franz at least is trying to get something, but only really able to force like Crimson Guard.
Yeah, it's
It's so annoying on Ren.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much budget gaming for the Cyber models at the moment here. But they are still trying to attempt to go for it. No Shadow Dance, so the not going to be careful. He does have to scepter. He popped the BKB, and that damage coming out from CJ. Momo just melted like hot knife through butter here. Now, of course, since Cloud doesn't have a BKB, can't really play around with the Pit of Mouse for too long here. Shadow Dance is also pretty much time. Gonna be up off cooldown again in the 5 seconds. C can try to attempt once more here. He leaps in into the Pit of Mouse, gets knocked up as well. Shadow Dance just managed to cover the cooldown, but I still think it doesn't matter. An ultra kill for the hands of CJ and GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. We finally have one of our first team in our top 3 to be going forward to the playoffs here. It is going to be Team Outcast.
Yeah, we'll be able, fortunately, to see more of the Immortals. There is that 3rd spot that the losers of the semis go into to fight for. But, I mean, Outcast, what else is there to say? Pretty simple game. You got the Luna with the supporting cast, and I mean, I'm going to say it already for me. Clear-cut MVP is fake. I mean, that Tusk, Leo, that's a nightmare. You know, I go to bed at night and I see fake in my dreams, blocking me with the shards, hitting these nasty snowballs.
You know,
and it's he was just everywhere.
It's like that. It's like that arcade game, right? Where you hit a guy with a special move, Falcon Punch, but instead it's just a Walrus Punch instead. Yeah, that's pretty much like what's happening here for these guys here. But that Earthshaker is also an issue as well, right? Like fake K is a nightmare. Same goes to the Earthshaker, especially when you don't really have a real proper way to deal with the Earthshaker as well. Like it's not a scenario where like you have like a line on your team or someone to at least punish if people that dives in. Like, oh, we have the decent insta stuns or like disabled to deal with him. No, it was a situation where we were like, okay, guys, what's the plan? He's gonna fly in. What are we gonna do about it? What can they do about it?
Yeah, I mean, everybody on Outcast just kind of doing exactly what they needed, as we said in previous games. Even, I mean, just the Underlord, you run it both games, and we've talked about how strong this hero can be. Even going off to kind of a rough lane Womi at the start, I mean, didn't really matter. You've got like global presence, and then you build into the auras, and it looks so simple from there. So big congrats to Outcast for making it to these top 3 spots.
Man, it's been a good run today, I guess you could say. Although we had a series that got to game 3, we didn't really get to witness game 1 and game 2 for the Immortal side. But regardless, I think they had a really strong run so far, and like you said, can't wait to see them again back in the next Odyssey Cup. But Outcast finally going forward with themselves here. What else can we really talk about? Don't get me wrong, it was very fresh to see a lot of heroes which we haven't seen in a while now, especially since with the meta change and everything, with how the game was being interacted. Some niche picks also coming back into the pool. I think that was pretty nice. The Darkseer was a really nice return. It really panned out as well as we hoped for. Same goes to the Lycan as well. Actually, I think the Lycan one was the one that was most painful one, I think, of all the one we've seen here today. That was a really rough one. But of course, let's quickly bring out our post-game stats here to just see like what was really the net worth like for a lot of these guys. And my god, both Sniper and Shen less than 10 grand.
Yeah, and by a pretty decent margin. I mean, barely breaking 10 grand was all the cores on the Immortal side. So very rough second game for them. But I mean, that's just what happens when Outcasts get ahead like that. Very serious contenders from what we've seen. And I mean, again, just everybody kind of doing exactly what they needed to. And a lot of times even going beyond that, Leo. I mean, we saw last game Juju on the Rubik, which incredible. His Mirana really solid. CJ looks like he is well endowed in the meta with this kind of DK and Luna and supporting cast around him. It has been excellent.
But other than that, I think like besides like Fake and the Earthshaker, right, I also feel like the Underlord pick was still a nuisance deal, right? Because like I said, the more chaotic the fight, especially since you don't have a lot of heroes that has like either defensive items or BKBs in that early stage to get the Pit of Mouse just feels something like a real nuisance for these guys here.
And just making sure that Jake Roy knows that he faithfully missed this Echo Slam.
Yeah, because you know,
It even looks like his blink wasn't even canceled. I thought in the moment it was, but he just didn't press it. So.
okay, so this is just one of those rare situations where he really was in the wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't even unfortunate. I mean, but speaking of unfortunate, this game for the Immortals, it feels like there were so many times that they almost got away, they almost got a kill. There's so many almost for the Immortals. Even in this fight, you know, Luna just walks away with a sliver of HP on the Doom. And in the meanwhile, Jake Roy
No, like
just throwing them all over the place.
no, that's what I'm saying.
man.
Like, it's such a nuisance to deal with the Pit of Malice. Like the first time, sure, you get that. Then the second time, you'd be like, okay, I can just walk out of it, but you can't because there's either the ice shard that's like blocking your path, or you get knocked, get stunned by the snowball, the Fisher. You get this really chain roots that's happening. Like even in that Luna situation, he got doomed. The Slough was trying to chase him down, but he doesn't really have the BKB. He got rooted twice in the Pit of Malice, and I'm pretty sure he's just like, oh really? Doesn't really have the leap either. Same case for here. Did the Earthshaker die in this situation? I still got to be out.
He did, just barely. There is also a funny thing, just as we saw it in the highlights. I like this one because I think it's funny. If you're playing Pango against Underlord, you can actually just kind of stand in place with the ball wherever the portal is, because you channel it while you're in the rolling thunder. So it's a funny. It looks funny. MVP is not funny though, because it is Jake Roy on this Earthshaker, and I think well deserved 13, 3, and 8. Leo, back-to-back games on it. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely honorary mention to Fake and Vomi as well. CJ did a great job as the safe laner. Juju had his limelights as well. I think Jake Roy so far with the mid lane with the Earthshaker, whether he had a good lane or a slow one these past 2 games, still found great success with it.
Yeah, so definitely a force to be reckoned with as they move forward. Outcast looking incredible on all 5 members.
But I still think that game was a little bit too comfortable for Jake Roy. Like, with no way to control that Earthshaker, I feel that was a very good game for him. I think he was very, very satisfied. The lane was a little slow since he was going up against the Pango. But I think other than that, he was very comfortable. He was just like, hey, he's just smiling with glee, hopping around. It's like, you guys want to catch me? Try it! No one's gonna get me. Who can get me? I think there was only that one time we saw a Doom on the Earthshaker, right? And that was like in that dire top jungle. Then that was pretty much it, right?
Yeah, and you know, speaking of, we've got coming up, I believe, is a Steam wallet code actually. So it'll be 5645 on this portion of the stream. Take note of it if you can. You got to go to odysseycup.gg. I believe enter this code and then answer a few quick questions about the Odyssey OLED G6 or G8, which is our sponsors we are very thankful for. So definitely participate in that if you can. There's lots to give away on the stream, Leo.
Definitely a lot. We also not just the Steam wallet code. We also had the Samsung discount code for if anyone is interested to try to get their hands to some of those latest Samsung monitors for 2024. Here we talked about the G8 and the G6 here. Really great stuff coming up for them as well. Although yes, do not worry. We will have the discount. If you didn't miss it out, if you're feeling bad at the fact that like, oh, we missed out on codes, despite that we've been talking about it the entire day, no worries. We still got another set of codes coming towards you guys, and then at the beginning of the next series as well. Yes, that's right. We still have one more series to go here, so do be on standby. You really want to get those discount code. If we are talking about discount code for what kind of models, don't worry. We're going to be talking about it right here, right now with your Rojo, and it's going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8. It is a 38-inch beautiful model, slick design, glare-free technology as well, and of course with a whopping power of 240 Hz. What else is it packing right here, Rojo?
Man, it's got a 0.03 millisecond response time.
No way.
That's incredible for gaming, but I believe it also has the smart TV function. So if
that's cool.
if you got a really high-end rig and you just like watching TV and enjoying it in extreme quality with incredible colors, then the Odyssey G8 is of course for you, and we are so glad to be sponsored by them, and of course the partner sponsor Red Bull here. But we are gonna, I believe, send you guys away for a little bit as we get ready for this 3rd series of the day, the 3rd and last for us. And of course, shout out to Leo. He is awake, of course, because of Red Bull, and thank you guys for watching.
it click through to the system is about to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through to the system is about to be a serious I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through to the system is about to be a slow beat run. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know when they click through to the send this about to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send it's about to be a serious I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send it's about to be a slow beat run. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
Fellow Dota 2 enthusiasts, welcome back to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. My name is Lennon, also known as YOLO Lee here, and joining me once again is going to be the one and only Shane B. Along with Rojo. Rojo, my friend, it's been quite the journey, but finally we have arrived to our last series of tonight to decide which of these two teams will be taking that final spot to go to that playoff.
Yeah, and I'm excited about it. We've seen, pretty back and forth games, a lot of stomps as well, Leo. So we've been through it all on this stream for this final series. And is there anything you're hoping to see, Leo, that we haven't quite yet? I mean, we've seen some fairly unique picks. Is there anything, just out of the ballpark crazy that you wish you could see?
Well, I'll let you know after that, after letting our fantastic viewers know about the discount code that's currently being shown on screen right now. This is exactly what you guys need, especially it's definitely quite the edge you need if you want to try to get yourself some of that Samsung latest monitors here, the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 or the G6. Is relatively simple. If you notice from the code line, the first two initial of the code actually signifies the region you're going to be able to utilize the code for. So if you're from Malaysia, then it's the MY Odyssey Cup, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, New Zealand. Same goes as well. So make sure you actually get the right code, screenshot it or write it down. It's pretty straightforward as well. So hopefully that will actually give you the edge when you're definitely interested to get one of those latest models. And yes, coming back to your question, Rojo. Well, I think we have seen pretty much everything this weekend, from niche picks, like unique picks as well, play styles, how they interact with the game, how they actually adjust to certain scenarios and certain teams as well. But moving on, this is going to be the updated bracket here. So we have already finalized our first two teams that's going to be heading to the advanced playoffs. It's going to be Team Outcast and Manta Esports, which so far Outcast has been having a very clean streak here with 2-0 here, only on the hands for Manta Esports, where they had to give a game 3 before moving forward here. And now finally we're going to be concluding our final series of the night. It's going to be Team Immortals, which we have casted twice already, against Egoist. This is going to be something really interesting for us here. Although, yes, on today's matches, you did notice that we have 3 series. We actually casted one game. I believe it was game 3. It was Team Immortal size here. So this is going to be our 3rd run with them.
Yeah, we're pretty familiar with those players by now, but not the same to be said about Egoist. You haven't seen anything from them. Unfortunately lost out to Manta Esports, but now they've got this last chance to head into the playoffs. I'm sure they're feeling quite glad that there's at least that little bit of a blanket to fall onto a Team Immortals as well. And we are straight into the draft, Leo. We even have 2 heroes picked already for us.
2 cores. I think it's the first for us to see the 2 cores being selected at the same time. First pick here, at least. It's usually supports first, or a support and a core. And be honest, let's be honest, like first pick support isn't really a bad thing. I feel like it's that kind of thing. Sure, it doesn't really pivot to anything, but it's still something nice to have, like to really keep the cards, to try to get a good feel of what your opponent. Not really showcasing like your opponent, like what potential you want to bring into this competition. But very strong opening, pretty flexible, both the Dragon Knight and the Timbersaw. Can go either lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have that flex open, and as well, I'm sure that the Egoists aren't too upset about it because we've seen Dragon Knight be incredibly strong. I can understand why a team might value it as a first pick, but Timbersaw has a fairly decent matchup into it for most of the game, of course. And to really any strength hero, Timbersaw can deal absurd amounts of damage. And now we have the second pick coming out from Egoist. They're kind of using some reserve time, thinking really hard on what is important to them. There is no Naga Siren ban again, and actually the Immortal, I mean, Egoists have to do some weird things, at least I would assume, because in the first phase ban, there was a Pugna and a Caudle, Leo, from the Immortal.
Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty excited to see what really is going to be coming up from the Immortal side. But let's be honest, Immortal has been the team that's been showing us like really unique picks and bans at the same time. Something they're usually catering to like what kind of composition they want to go for so far. They had some success, but at the same time, they also struggle when they face a team, especially in the laning phase. When the laning doesn't really go according to plan, that's when you start seeing like the entire plan slowly crumbling down to pieces here. But you know, I might be crazy here, but I recall a time when we had this Timbersaw going mid, right? And the way this particular team played against that was he actually picked the Bat Rider mid, and it completely destroyed the Timbersaw. So, is there a possibility we might see another Bat Rider like to go against the mid Timbersaw? Like, of course, this is with the scenario when it's already somewhat confirmed that this Timbersaw is going mid.
Yeah, I mean, Bat Rider wouldn't be a terrible one to pick up because you can also flex that hero, so, you know, always want to keep your options open if you're the Immortal, but they actually go for Clockwork, so nice to catch the Sniper if it's a core and then straight into the Shadow Fiend, probably particularly a bit more just for comfort. This could also lane into the Timbersaw mid. It's akin to a Bat Rider, but of course, you know, you can just match that wherever the Timber is. You're not a strength hero, so you're not suffering as much damage. And of course, stacking the raises and the magic damage is always valuable against Timbersaw. Even a great lane pairing with Clockwork if you run it in that safe lane. So the Immortals keeping the draft fairly open. Ego East, of course, not revealing anything yet, and they've got 2 picks to do so.
Yeah. I mean, preferably we have seen past support snipers before. We also saw attempted support snipers just now myself from Immortals last game. So not sure whether that's going to be the exact same path for them here, but I'm still pretty content if they want to go for the core sniper. But we have the Wind Ranger core alongside with the Treon Protector also coming in the mix as well. It's been a while since we saw Treon. I think we had Treon in yesterday's game. I think there was some great success. He got really strong BKB piercing ability with the teamfight ability from the overgrowth. Nature's guys from the shot is always fantastic. It allows you to scout things out. Nothing goes wrong with like a decent amount of lead seasons and healing sustains in the lane. And just same category with the Tiny, very high base damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, we saw Wind Ranger, I believe, only once the other day. But of course, it was on Jackie. I believe he got a rampage in that game and then still lost. It was a tragic story for him, but I mean, is an incredibly powerful hero. And assuming you want to run the safe lane, which looks more than likely a great pairing with Treant, Doom is a pretty good response to it. Of course, not as we've seen, you know, Doom sometimes can be a bit iffy in the laning phase, but is incredibly strong with, you know, that ultimate button there. The Doom onto any of these heroes would be extremely value from the Immortal, and it is something they played previously, so clearly a fair bit of comfort for them.
Yeah. It's great against the Timber as well, especially since it's going to be a lot of regen coming out of it. The Doom's ultimate just works perfectly that way as well. You use also to use it to shut down the Wind Ranger, since you don't really have a lot of like instant disables on there, and maybe just a Dragon Tail. But if you're in a dragon form, the Dragon Tail becomes like a traveling projectile, so you need to really take it to account for that one as well when you're going against the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the Immortal pretty clearly looking for a last pick support here, and I feel like they've given away pretty clearly that, I mean, I would imagine it's the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. Maybe they do something a little weird here. I would look at, I mean, namely the Dark Willow myself. Just nice lane pairing with the Doom. I mean, it looks pretty incredible in this game. Bramble's so annoying for Treant and especially Timbersaw. Just damage in the Wind Ranger, but Rubik is actually the pickup from them. I don't like it as much as the Dark Willow, but I can see why they would pick it up. There are some pretty value spells to steal. Even the Shrapnel nowadays is pretty good if you've got the Scattershot facet for the Sniper, Overgrowth, Chakram. Overall, I'm sure a comfortable pickup on the POS 4 here, and has some pretty decent spells to steal. And Ego East here, now they have the opportunity to pick up Dark Willow themselves if they wanted to. It still looks even pretty decent for them. Or they can go into a mid lane. But actually, Sniper is pretty happy against Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, nothing really too worried about it. Okay, unless you really get into within its attack range, which I think is definitely going to be most likely as well, depending on the path you want to go for.
we see people playing a lot more on the revolving around the shrapnel and headshots. We don't see a lot of people going for the tech aim now. So with that being said, it's still going to be within the vicinity of the Shadow Fiend's range here. And speaking of Dark Willow, it's going to be going in the hands of Egoist here instead. So it is going to be indeed the core sniper. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, very interesting. And it looks like Insane is going to be taking the Dragonite into the mid lane. If they don't roll swap on us again, that is.
Oh, yeah.
Which I could definitely understand. I mean, that way you're not matching the SF and the sniper and rather having it go into the timber saw.
Yeah, but just from the allocation of players here, it looks like it's going to be a mid DK, right? Friends with the safe lane. Momo going to the off lane side. And I believe Nis was playing the post-5 this last 2 games, so
10 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
post-5 clock with the post-4 Rubik. I mean, the post-4 Rubik has always been a standard kind of thing,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, pretty solid drafts from both teams, although personally I would favor just a little bit in the favor of Ego East, because I really like this last pick, Dark Willow, that they picked up for themselves, and should be a relatively, nice game for Sniper. Not a lot of threats. And, we've seen it time and time again. Sometimes if you get a small lead in the first few minutes and then eventually lead into, just one good smoke gank, you can garner a massive lead. Could potentially do that on Ego East if the Immortals are not careful.
It's a tough decision for me, especially for me as well, because there is certain requirements coming from the side for Team Immortals. And if those requirements are met, I believe they can actually be pretty solid. Like, they are very durable. We're talking about Dragonite, we're talking about Dooms as well. On top of it, we've got a Clockwork. So paired against Egoist, we're just concerned where if Egoist lanes are not going that well, I'm just concerned with whether they really have the damage. Because if not, we're going to be falling back to like what we were experiencing from Jackie's game yesterday, right? Where yeah, he has the damage only starts coming on once he really start getting the items rolling, right? They were a little bit on the back end, if you recall, and then Jackie started getting once he got the Daedalus, especially with the last pick with the Divine Rapier as well. That's only when you start seeing like the whirlwind really put their actions here. So I'm just concerned where if the lane isn't going so well for them, it might feel that the Immortals might be able to just overwhelm them, but at the same time, it's a Doom, right? It's susceptible to get bullied a lot, especially when you're going up against like another range core, paired with most likely the tree unprotected as well. That's a lot of damage you're really popping out of there.
Yeah, you definitely are pretty comfortable safe lanes, I would assume, for both teams here. The Wind Ranger with the Treant, very comfortable, and Shadow Fiend with Clockwork, a pretty classic pairing overall. Both teams smoke and narrowly miss each other. Ships in the night. Nice
Wrong
moves
place
from
at the
Twitch
wrong
on the
time,
Treant.
yeah. I think they're going to be able to run into each other in the river, but I think the advantage that they have is just that ward. Because they had a really nice ward on the Dire side here, so the Raiders going to be able to spot them out first. They did set up their own personal ward, so let's just see who managed to spot who first here. And I think they finally revealed themselves. Hey, you're my high ground, I'm on your high ground.
Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man. He didn't go for something here on the rune. He actually sees them on the timber saw, so I think trying to kind of bait them out here.
Oh, it's tough. I feel Egoist has a little bit better level 1 abilities as well. Yeah, a lot more disable, a lot more burst, instantly gone, Insane is out of the picture. That's your mid core, give it to the opponent's mid core. Yeah,
and Sniper can suffer a tiny bit in this like early laning phase because Dragonite has more damage, but nobody really likes playing in the Sniper from the mid lane, if we're being honest. And even if DK is almost equally as annoying at times, just giving this hero a head start is nothing you want to see if you're Insane.
Also, they do need to take into account, right, where this is not the old Sniper, this is the new carry Sniper, right, where you're not as soft as you used to be. Nowadays, it's just like you have like 3 Wraith Bands and you're like the most tankiest Sniper in the whole ground. No longer the same old Sniper.
Yeah, you're not nearly as fragile, and a lot of times they go into kind of tankier build-ups as well. I actually wouldn't be surprised this game if we saw the Sniper go for Gleipnir obviously an incredibly strong item in its own right. Has been pretty favorable for a lot of the mid lane snipers. And actually just getting ran down on Ren.
Dude, if he had an orb of venom, right, that's most likely a dead Ren.
Yeah, it was incredibly close, but still doesn't feel good losing all your HP, even if you do live here. It's nice for Momo in the spot side.
I mean, it's going to be a very slow one, right? Going to be spamming a lot of Scorch Earth. Going to take it to the count. But if you want to go on the, even you want to go for the offensive, there's like decent amount of sustain. And even the Wind Ranger has his own personal way of escaping out with the Wind Run as well. So
And
Yeah,
he was trying to actually catch Ren, but not able to utilize the Wind Run.
yeah. But I think this is great, like what the 300 is actually doing, because like you really want to make sure like your support's gonna be there to assist with the Doom here. But now the fact that you're forcing Ren in the position where it's like, okay, I can't get too close. I'm running out of regen, and eventually he will run out of regen. And the Momo is going to be susceptible where one by one, they're going to slowly pick them off here. Even for the top side, I think we seeing like a little bit of a confrontation here. A couple of brambles set up, a little bit of respects here and there. The cost is definitely going to be a little bit of a nuisance for the Timber Sword, especially when he wants to go with the Timber Chain here. So that's going to be one of those few situations.
Yeah, and especially getting into level 3 here on Franz, this is really when the Shadow Fiend starts to feel a little bit terrifying, especially for a melee hero like the Timber Saw. Ooh, up from this.
Yeah, it's not just the cogs, even the battery assault as well. The cogs even was not the one that locked him out or locked him down. It was just the battery assault too.
Yeah, super annoying for the Timber Saw.
That'd be rough for sure. And I'm not sure, like even for example, he wants to help. He's trying to figure out how to help. That's the real thing here. Level 2. Bramble doesn't really do much. It's right now just a little bit of a nuisance, but not gonna be able to do as much as he hopes for later on. At least until more levels comes in.
Yeah, at least has the benefit of getting the raindrops since it's now 3 minutes, so hopefully able to nullify some of the impact from Franz's SF. We saw him play this in a previous game, but unfortunately did not go their way, so that's now why they're in this lower bracket, looking for that 3rd spot into the playoffs here.
I mean, hey, look,
Relatively quiet in lanes.
I mean, look on the bright side of Rojo. There is no Earthshaker.
That there is not. Looks like EO East are not as partial to it. And I mean, you know, facing a Dragonite, or I mean a Sniper, I guess would be what it is not much better. And DCMG, ooh, just barely able to escape there.
Yeah, but it took so much out of DCMG here. The amount of regen, sure, he has infused raindrop, but like it's barely keeping it up. But finally, a beautiful opportunity where rotation comes in. That should hopefully even out the odds slightly here.
Yeah, very nice Bramble there. Of course, a lot of the value of the Dark Willow that we've seen and been pretty favorable for.
Still the
always
raise.
back one of the games we've watched.
Nice pressuring back. Doesn't really have any more regen as well. No tangos either on the Dark Widow, the best system here. Maybe back to the bottom side on the other hand. Ivor comes in, pops the Wind Run. I mean, I think this is going to be the typical back and forth, right? He gets lifted, he gets caught, he gets hit, instantly Wind Runs. And they just have no real way to deal with it. I guess you could save the lift when he Wind Runs. Maybe you could try to like you could probably cut off some of those timers off during that Wind Run duration. But Mid on the other hand,
actually a solo kill, not even level 6 there. Just using, you know, the poke damage from Sniper, and then using, of course, the Scatter Shot facet to deal obscene damage with the shrapnel.
Yeah,
well, that's why you don't want to give this hero first blood.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, right? Like no one goes to take aim anymore, especially with the new facet. I will just get as many points into Shackles as much as possible here because you just get so much out of that trait. The rune control is also fantastic, but Druid! They take a little too much damage from the Infernal Blade, but so much healing, just so much sustain for him to really get through here. Nature's Guys. Sorry, not Nature's Guide. The first skill slow is definitely going to be helpful. Momo couldn't really like get through the forest here.
Yeah, so I mean, lucky they get away with his life there on Dritch. Winner's not having a terrible time in terms of CS, but it has been pretty dicey. I'm assuming there's been a lot of regen used on the spot side. And likewise, Momo's, you know, we've seen Dooms have pretty hard games, and this one so far is even timing from this.
Wait, did the cop actually knocked him back when he tossed back the lift?
Yeah, it was very unfortunate timing, just right on top of the cog. So actually ends up, instead of getting the kill there or threatening the sniper at all, ends away another kill to him.
But you know, it's fine. Like, sure, you give one kill to the sniper. I don't think it's too significant. So sure, you're lucky by nine last hits, but it's not really like a major loss for Insane here. Still pretty solid, still pretty strong as well. You give two.
Yeah, I'm just scared of snipers that get off to start like this. And as you know, this is the thing about this new sniper and the scatter shot facet is you are actually quite good at rotating. Usually people don't think of sniper in that way, but very good at doing it now. Stritch is playing really on the edge just for that last little kill. Ivan gets the kill, and actually he's gonna snag away a wisdom rune as well on the backside.
Definitely a very nice bonus here, but I think there was someone going to be on their way to secure it. Yeah, Ivan got it. It's safely got it out in time too. Well done.
Yeah, the wisdom runes in this early game are a really massive deal, especially for heroes like, I mean, that's Clockwork and Rubik that are missing out on that wisdom rune experience. These are two of probably the heaviest, you know, level 6 heroes in the game. They really need their ultimate to feel as impactful as they can get, especially for that Rubik, of course, the spell steal. Hookshot is also one of your only ways of getting onto the sniper in this early game, so really sucks to lose that wisdom rune.
DCMG back and at it into the lane again. Managed to regen up as much as possible, but eventually we see Fran's going to be hitting that level 7, so it's going to be 2 levels ahead. I don't think you really have that chakra mob either as well anytime soon coming from DCMG. We do see a little bit of rotation coming in, which I think is understandable, right? Like, you do not want to take any more EXP away from DCMG, especially when there's really nothing can be done in this lane anymore. Especially since the wave is being pushed in, not a lot of control from the side camps, so just let him hopefully slowly bring it back here.
Yeah, give some XP over to the Dark Willow, one of the best heroes at utilizing it from the support role, and likewise, you really want DCMG to get this level 6. The Chakram is really when Timbersaw starts to feel like a hero at all, with Arcane Boots coming through as well. So decent start for Ego East, 6-2 at the moment, and a lot of those kills just sitting on the sniper. Having an incredible start. You know, Ivan is even stacking for himself. Spot side. We've seen this a few times. I believe Jackie, when he's playing Lena, did this a few times, and Wind Ranger, usually not a hero that's great at farming, but again, thanks to the addition of facets, the Whirlwind, just use that off cooldown to kill creeps guys. Gives you a lot of money.
I mean, it's pretty much
the best thing about this facet.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much similar to how like a Chaos Knight usually plays with his ultimate with the Phantasm, right? Like, there's no big fight, if nothing really happening, just pretty much commit it as long as it's off cooldown, just to farm all those jungle camps, right? Rack up that revenue for themselves.
Oh, did you want to do that?
Yeah, not really. I mean, definitely not even a good ultimate for fighting in the early game. Phantasm, sometimes similar, so just get as much gold as you can possibly get. That's the name of the game, getting to that early kind of maelstrom. And eventually, as you said, you know, Wind Ranger with the items becomes a force to be reckoned with. And Insane actually walks up into the top lane, but isn't able to really find anything himself.
Yeah.
He TPs into the triangle to go stack.
I mean, they spotted out earlier as well, but here comes the Nature's Grass. Don't think going to be able to get the pick out of Momo. A little bit too fast with the Scorch Earth, especially since he also had the he also actually gobbled up the Goblin Talon. But that's actually the bonus movement speed, I believe. It's exceptionally fast right now, Momo.
Yeah. He's not too worried. Not level 6 yet on Dritch on the Treant, but likewise, Clockwork and Rubik slowly working towards their level 6s. Pretty massive deal here with the Dark Willow having their own, but no smokes or anything yet. Both teams handshaking, saying we are going to farm more than you.
I mean, their position has been pretty open, right? Because of that I guess you could say overextended war at that tier 1 tower on that top side, if you notice there near the secret shop. Pretty much getting a lot of vision whether the support is actually relatively nearby, so that's pretty much why you see SM a little bit confident to just lead the lane. Nothing's going to really happen towards the side of Nis. Chakram is here though. But a quick teleportation coming from Ivan as they try to relocate all the way to the top side, trying to get a couple of kills, and they will succeed here.
Dire's top
Well,
tower
really
Really
well
nice
done.
timing from Ivan, just to get that kill there. Getting anything, and of course, you know, even though DCMG is having a tough time on the Thunder Saw, this hero can actually usually come back decently. You just have so much damage from your spells, and stopping the Clockwork from getting that hook shot as long as you possibly can. It just means more time on the map that you don't really have to worry. You know, there's not really any form of initiation from the Immortals until they get that level 6. So you know that they will be comfortably in their own jungle, hitting the creeps and Insane and Franz. Doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Yeah. I think in terms of like just farming wise and EXP allocation, I think everyone's been pretty efficient about it as well. Everyone's able to get their own lane, everyone's in their own separate jungle as well. There's not much sharing here. Everyone's like pretty comfortable with the current state. It is a slightly slow, just a little bit slow compared to what we were experiencing for the initial skirmishes. But now since everyone has their ultimates, everyone has already hitting that double-digit level, so especially level 10, level 11. But finally, a little bit of action. I spoke a little bit too soon. It has been currently happening towards the bottom side. Beautiful overgrowth into the striker shot as well, and also pop in the focus fire whirlwind here. Fantastic as to get rid of the Doom before he actually got the Doom out of the first bit. No real perfect target either, or anyone to really follow up with the Doom anyway, so didn't feel the need to use it. Could have been a waste here. That Bramble, the last sprout as well, will be able to lock down the dear friend Nest here, and will be able to secure 2 kills. But Timbersaw on the other hand, on the, I believe it was the top side. Was it the top side or the middle side that he actually got picked up?
Yes, he's probably pretty low on the Ancients is what it seems like, because Insane actually, we don't see this as often, but he is playing the mid Dragonite, so he went for the Blink Dagger first, but now
Oh,
trouble.
getting him.
Timing is not fast enough on that Fear, unfortunately. And now Ren even stole the Shrapnel for himself, which probably... Oh, no, he took
Take aim.
That is a little bit too fast. That's really smart. I like that. Sometimes the best way to counter a Rubik is to just have that kind of fast cast spell that you press after all your important abilities. Take aim is definitely one of those. Probably one of the most useless things you could possibly get on a Rubik.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We still
attack.
haven't been able to use or utilize the Doom at all. I don't think we've seen a single one yet from Momo. Just haven't really found a good opportunity, and not a good opportunity to break this tower bottom either, which is usually such a big point of contention for these teams. They're looking, but not finding.
It's difficult when you're trying to find an opportunity. Right?
Dire's
Assassinate,
middle tower is under
great.
attack.
Got his hand on this. Courtesy of example, of course, for the setup for that kill. Did somewhat relay the information, so they might be trying to see if they can try to get an interaction with the boss side. They found Dritch, doesn't really need to utilize the Doom for it. Soft enough for the rest of the team to really melt them away. I think they're pretty fine with giving up the bottom tier 1 tower if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, I like this by Insane a lot to give up going for the more traditional carry items like the armlet. I'm going into BKB or Sanjinasha or anything. Just going straight into the Blink as we used to see for Dragonites. Has fallen a bit out of favor, and I believe he's probably going into either an Orchid or a Mage Slayer with that Oblivion Staff or the Blitz Snuggles. But both would be incredible from the spot, so I really like his adaptation
Radiant are
of
scanning.
this kind of red Dragonite that we see.
I mean, there's also no choice, right? Like, someone needs to be able to get on top of the sniper, right? Because if he's pretty big right now, he's been pretty comfortable. Now that's an example of a beautiful character as well. Blinks the top and mute, got the Cox into the hook shot as well, and
Radiant's
still
bottom
walks out of
tower
it?
is under attack.
What? Okay,
Pretty
that's
casually.
interesting.
I mean,
Very,
just weren't quite able.
yeah, sure, living armor, but that's just level 1.
Yeah, I mean,
That
as
was
you said,
level
snipers are not, you know, kind of pushovers as they used to be anymore. They buy a lot of stats. They get a lot of HP in this early game.
Yeah, that's
Feeling pretty decent for Mia to dodge that gank because, you know, using a smoke like that, they've used, I believe, at least 2 of them now. Eventually you start running out. It's a lot of wasted time as well.
True. A little bit difficult since not a lot of intel they can really play off from except on the triangle. So it's just pretty much like just really flying by. But they do have vision of both mute and example for their walking path as well. So
Radiant structure.
gotta slowly siege the tier 1 tower. Will pop in the glyph. Then we see a rotation coming from the back line. That's going to be the Doom alongside the Clockwork as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to get some really good hook shot and a fantastic one on top of the sniper. Finally, the Doom Momo will reveal the existence of the Blink Dagger as well. Doom instantly drop on the sniper. No hesitations at all. I said, just the main goal of the name of the game here is just to get the pick off, get the objective, and then book it out of here.
Yeah, I mean, sniper, as much net worth as you can have, as tanky as you can be for what the hero typically is. It's not enough when you get hook shot and then double blinked on. Franz, of course, having a slightly better game than he did the last time, doing 10,000 net worth at this moment.
Oh,
doing a lot of damage. Not going to be able to finish off this Timbersaw more than likely. Nice Hurricane Pike.
There's so much damage on DCMG.
And even actually stealing the Chakram on Ren, which is, of course, one of the best things you can get on Rubik, realistically, and give him a lot of farming potential. Momo on the bot side is so fast.
Yeah, not for too long. A good attempt, though. The bonus move is fantastic. DCMG, unfortunately, not going to be able to book it out for that one this time. A little bit too low. France was dead, and of course, Ness was still to secure his fate. Insane is not too far behind. See if there's any opportunity. He has the Blink Dagger active as well, so great initiation, pretty durable as well. As long as they really get their hands on the sniper, they don't really have to worry too much about any like damage output here for now.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Ivan did finish up the Gleipnir, which is really nice for the Wind Ranger, but now you're facing the Insane, who has the Blink and the Orchid.
Wow.
You've got to be super careful. Very aggressive build from him, and still keeping up excellently in farm, even above the sniper who bullied him so much in the early game. Not able to get into that Hurricane Pike just yet for the sniper, which is going to be one of your key item timings. His hookshot or Doom pretty much feels like his fate is sealed. 6k gold lead now for the Immortals.
Will we be seeing the Revenant Brooch on the hands of the Wind Ranger later on towards this game?
It might be unlikely. Ooh, looks like a quick pick off.
Yeah.
Walks into a ward, a little bit unfortunately for him. I think it's a little bit unlikely to see the Revenant's Brooch. It just feels like he needs so much more on Ivan, and it's also... It's not necessarily a game that I feel like you have a lot of physical damage being blocked. Could be okay, but ultimately you kind of need survivability this game, especially into the Doom. And Dritch is actually getting his... Oh, he got his forest cut down. That was a really smart play from Ren. I like seeing that. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he must have known that Dritch was there, so...
That's the thing. I don't spot the sentry, so I'm not too sure. Was it like just a casual one that he just threw it out, or...
Yeah, I have no clue. But he does, for his efforts, pick up a Philosopher's Stone.
Was there a sentry in another spot? Like, they probably spotted him out earlier?
I mean, I don't know. It looked intentional, because he was pretty fast about it, but...
Yeah.
maybe the Treant threw out a spell or something, thinking that he was relatively unseeable.
Still pretty fun. But of course, going forward, Drew spotted him out. There is a sentry. He did manage to spot him out in time, at least this case here. Still being awfully careful. Instantly procced us. Yeah, they got him. But instantly, two sharper challenge committed and well placed as well at the same time. But Frank's coming all the way to the back line. He has his eyes on Mute. Mute spotted him out first, instantly repositioned himself. Couldn't really get on top of Mute. We'll find the next best thing, and that's going to be the Wind Raider. He did pop the Wind Run here. We'll be able to get out of it and also pop the Whirlwind in time. The Brand was absolutely perfect. Caught France twice now here. The Doom is somewhat thrown down here, but instantly gets picked up in the process here. Timbersaw DCMG absolutely shredding all the strength heroes here from the hands of Insane here. But we'll be able to secure the double kill from the Chakra pickoff, and France has no choice but to slowly walk back to base. Oh, Roshan not doing Ren the favor here. And it's going to be another triple kill for DCMG.
They're going to look at the Roche. This might be a little bit difficult, but they're still going to try, regardless. They're going to step out of it.
Yeah.
A little bit too low on HP. Taking any risk on Ivan. I mean, a good fight overall for Yugo East is pretty much perfectly how it can play out. You know, Doom is essentially wasted on the backside. Ivan barely lives and gets that Whirlwind off to kill and miss on the Clockwork. And now there's a pipe for DCMG. Going slowly into that BKB for Ivan. Slowing down the game is nice, but it is a little bit funny. Egoists are up by 7 kills at this point in the game, but still down 3,000 net worth.
Yeah, that's also interesting. But I guess it's been just France. France hasn't really been joining a lot of fights. I think that was like one of the major team fights he actually participated in. Other than that, he's just been bombing the side camps actually. I mean, he had a good early lane as well, so
Dire's middle tower is
I
under
just went straight to the jungle.
Yeah, and he's reaping a lot of benefits from it. Very farmed on this SF so far. Even skilling a lot of stats because, you know, as I said in the previous series, he was playing the SF. Nobody likes Feast of Souls. That is a horrible spell. So he doesn't even bother leveling it a single time. In this last series, he didn't even level his ultimate past level 1. And he might not have until just recently, but you know, it makes you very strong, very tanky. 2.6k HP on the Shadow Fiend at this point in the game, and they're gonna head into the Roche just for good measure.
I mean, it's gonna be nice. It's not like the Immortal lineup is lacking anyway. I think they also are still pretty big as well. And do take into account Insane is playing the utility Dragon Knight as well with the Blink Dagger, and most likely the BKB on the way as well. So not really losing out too much either, as long as they can really get their hands on the sniper. I mean, the Doom was great. You got the Doom with the sniper, you somewhat like force him out of the fight, but Ivan was still pretty much around with the Whirlwind, so pretty significant damage really output from them.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and Franz, he does have the Aegis, so he's feeling particularly confident and actually won't be punished for it. Just TP out right in front of them.
Only there was
Much
a Blink
wasted
Dagger on the
stuff.
tree. And
Yeah, unfortunately. Not enough net worth for that, not in the budget as of the moment. And I mean, there is BKB on Ivan, but this is one of the nice things is that Franz, he didn't even go for the BKB. He went pretty much as greedy as he possibly could.
yeah,
Has very nice itemization for this game. The Manta, of course, against the Overgrowth, since it does pierce the BKB from the Treant. But I mean, now that he's you know, itemized so greedily and he has that Aegis, he's not really feeling punished at all. He's undoubtedly probably the strongest hero on the map, sitting at 15k net worth. Almost the gold lead himself.
I remember a massive fight is going to be ensuing on the other side. They did drop on the Bramble, but there is the BKB at the moment. So he's going to be able to walk out of the Bramble here. Ivan pops his own personal BKB, but he's currently stuck between the cogs here. Cogs eventually going to be timer as well. France decided to take the fight head on here. He's going to be able to get a beautiful power shot on top of the clockwork. Thank God for Mandacell. He's going to be able to purge out the glyph here. Nice timing with the glimmer here. And of course, thankfully for the shots coming in from Red. The Tormentor should be able to lift him out to safety, but you know, there's still just too many Brambles for him to walk out of this one. So overall, not exactly as planned to find in such a compact area under vision, but Egoist will still find great success from it.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit overextended on the Immortals, and of course, I mean, going that greedy item build that we have on Franz is really great if he can get the damage off, but doesn't have a way to pierce through the Wind Run quite yet. Not able to kill a DCMG because he doesn't have the pipe. He's actually even working into an Ags, so the Doom wasn't able to accomplish as much as they wished. So, you know, really good fight for them just to slow the game down as much as they possibly can and make this gold lead a little bit more negligible. Now when the Wind Run runs out, oof, a lot of damage from Bronze.
But good catch on the roll though. Nice setup with the Bramble as well. This will be forcing France to take another pass after pass, but I think they're going to go for a little bit more of a simple target here as they find Ren. Dust finally goes down. France feels like he wants to try to get back into the fight. The Blink Dagger is cancelled out for Insane since he walked into the Bramble. His reset, but didn't really find any more core targets or priority targets for him to jump upon. Ivan's out of the picture. He's going to be back in a couple of seconds here. Tier 2 tower doesn't look at the best of health here, so it looks like they want to see if they can try to defend it. Unfortunately, will not be able to do so, but the Bramble again cancelling the Blink Dagger. Thorn Crown set up alongside with the BKB perfectly pop as well. And France is pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place here, within the cogs here, and also get terrorized on top of it. Mute doesn't care. He's very satisfied with it. He has the high guns to go for a couple of hits here, but Momo is on his tail here. And France, of course, is not too far behind. Nice setup with the Bramble here. Comes in, he does have the Aegis in hand, and Mew finally goes down here. But Ivan will tag in here to replace the missing damage here, and pops the Whirlwind instantly. Aegis gets popped out. France is on the run. Same goes for Insane here. and they're very somewhat satisfied with this one, since they managed to not only achieve their objectives and also get a couple of pick up and also force out buyback. Pretty great overall.
Definitely a good outcome for the Immortals. A nice way to utilize the Aegis, which they're kind of struggling to a bit. So it looks good for them. The BKB reveal from Insane ends up accomplishing a decent amount. And
Dire are scanning.
I mean, DCMG, he did on the Timbersaw opt to go for the Ags, but there is that BKB as well on Franz. So not only am I a little bit scared that he
Dire's
could
middle
still die
tower
through
is
it,
under
but
attack.
I'm really scared of if he is the Doom target. Because of course you can't pop the Timbersaw Aghanims before you get doomed, because it will be purged by
Dire's
the
middle
cast of the
tower
Doom,
is
and
under attack.
of course you silence when you're doomed. So not very good in general if he gets hit by that spell, so he's got to really watch out. Otherwise he's incredibly tanky, but got to watch out a lot for that Doom, which already seemed to be landing on him most of the time.
Yeah. Especially if the sniper's not within the range, right? It's just mostly like no sniper, no Ivan, then the next best thing is just mostly the Timbersaw, right?
Definitely. In level 20 even on Franz, I believe he gets damage per soul now. He's sitting at probably quite a few of those, so probably at least 40 or 50 damage coming out. Insane.
Oh yeah, they smart.
Dire
Dritch, I mean, he's been struggling a little bit.
Dire's top
A
tower
little bit of,
is under
you know,
attack.
fancy feet there. A couple of skates on that Treant Protector. Does manage to evade them, thankfully.
Got out of it, but that's good intel. Now the rest of the Radiant team is also slowly reconvening into their positions now to see if they can try to get someone out
Ooh,
of this.
he is
in the
under a
meantime.
sentry this time.
Sentry! Oh yeah, there's no way he's gonna be able to get out of this. Silence on top of it, can't really pop in the overgrowth. Now they personally pop in their own smoke here, so it's gonna be basically a smoke on smoke. But Mute just realized, like, you know, without the Treant Protector, let's just go towards the bottom lane. And I think the same goes for the Immortals as well. They did spot Mute from the lane. They're anticipating his farming pattern here, and I think they will be able to find great success.
Yeah, even the jump
Mute,
so
you
fast.
gotta
on
run,
Nomi.
buddy!
Not enough, unfortunately. Even finally gets the shrapnel on run.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, pickoffs like that are only going to accelerate the game. Getting that kill onto Dritch was so nice. He just bought back, so an extra 25 seconds. He's still waiting to respawn here. And Insane actually even working towards a Bloodthorn of his own. So, of course, you have the BKB
Radiant's bottom
on
tower
the side of
is
the
under
Wind
attack.
Ranger. But for the rest of the team, it feels like if this,
Dire's middle tower
you
is
know,
under
Bloodthorn
attack.
comes out, if Franz is even nearby, you're probably just going to die in a
Radiant's
few
bottom
seconds.
tower has
Oh yeah.
fallen.
Franz has so much damage. Look at that, almost 450.
Especially
Just
with
barely
the,
under it with the Nemesis curse as well.
one of the best, like the best damage neutral items to have too. And like, since he has the MKB as well, Wind Run is not the evasion is definitely not going to help, especially with the hand of the Wind Ranger. So gonna really look out for that one. Oh man, so far a little bit slow, but still slowly bouncing back. Despite the kill score though, at least now the kill score looks a little bit better compared to just now. I think it was like what, 19-8, no, 19-9, but they had the goal lead. It's just
Radiant are
rather
scanning.
unique.
Yeah, you don't see that as often, but it's definitely I mean, Ivan's going to struggle a little bit for sure here. I mean, he's keeping up pretty well in net worth, but having that MKB, having the Doom, of course, available for Momo, this means that his game will never be easy. And the same can be said for the Timbersaw. I like the Aghanims a lot on this hero, but, you know, if you get doomed, unfortunately, you can't use it. So
Oh yeah.
you have a lot to watch out for in these team fights. Everything is pretty much going to fall into place for Ego East, it feels like. And then both teams waiting 14 seconds. The Roshan is able to spawn then, and it will be pretty solidly in the spot side. Ooh.
Nice timing with the BKB, although he will still commit the Doom though, but the damage still rather significant for the hands of France. Yeah, Mute popping his shot, doing all he can to actually try to get out of it. The Crown Thorn, thank God, from the shot as well. Gonna be spawning his own small sets of Bramble, gonna be able to lock Moba down in place. Now without Ivan out of commission for almost a minute now. 50 seconds. Might be a nice opportunity for them to try to at least to siege the high ground. Ensuring all the lanes, someone being pushed in as well. DCMG is a little bit far from the base here, but at least they have some nice wave clear abilities as well. Then this should be fine, but this thing's gonna be safe for Dritch.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has been struggling a little bit as a Treant Protector in this game. They really just seem to have his number.
Yeah.
Anytime he shows somewhere on the map, there's either some unfortunate sentry or Ren there to thwart his plans.
It's like,
And I believe Franz actually, I think, finished the BKB as well, so he is
yeah, he's
probably
not
about
gonna,
as scary as he'll get.
yeah, he's not gonna be affected by brambles or any form of CC anymore, except from the overgrowth here. I mean, I can see what Drish is trying to go for, right? Like just casually just push the lane, make sure the lanes are somewhat pushed in as well. I mean, that's the only time that you can really catch him, right? Like the minute you spot the nature grass in the lane, then you just pretty much know like, oh, he's around there. Pretty much the same way how he got caught under that tier 2 tower as well. They were just like, okay, he's nearby, just pop the dust. They eventually find him. So not a lot of trees for him to walk around to, since he was on the left side instead of the right side of the lane for that bottom side. Not really much obstacle. But the second Aegis is gonna go into the hands of the immortals here. So this is gonna be a really nice pick up here.
Yeah, definitely. Franz is already so terrifying. Give him a second life for good measure. And this game just gets harder and harder for Ego East, even though they're keeping up decent in the net worth. It's just, there's so much to fight into. Franz himself is walking under wards constantly, but has nothing to fear at the moment. Fight breaking out on the top side here.
Good catch into the box. They pop the BKB in time. Not gonna commit the Doom just yet. We'll commit the Doom, focusing primarily on the DCMG here. Use the shot, try to go for the knockback here. They also have the break in here, so that's going to be a very dead Timbersaw. Same goes for Dredge, nowhere from around, instantly gets spotted out by the dust here. Sniper still trying to run out of it, and now there's also the Timber Chain on Ren. Barely catches him out. Knocks him back into the rain. Thank God for the Glimmer Kid. They haven't really spotted him out just yet. So I'm going to be able to use the Hurricane Pilot to actually force himself out to safety. BKB finally pop into the hands of Momo, including the hands of the Whirlwind and the hands of Ivan here, but he doesn't have the BKB, so he has to be aware here. Franz on the other hand, still very fresh here. Beautiful hook shot into the cogs here. Gotta fall absolute prey to Franz here. Flat damage. MKB, look at him go! Sure. By the next amount of time, falls him back and instantly just melt him away. GG is finally is the call. Can't withstand the damage coming up from the Immortals here. And Immortals will still stand strong here. Despite being sent to the lower bracket, they still are in it to win it. First game secured. This last series of the night.
Yeah, and I mean, nicely done by the Immortals. It looked a little bit dicey in kind of first 10 minutes, but able to bring it back pretty easily with Franz just, racking up so much net worth, and having the Doom is always good insurance. So easy game for the Immortals after that kind of first initial hiccup there. And yeah, I mean, just good stuff from them, and good draft into pretty consistent, what we've seen a lot of times, just getting that first Aegis, a little bit of an advantage on the map. And then by the time they get to that second Aegis, about 10,000 gold net worth or 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit too much to deal with for a lot of these teams.
But I mean, there's a very clear difference from that game itself, right? Like, sure, you definitely see more kill scores on the side of a Team Egoist here, but if you're not sure whether, Rojo, I believe you definitely notice it as well, right? Where the difference between how the Egoist takes fights and Immortal takes fight, and what they do after that fight, right? Where Egoist wins a fight, and then after that they just go back to farm. They wasn't really like trying to get more control, or wasn't trying to seek out for more common ground for themselves. That didn't really happen compared to like what Immortals were doing, right? If they just someone decided like, hey, Egoist is giving us an opportunity to farm a little bit more. Let's just take that opportunity because we have fantastic scaling. And eventually, sure, we got a little bit more team fight, a little bit more skirmishes, but then that's when you see Immortals start being a little bit more objective. They win a fight, they get a tier 2. They win another fight, they get another lane's tier 2. And they're also seeking out the sniper, or mute in this case, in the other lanes here, which again transition into another objective here. Like, I think it was like around like 30 minutes or 20 minutes. I could be wrong with the timing, and not too. My memory's a little bit fog when it comes to the timing here. But the kill score was still in the favor for the Egoist. It was like 20-14, but the difference was the objective. There was no tier 2 towers remaining for the side of the Radiant side, whereas the Dire still had perfect tier 2 tower, all freshly available for the defense as well. So felt like
I just really feel like Franz, his itemization was pretty beautiful in this game as well. I mean, I definitely like to commend Insane as well for that kind of default thing to, the game is tough, I'm going to go these items and farm and eventually be an issue. He was like, I'm going to go this Blink Dagger, I'm going to be an issue, I'm going to be in your face all the time, straight into the Orchid, and it pretty much never slowed down the pace from that initial point. Franz didn't even die a single time in this game, Leo. He's 5-0-9. It's definitely a better performance than his last on this SF, and just a better game overall from the Immortals.
Yeah, I think the major problem is when they had this small lead, it may not be a very significant lead, it's just probably a lead that they had. Felt like they should at least try to get a little bit more out of it as well, because it felt like they had a lot of control. The DK, especially when the DK only had the Blink Dagger, felt like after a few years, exactly this is where it started beginning, right? After the few small skirmishes, it felt like they just decided like, all right, we're just gonna go back and farm. And when you do that, you create more opportunities for Immortals who wants to also scale towards the game, have time to even farm even more items. Sure, they're winning, they're getting a lot of nice pickoffs, they're getting a lot of kills in this process as well, but it wasn't really transitioning into objectives. It was just get a kill and then we're back to the farm, guys. Totally fine, But other than that, it's like you mentioned, great itemization coming from France and from Frem's side, right? Probably understanding the objective of the game. I feel there were some really great opportunities for Egoist, which they could have taken advantage, and I feel like they just didn't. It just felt very unfortunate for that one. But Momo, finally, after all the relenting bullying that he received for the bottom side, finally reached the state he was looking for. Just started running down the competition. Really happy for that one.
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty good game on the Doom here. Of course, everyone on the Immortals did, and especially too, it feels so hard to play into the Doom. Always this kind of end-all, be-all spell. You get it once onto the Timbersaw, wins the game, and as you said too, I really do feel like the Immortals, they really just made the macro game just a little bit cleaner. There was a really, I feel like mechanically, there's a lot of things that were going right. And, the Sniper has an incredible start, but just wasn't quite enough, always edging out a few more objectives. Of course, getting the Roshan was probably one of the biggest ones. So able to transition that into a game win. And Franz, of course, pretty solidly our MVP, 5-0-9, almost 400 last hits in that short of a game there.
But other than that, I feel like everyone really did a really great job here. So France, of course, overall itemization fantastic. Massive damage he was able to, an amount of gold he actually accumulated over during the duration of the round. I would really love to have given the MVP to Insane. I felt like the choice, the decision that he made for the itemization as well, just instead of being greedy, somewhat understanding like the lineup that he had, a lot of farmers in his lineup as well. He felt like, and especially when he's dealing with a lot of ranged DPS on the opposing side, he just decided like, you know what? I'm going to be the one to take one for the team. I'm going to be the utility Dragon Knight, the traditional one, get into their faces, set things up. Hopefully things works out for France because he knows that the damage, they already have the damage. Just need someone to really set things up casually for them. But anyway, that's going to be it for game number 1 here though. So while that's going to be, while the players are giving us something, a really nice eye candy for us to watch, we from Samsung side also have something out for you guys as well. It's going to be one of Samsung's latest monitors released for 2024, and it's going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6 here.
Yeah, and it's an incredible monitor on its own. We've talked about the Odyssey OLED G8 just before these games, and that one's a little bit larger at 32 inches, but the G6, if you're, looking to really maximize your gameplay, it's got a 360 hertz refresh rate. Leo, that is the fastest in the Odyssey lineup, probably the fastest I've seen of any monitor. And it's got all the same great benefits of the OLED G8 with, beautiful colors and bright highlights, but it is a little bit smaller as well at 27 inches compared to the 32 inches. So it really is the perfect thing if you're just looking for a sleek monitor to game with on your high-end rig, and there really isn't anything better for it than the Odyssey OLED G6 there.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys get this opportunity to check out some of the models and also probably also research a little bit on the Red Bull's 2 new flavor, both the pomelo and the apple grape flavor here during this time, as we will be taking a quick short break. But don't go for too long. The conclusion for our last series of the night to decide which of these 2 teams is going to be heading forward to the playoffs, that's going to be happening on the 10th of October, will be coming to you guys right after this.
You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a serious I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
All right, everybody, we are back into the Samsung Odyssey Cup here. I am joined, of course, by Yuloli, or Leo, as I have been calling him, and this could be our last game casting here together in this group stage here, Leo. And I mean, an exciting game too. It could be, but game one was a little bit of a stomp past a certain point.
Yeah, I had like a brief moment to think about it as well during our break. So like possibly why did we ended up in that kind of state of positioning as well. But before we get into a little bit more theory crafting or detail about it, let's just quickly bring something for our amazing viewers from this ticket discount that's going to be showcasing for you guys currently on the screen here. So basically to be able to aid you guys if you guys are really interested, if you want to try to get your hands on some of that beautiful Samsung Odyssey OLED gaming monitors for the G8 or G6, this is definitely going to give you that edge here. So there's going to be the discount codes here. And if you notice as well, that the first two initial of the code actually represents the region you're going to be applying the code from. So if you're from Thailand, so it's going to be TH Odyssey Cup. From Vietnam, it's going to be VN Odyssey Cup. So make sure when you're applying the code, make sure you're in the right region, or you can have your friends to ship it over overseas for you guys as well if you have anyone in those respective regions. What do they actually get out of this, Rojo, from those discount codes?
It's a whopping 25% off of those beautiful monitors, and definitely take note of it. It's just, of course, Odyssey Cup with the region code in front of it, because this might be the last time you guys are seeing it here, at least, if the Immortals have a strong second game. And of course, we would also like to shout out Red Bull as our partner sponsorships there. Hopefully the Immortals have their Red Bulls and they're all ready and awake for the second game if they want to close this one out.
Yeah, definitely indeed. Yeah, so finally, after all the rounds where we had not seen the Naga Siren being banned, Egoist is coming in strong here as they will first lock in the Naga Siren.
Yeah, they lock in the Naga Siren. It has looked incredible in a lot of regions. I think it was the most banned hero at TI, or it was definitely up there for sure. So very strong support, but on the other end, you have Tusk and Mirana, two of the other strongest supports. So trading strong hero for strong hero, not giving us a moment to breathe in this draft as they run it back for the Timbersaw and the Wind Ranger, feeling that maybe the heroes weren't the issue in this last game, or at least not the ones that they were playing, maybe the ones they were versing, because now they have two of the same heroes from this last game.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. They even banned out the Doom and the Shadow Fiend. They were having a little bit of hard time for the last round as well. I'm also a big fan of them locking the Timber. So it could be, yes, exactly like what you said. It could be the comfort pick. But mainly because of the fact that I also feel like they picked the Timbersaw, mainly because they just didn't want to give this Naga a little bit of a hard time. Right? Like, Timbersaw is fantastic for clearing, and basically AoE ability is great for clearing out the illusions as well. And post 5 Naga, like, if really macro correctly, you can actually get a lot of like income revenue from all your respective farm. But the reel in, one of the new additions of the reel in is also absolutely fantastic once you get that separate too. So that's a very cool ability. I think when I experienced it for the first time, I was still very shocked and afraid about it as well. My final pick, selected from the Immortals, is going to be the elusive mid hero. Best
Yeah, and Egoist themselves, they say, okay, we won't waste time giving you mid laner, we'll get Pangolier right off the bat. And I mean, to be honest here, Leo, I'm looking at Naga Siren and Wind Ranger in the safe lane faced up. I mean, more than likely faced up into the Centaur War Runner, and I'm a little bit scared they're going to lack damage with this hero, that maybe even picking up the Pangolier, they could lack damage as a whole if those auras come out early. Of course, we haven't seen anything yet. There still are 2 picks left in the draft, 1 for each side. A lot of time left, over 2 minutes to get out these last bans and these last picks if they want to utilize them.
Good block.
well. We're currently lacking for group for the mono side at least, is most likely to be the safe lane here. I mean, not to say that Mirage wouldn't play the safe lane. We have seen it a few times. It's still pretty flex. But in my opinion, I've always liked it as the support runner. I feel like you get quite a lot of impact out of it as well. Great initiation. You can also have an additional damage that's going to be able to pair alongside with it. Maybe you could even bring the Marcy to pair alongside with the Mirana. That's also something really nice to think about too. We have a few options. Ego still is figuring out how they want to ban it out. What to really look out for. They know that the Rubik that I believe Immortal was playing in the last round, so didn't really want to bring in an opportunity. There are a lot of good spells to deal from the Rubik Gust. I mean, okay, there's decent spells like the Chakra and everything, but I don't know why I have this flashback thinking where, you know, usually when we see a Rubik being banned, it feels like an Earthshaker might just be the next few picks. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty classic. Even, you know, I maybe there's some kind of crazy world where they're considering going for something like an Underlord and maybe even flexing in the Wind Ranger or potentially. I've seen ZinQ play it, the Timbersaw in support role. Not every reason Q, but it is a cute idea. So maybe they have something interesting that they're cooking up, or maybe they are just scared of the Rubiks that we've seen so many times before. Personally, I agree with liking the Mirana in the support position, especially with Centaur, because it's just so nice and easy. You know, you hit stun on the Centaur and then throw the arrow, and your timing is halfway decent, then you get a pretty long chain stun. A lot of opportunities to get damage off, and the Starstorm is quite nice in the Naga Siren in the lane. You have all this AoE damage and all this bulk in the Centaur and the Mirana. I think that would be a good way to kind of abuse that safe lane, and the Immortal just go ahead and ban off some annoying supports. Not enough bans to get rid of all of them, as there is the Bounty Hunter. Not something we see very often, but still definitely fits into the category of being annoying.
I love the Nyx ban. Like, it's not something practical, but it's a very classic ban, right? Like, when you have a puck, you just don't want to have Nyx, because Nyx just naturally be a nuisance for the puck. He throws illusionary. Actually, no, I think like any like spell casting millionaires, right? Because you throw a skill, he pops the spike carapace with spike carapace, and then you instantly get stunned there, right? A beautiful setup, beautiful follow up as well, especially those niche spots. Is you don't typically see puck running like BKB items, and even if it's defensive items, usually like a Yule Scepter. So there's just no real way for it to really save itself for a spike carapace. So, but still, a very classic ban, something very similar to how you would ban a Rubik if you want to play an Earthshaker back in the day. Feels like I'm just walking down memory lane with them.
And there is still 50 seconds for the Immortal to figure out what this last pick of their draft is. Do they want to have this Mirana in the safe lane, or I think I would prefer to get a different hero.
Ursa?
All depends on what they play and what they're comfortable with. Ursa does look okay. There is... I mean, I almost wonder if something like the Muerta could be good here, but Naga Siren is just a little bit too annoying for it, I'm afraid.
Or should we just pile on the damage like the Chaos Knight or the Alchemist here?
Could consider one of those. I mean, the Timbersaw can be annoying sometimes for the strength heroes, so maybe the Mirana is going to be the choice for the safe lane. Like the Marcy suggestion you had earlier, it's definitely a nice pairing, but then you're going to end up with Tusk Centaur, which can be a bit awkward, so I'm really curious to see where they go. They actually go to
Whoa!
which is a little bit of a shock to me.
Whoa!
Friends, bringing it out.
That is very interesting, and I guess when the when the PA gets the shard, I guess you guys have some form of break for the Timbersaw against DCMG as well. Closes the gap, decent slows, pretty high damage if you can get the Coup de Grace off, and eventually you can build into the shard for the break. So, high evasion. Probably need to force to win either be MKB. Like I said,
Yeah,
we've been seeing a lot of niche picks today, so I'm just keeping an open mind now.
I am too. I'm definitely scared of it when you're playing into something like this Timbersaw in the offlane. Even Bounty Hunter nowadays definitely feels like maxing out the Shuriken is pretty common just for that kind of basic nuke damage. So I'm a little bit scared for Franz, but we saw him pop off in that last game, and he might be able to in this one as well. I like that there's a lot of damage come out from that last pick. I'm just a little bit scared sometimes that damage won't come off if you are killed too fast by the Timbersaw, or even just the Naga Siren being extremely annoying, of course, by disengaging with that ultimate, Song of the Siren. Very interested to see, and I'm surprised too that, I mean, we've seen a lot of games that the Naga Siren wasn't banned, but this is the first time you and I, Leo, are even seeing it at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like one of those few times when the teams will just have to take the gamble, right? Like, it's like, do they know how to play it? Is it like do they have a high skill player? Usually on the safer side, they usually just ban it out. But I think after this few games, then they just decide, like, maybe they are not capable of playing it. So it's just one of those few surprises, which it ends up being a very, I guess you could say like a fantastic, like a really graceful charity for us as well, because we never get to see Naga Siren. So we're finally getting the Naga Siren. So, but how well he utilizes the Naga Siren is, of course, the real question here, right? And I'm not talking about like landing good songs or really good disengagement as well. I'm not honestly like how well he macros out those illusions, right? Because you can actually, we've seen like really crazy Naga Sirens, right? Like the amount of gold you can actually garner from it, and how well you can actually utilize your abilities. I'm really excited to see how well he pulls it off.
Yeah, and especially too, I mean, it just feels like a lot of time, really, the vision you can get from it is one of the bigger things as well. It's definitely a hero where you can kind of skate by sometimes with not being the best micro player, but if you're not comfortable on playing the Naga Siren, if you haven't tried it out at least a few times in your pubs, you might not be able to get the necessary amount of effectiveness you need, or maybe even during a team fight, you'll get lost trying to micro your illusions, maybe miss one crucial spell. And so, of course, you need to be very careful. But overall, I mean, still an incredibly strong hero.
Yeah. But what about this play style? Right? Because usually when you see a team usually running a bounty hunter, right, you're gonna be expecting like a lot of rotations, a lot of ganks, right, to try to get those pickoffs. You want to make use of that gold, the gold earned from the bounty from the track.
Yeah, I mean, Bounty Hunter is definitely a weird one. As niche as Phantom Assassin is, I feel like I see even less Bounty Hunters. Just this really obnoxious kind of Position 4 hero, utilize the invis you have early to do stupid things like steal wisdom runes, steal bounty runes. Then, of course, once you get the track online, you can start generating quite a decent amount of gold. Franz even taunting example, because why not? It's going to be interesting here. I do think the Song of the Siren does have a lot of value in this game on the side of the Ego East, of course, because when you have Solar Flare and you have Stampede, even kind of, just Puck in general does not like being disabled for that long. Ooh, the bot side trying to get the kill onto DCMG. Actually, Nis is a little bit overextended himself. But grenade isn't quite enough to bring him down. Wasn't expecting a kill to almost come out in this bot lane. On either side, particularly. And even in the top lane, Ren just barely living from that blood grenade.
Couple of skirmishes back and forth, really. Like, bottom side, yep, that's the one. Definitely going to be looking out for that one, especially since we are talking about Phantom Assassin. His cast range for his daggers is relatively quite far. And since the Timbersaw, I believe, doesn't really have the Timber Chain as the first skill, so not really much escapes from there. He gets hit, he gets slowed down, damage is also applied to it. It's going to be a very simple follow-up with the Tusker to ensure to kill that. So it's a very nice pickup for friends. Top side, I think, it'll be relatively slow. I'm actually very happy they actually brought up regarding the Song of the Siren. Like, it has really good utility, right? Besides, disengagement and setups. Especially once he gets a shard, you get that bonus regen as well for the teammate. So that can be pretty handy in really tight spots.
Yeah, I mean, it even adds a deeper layer to this kind of sustained meta we've seen. Damage reduction in so many of these games has felt so oppressive. You just get that extra healing. It feels like you have it twice over. And, it's Solar Flare that you have to walk away from. DCMG, I mean, this might be a second death, and it is.
What happened?
This will pay the price, but I did not expect 2 kills onto Franz in this bot lane. Most aggressive PA I've watched in years, I think.
Yeah, but I'm curious to know how did it lead to a second kill there? He came back. I mean, sure, there is the level advantage for sure because he actually got the initial pickup. But like, how much damage can you actually output within that time frame, right? Like, sure, Poison Dagger, you got a decent amount of slow, you get a couple of hits in, bonus attack speed. But this is also a level 2 This is a level 2 Tusker coming from Ness as well. So I believe he went for Drunken Buddies and Ice. Yeah, Drunken Buddies and Ice Shard. So like,
How much damage did you get out of that? I guess
I mean, just enough, I guess. I mean, 20 damage is quite a bit onto the PA. I guess, I mean, she's one of the better heroes in this safe lane to utilize the damage buff, because of course you're getting extra value from the dagger, extra attack speed from Phantom Strike. But definitely, I'm sure, caught off DCMG. And even, I mean, now not quite going down a second time, but not feeling good by any means. Has to pop his own salve. Regen is still feeling quite good for Nissa and Franz. And this is a bit of the struggle of the bounty hunters. Of course, it is very obnoxious and in the bottom or top lane.
Yeah, support for support. Definitely gonna be a little bit on the edge here, since you know Ivan doesn't really have, like, the Wind Ranger especially doesn't really have the best attack speed as well. We're talking about a very durable center wall runner. We has like especially once he stacks those braces, it's gonna be a very durable person with in some really things. One of the craziest health regions we have in the game here as well. So I'm not sure whether Ivan is gonna be able to outlast the damage as they trade in between with each other. And don't forget that we have still have Ren also provided the additional damage. Oh, what are we missing here, really? Like, we're looking at casuals on the top side, but bottom is like going at it on the Timbersaw. My God, and also I love the fact that you also brought up like the synergy that you can actually have with the bounty hunters, right? Feel like he falls in a similar category with the Spirit Breaker, where not really the best laner, not really the ideal laner compared to other supports that we have in the game, but you start seeing them shine when you play with those kind of supports in a certain playstyle. Oh, there's the real in. Wish they had a little bit more of a clearer animation. Oh no, Dritch!
Another one for Franz. Just racking them up in the bot lane. This guy is some sort of hitman.
Yeah.
And 4 kills for a PA in under 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
With a Tusk as the support, no less.
This is I feel like we're slowly getting out of hand. We're talking about a Phantom Assassin who's just like at will, if he wanted to, with the items that he could have. At will, he could just probably just coup the grace everybody if he wanted to as well, even with the daggers. So DCMG dropping down a couple of cool stickers.
Gotta do everything he can to stay sane in this bot lane here. Losing out so much, unfortunately, to Franz, and this is definitely the weakness of the bounty hunters and the Spirit Breakers, as you were talking about, is if your offlaner isn't able to sustain at the time that you're not in lane, if they aren't able to be self-sufficient and avoid dying, then a lot of times you end up in tough situations like this. This is going to be another one for Franz.
Oh, no, thank God, got the Timber Chain.
He's going to keep looking. He is an assassin after all.
Oh no!
Timber Chain misses.
There's no meaning here.
Oh man, like,
Radiant's middle tower.
on the other side, you've got a really nice ensnare on top of the pop, but this is a level 6 Papa, so he does have the Dream Call here. Couple of just the combat, including the Rolling Thunder. He does have the AD rune in hand here, so probably can try to get us a couple of hits in. Blood Grenade connects on top of Insane, on top of the Jock, on top of the... Oh, he still goes down in the end. Unfortunate pickup for sure. Ren will try to walk out of it, but then the Mute may not have the mana, but he will right-click his way to victory. Try to predict the retreat path here with the Swashbuckler, but will not be able to find it. Ren, well done, juking him on the trees here.
Well, example might... Ooh, not quite able to find him on that opposite side, but there is going to be Wisdom Rune in 7 minutes. This is where the bounty hunter can potentially shine. Might even actually kill Ren and get the Wisdom Rune if he is patient enough. But when he's stalking, it doesn't even waste a second, so there is still the opportunity to respond for the Immortals if they want, but not even going to TP, just going to let him have it. That's a massive deal here. Taking away that Wisdom Rune and getting another one of his own. And you need XP as bad as you can get, especially on a greedy support like the Bounty Hunter. So that feels very good, for example. For Dritch as well, since he probably benefited at least once or twice from both those Wisdom Runes. Bot lane has quieted down a little bit, at least in terms of kills. So Franz, of course, is incredibly happy, but DCMG, at least under his tower, not dying for the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh man, but then again, 7-4.
kind of kill score lineups here, but they want to see if they can find another opportunity. Example reveals itself toward the side here in front of Momo. It's going to be like a trial lane on the top side. Yeah, they didn't really want to leave DCMG. Just want to give him at least give him some like solo EXP right here. Let's bottom side getting a couple of room control, but we see a quick rotation coming from the top side. Mute. They see a lot of people on the top side. They really want to make sure this gang is some form of a success here. Almost relative down low. He did get the knockoff here. Into the Rolling Thunder, into the snare and reel in here. They will be able to maximize the amount of stuns here and knockout, and will be able to get the pick up on Momo. However, beautiful dream call on top of the dredge, and here comes the reinforcement of the rest of the squad. Nice timing with the snowball here coming from the hands of Nis here. Will be able to find Mute. He will not be able to sustain the damage coming from the illusionary orb here, but Nis will also fall prey here. Ivan pops in with the wind run. Try to falls back. Be defensive about it, but the wind run finally ends it out here. Illusionary orb comes in. He's going to be teleporting in if he chooses to go for it, but he won't commit for it.
Ooh, example getting a little bit greedy. Actually showing himself for a moment, but ooh, really nice snipe from Ivan. That's actually 3 kills from this engagement that he got. So trying his best to replicate what Franz has in the bot lane. 3-0-1. And that's a lot of gold injection into Ivan. And actually Momo didn't level the Stampede by the time that happened, so wasn't able to run out of there. And in the mid lane, it looks like there's a bit of a squabble. Nothing comes of it.
I think just mostly just try to defend the tier 1, I guess. Couple of reassurance. I think Momo doesn't really have to worry too much about it, so I think he will probably get the Stampede soon, especially. But wow, that's a lot of damage coming from Mute. Probably way more than someone expected it as well. But other than that, I think like so far the Pango's been doing pretty well against the Puck in the mid lane. Like even in terms of the net worth, it's actually pretty significant. But now France, but we're told with the DMCG with the drinking bodies, he does tip a chain all the way out to safety, but the snowball has already been set in mind here. Ice shot, try to fall in, and Ivan comes in with the TB here. Beautiful shackle shot, but he was currently in the blur form, so they couldn't really spot him out. They finally set the track. No way for France to run here. He will attempt for it. He's somewhat healing, regenerating it back, but the power shot will snipe him out of existence here, and they will commit a significant amount of people. Our allies try to pick up on PA.
Yeah, carry on carry violence, as it were. Ivan finally besting Franz, at least in terms of net worth at the moment. And you know, I was talking earlier about how Song of the Siren is such a nice counter to the Stampede, of course, just making sure that they can't get away with it or can't engage with it. But it's actually the Deluge as well is so annoying because it sets your movement speed. So rather than going hasted as Stampede usually, where you're at the max movement speed cap of I think about 225. So a massive counter. And Dritch, look at him just pump faking even.
Oh,
nice snowball, but it's going to put them in a precarious position.
Oh no! Okay, try to go the whole back, try to reset it, and they can do it in one spot. Thank up the lead and the illusionary orb as well. But the reel in locks onto the puck. He has no way he can try to counter it at all. No way to deny the channeling too. They reel in a big fish and they caught it as well.
Yeah, it was a nice move from Nis to try and kind of get something out there with the snowball, but it actually brings them all into this perfect little position. Get rolling under. I really like from Mute. Usually you see Pangos kind of default to maxing the shield crash in this meta, but he instead maxed the swashbuckle into the puck, recognizing how much he could truly abuse this mid lane puck here. I mean, puck is sitting at less net worth than the bounty hunter. Yo.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the difference between the track goal as well, right? Like, sure, like Insane probably didn't really, it probably wasn't like so, probably had his back against the wall against the Pango. But once we start seeing the track goals start coming in, or we see such a significant lead, if it wasn't for the track goal, I'm still pretty sure like it would have been like, sure, probably Puck will still not be able to, will probably not be able to outmatch the Pango layer, but it wouldn't be so far down the ladder here. So track goal really pulling through here, as long as they actually get the track kill as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this does stem even just from stealing that Wisdom Room, getting the kill onto Ren. Pretty having a pretty nice game on example after that sequence of events. The initial kind of Timbersaw getting beat out in the laning phase hasn't meant as much as Ivan getting those 3 kills, and of course Pango just pulling very solidly ahead in this mid lane. Insane even trying his hardest to clear a stack, but they don't want it to happen.
Oh, they're trying
really
to find
nice
him.
Movement though.
Oh, that's good.
It still loses the stack.
Yeah, no, they were really trying to find a way to get him, especially they spotted out with the Naga illusion as well. They find this, couldn't really get their hands on the other cores, but they just had to be satisfied with just one of them. Beautiful 3-man coil on the other hand, but it's eventually going to be able to time out here. Insane is taking a lot of free right-click damage hits here. And it's actually going to be not really that fantastic for him, as it actually chipped out a huge chunk of his HP here, forcing him to fall back. You lost your frontliners, you lost your bodies in the front as well. Not a really good time for the PA to really jump back into the fight, especially with the lacking of manpower here. We'll fall back and have to respect that. But the track is giving them so much intel, so much vision, on top of the illusion as well. You're getting a lot of opportunity, and this TPs walk right into the dens of the lines here. And the reel in is such a long reel in as well. How long is that? 4 seconds?
Quite a while. Example trying to get the kill here, but actually it ends up. Ooh,
Oh.
he's gonna get it.
Yeah, he got it. But he
Maybe
also
not
got the
necessarily
track
worth it,
gold
but you
too.
can try and call it worth.
Okay, you know,
Is
I just
a lot of money.
by the way, Rojo, I just verified it is a 5-second channeling time.
Yeah, I
lost-
mean that is a pretty massive amount there.
Dude, if Dritch is
Dying are scanning.
like if it's not contested, it's 5
Radiant's
seconds.
top tower is under attack.
He just locks them down and pulls them in. It almost feels like a punch dismember. Only difference that it's dispositioning them as well.
Yeah, and they're trying to make something happen. Nice dream coil,
Radiant's middle tower
but
is
they
under
can't make
attack.
anything of it.
Oh, they have to try. Just not enough damage. Both Momo and Insane, it's just not enough. They need a little bit more people. We're looking at Timbersaw that's currently level 10, and the puck is like 1 level behind. We're lacking our damage either too, but here comes the reinforcement of the rest of the squad for the Dire side. Sacred Arrow's not going to be able to catch anyone here, but Mute reveals the Blink Dagger. Try to pop in the Rolling Thunder, but feels not really necessary, as they also have the reel in again. Yeah, really.
So annoying for the Centaur.
Dude, I swear to God, if you don't have allies nearby to assist you or to cancel that, I don't think there's any way you can get out of it. It's pretty much, you're pretty much a dead man, really.
Dire's middle
Yeah, the
tower
real
is
in
under
is,
attack.
I mean, gross, and this is just such a hard matchup for the Centaur. We've liked seeing the Centaur when we have, but the Naga Siren is really kind of the end-all, be-all counter to it, at least outside of the laning phase, because the Deluge, of course, making Stampede pretty much useless, and on the Siren doing the same thing, being able to, you know, kind of ruin your engages when you go for that Blink Dagger, and of course the real in there is the last little mark there, so it's just everything possible, and even Mute, he's done early Blink Dagger, and he just gets a quick kill on the Ren.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And with every track kill, it's giving them with so much bonuses and EXP as well.
Radiant's top
They
tower
just
is
slowly,
under
like,
attack.
every small win feels like a very significant one for them as well.
Yeah, especially if Ivan's gonna just go ahead and solo kill Franz.
Oh, God.
With that Gleipnir readily available, and really for Franz, it's only the Battle Fury so much damage out from you, Spango. They want to punish it, but they just can't. I mean, Insane is 4.7k net worth at the moment, not even halfway to this Witchblader, just barely over half. 16 minutes ago.
Okay, by the way, for those who is not too sure, Reeling is not only an 8 seconds cooldown ability, but it's also a BKB piercing one. That's nasty. Like, that's a very... Oh man, that's a naughty boy. That is a very... Dritch, you are a very naughty boy, my God. Is that even allowed?
And I mean, this is, you know, a lot of times why we don't see the Naga Siren is people don't want to deal with that. Every part of this hero's kit is so annoying. Even, you know, Dritch is microing quite nicely, cutting this first wave, even with example, and the Shuriken toss there. They're smoking to try and get even a single kill, and example might be their target.
Good catch. They spotted the track fat that drops the sentry down. They had to force out the dream call to Foster to deny the blink that coming from Mute, but Funny gets it out. Instantly collided Insane. Now that's what I call a drive-by. A hit and run for Insane here. And DCMG is very casual. He did suffer for the early game here, but now, after a couple of track kills, he's back on track
Radiant's
here.
top tower is under attack.
Even got
Yeah,
the
even
Aya
above net
available.
worth of Franz. Well, not at the moment, but just steady even with Franz on the PA. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty nice about that, especially after how bullied he got in that laning phase.
Yeah.
They haven't really been able to catch anything on the Immortals, especially, unfortunately, this puck on Insane just falling so far behind more and more as the game goes on. 11,000 thanks to this PH at the moment.
Yeah.
Dire are scared.
You know, we were concerned about the BH, but it seems like it's bringing really great success from it. And they spotted. Oh, they do.
Oh,
And
if
they
you can get this hit
will.
off, even just
That's a
in the air,
track. And DCMG teleports from the other side.
can't catch a break. That was probably therapeutic for DCMG.
My God, just nightmares all across the board here. It's like, you know, you're done if you got track, right? It's like everything is nice and quiet. You see the track icon on your HUD, on your HUD. You're just pretty much like, yeah, all right, guys, I'm pretty much gone. I'm pretty much dead.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to make something happen, but can they even?
Oh, there goes the songs of the sirens. So I'm trying to set that beautifully clustered up as well. They set up the Rolling Thunder. They managed to go for the snowball save, nicely timed. But it will still manage to find his connection here. Knocks up 2 players instantly out of commission from the whirlwind. Massive damage, a lot of gold. And instantly, everyone's just escalating. Look at it. Like, I'm not sure whether you noticed it. Before that track goal kill, they had an 11,000 gold lead.
Dire's middle
Or maybe
tower
12,
is
I
under
could be
attack.
mistaken. And now it's 15. Yeah,
It's a lot all at once. Getting those kills is massive, but when they're track kills, even more so. Our lead just ever expanding at this point. Insane finally has the Witch Blade to his name, but Mute on the Pango has his number. Full Agnons finish from Mute. Oh, man.
Radiant's top tower is under
we're
attack.
safe. There's nowhere to run. Illusions everywhere, giving vision from the Naga.
And he's not scared at all. It's just a solo support. Timber's not a little bit
Nice timing
deep.
with the boost on, yeah. Nice timing
He
with the
does
boost on,
have
but
a
then again,
fight.
Rolling Death still going to be coming into mid as well. Snowball stacked up perfectly for Mute with the Rolling Thunder to really get all the necessary knock. All this, you're literally the most tankiest players are pretty much out of commission now. Insane. Trying to find a way to back off of it. Gets knocked out once more from the Rolling Thunder into the shackle shot. Absolutely no way for him to get out of that situation. No way, yeah.
Mute is pretty vocal after this first game, feeling quite good in the second one now that they are, of course, winning this one pretty handedly. And I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a lot to play for on the side of the Immortals. Of course, the puck has been so shut down, and Momo trying his best to recover his team, but really sitting below the Bounty Hunter now. So it's only Franz, and of course, that is a Phantom Assassin who went for the Battle Fury first, as expected. Not even into the BKB yet, Theo.
Yeah, but once it gets spotted out, that's not an illusion, my friend Franz. That's the real deal. And you know what that means? Team is not too far behind. I love that he tried to throw the dagger too. He's just like doing what he can with the situation that he has. Oh, nice drinking body as well on top of the stampede. That should save some lives. Sadly, the Song of the Siren's not available for them to utilize to. They try to get the pickup, but they get 2 tracks here. They're on the hunt here. Walrus punch, Snowball here. He's willing to die for his teammate, but that's sadly not going to happen. They still secure the track goal. They will get the second one here. They want to see if they can get a couple of more here. More pickup, so much damage from Mute itself here. And they're still popping the Rolling Thunder. Blinks into it, gets another track goal. Triple kill on DCMG here. Won't get the 4th track goal, and GG finally is the call. Immortals, they had enough. They thrown in the towel. There's just too much to come back from this. The offensive is just too severe for Eagles.
Yeah, Egos living up to their name. A lot of all chat after the second game, so they took that first one personally, bringing out the niche pick of the Bounty Hunter, and it working pretty incredibly, at least in this game. And DCMG, yeah, at the end of the game, you almost forget the difficult start that he had, especially after that. And really, I mean, who do you want to give MVP to, Leo? Because it just felt like everybody was everywhere. I loved Mute's Pango. I loved Example on the Bounty Hunter. Ivan got so many kills in the early game. I mean, how do you even evaluate that?
No, I think, let's be honest. We're sure the example picking up the Bounty Hunter definitely escalate a lot of things. Mute's gameplay is also fantastic with the Pangolier, getting some form of dominance in the mid lane. But I think if I had to give an MVP, I think you just had to give it to the Naga. I think there's just too much. There's just too much things they actually got out of the Naga. They got so much intel. Illusion just constantly being poked into the jungle here and there. Especially when you pair that kind of vision alongside with the Bounty Hunter, which is also another hero that's also really fantastic with vision alongside with the Zeus. and with the triangle to amplify some of your pickups as well, you're actually getting a lot out of this as well. So the Naga really, it just covers a little bit too many bases, right? Vision, great control, great disable. Songs of the Siren, great for being offensive and defensive as well. Sure, in the lane, it was a little bit slow in the lane itself, but once everyone's got their ultimate, once everyone got that level 10, that's when you start seeing like everyone start being in synchronized, right? For that moment. So Naga Siren, I think it's a little bit too strong over here. I think that needs to go. That has to go.
I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game 3. And I mean, for good reason. 20 assists on the Naga Siren, 3-2 and 20, the perfect score line, if you will. Ivan, not even a single death to his game, so kind of feeling like Franz did on that Shadow Fiend, where just you don't die the whole game, you get a ton of net worth, and eventually they have to face you. But of course, the Immortals not wasting a minute there, calling GG just a little over the 20-minute mark, understanding how dire that game truly had become.
It got to, I think the final nail in the coffin was really at that bottom side, right? Because usually it has always been just Dritch sending out the illusions first to check out the triangle, to check out the jungle. Then about a minute later, that's when you see the entire cavalry coming in, right? But then now it got to the point where even now Dritch is not even sending illusion. He's just himself personally just face checking the jungle here. And then instantly, I believe everyone just figured out, like, France just figured out, like, all right, they're confident enough to just reveal one of their core people here. I think that's just it. They're just a little bit too strong, a little bit too big here. Rather too difficult for them to really come back to this. And with the Bounty Hunter in hand, they had no real reason to really stop this offensive, as they just got to keep hunting for heroes. That was really the name of the game for them, right? Just hunt the heroes. Make use with the track goal here.
Yeah, and they certainly did. I mean, just felt like everything came together perfectly for them this time around, not losing to the Immortal the second time, so they're going to be taking it to a game 3. After about this 13-minute mark, it just got worse and worse. Sun and Sirens, of course, so obnoxious. And yeah, I mean, Leo, I'm just, you know, you let the Naga Siren through once, and I don't think it will happen again based on this performance.
But I can say this for sure, even if the Naga Siren wasn't in the game, if they still went with this a very similar lineup, they went for something else, I think, while it might be different, like determining the kind of outcome, but I don't think the ending will be any different. I think like with the game that they have when they play off the Bounty Hunter, especially with Mute's dominance in the mid lane as well when he played the Pango, I think they really played their cards really right with this. Like no one was really backing out, no one was being selfish to try to go for the farm. When they had the Bounty Hunter, they said, okay, the name of the game is to hunt the heroes. And everyone was in full unison for that one. So I think even without the Naga Siren, I think this outcome will still be the exact same outcome.
Yeah, I believe so too. I mean, just so much on the side here of especially Dritch. I mean, he's got the MVP here. So Ego East taking out the second game, bringing it to game 3, which is exciting. We only casted, I believe, one game 3, and it was actually the Immortals, but we didn't even get to see the full series, Leo. So now we've got all the timelines, we've got all the all chat, all the fun to see in this game 3. So there is going to be a lot of stakes in this third game, especially considering that this is the last game for them to actually qualify into the playoffs. So blessed with that opportunity, but of course, if they lose, they are going to be feeling a little bit sad to miss out on taking a bite into that $20,000 total USD prize.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see some life in these two teams as well, because I was a little bit concerned because both Immortals and Ego is just undergo not their own respective series from the first segment of the upper bracket, but they also were the only two teams who undergo 3 games in each of their series as well. So this is going to be their second series that they went all the way to game 3 too. So was very concerned about the stamina, but it seems like they still have a lot of life in them. And speaking about a lot of life, I believe definitely you need a little bit, I believe you, ladies and gentlemen, for your powerful rigs out there, you definitely want to pick a really beautiful partner to showcase that powerhouse and firepower. Nothing does it better than the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 here. It's a whopping 32-inch, very massive monitor. Go big or go home here. It's a refresh rate of 240 Hz. And what else is it packing here, Rojo?
And it's got that 0.03 millisecond response time, so still perfect for gaming. even though it is a massive monitor in terms of screen size, it's still quite slim, so it'll fit your setup beautifully. You don't have to worry about that. And of course, a smart TV feature as well that we have recently talked about. So you can do really anything with this monitor. If you enjoy watching shows, if you enjoy playing some of these beautiful games that keep coming out. So the Odyssey G8 is definitely something to look out for, especially with all the discount codes that we have been giving away.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick short one as we allowing the players a little bit of a moment to really to recollect their mindset, as this is going to be the final game to decide which of these two teams will be the one to represent in the playoffs itself. So don't go in for too long. The conclusion for our last series of tonight is going to be coming to you guys after this.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this about to be a slow beat ride. You know when to click through to the send this about to be a slow beat grind. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are at the final crossroad between these two teams here at the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. I'm Len, also known as Yololi, and joining me once again is the all-knowing and all-wise Shane B, also known as Rojo. Rojo, we're at that final crossroad here. Only one of these two teams is going to be making their way forward here. What do you think so far?
I definitely think that they both wish they could. Unfortunately, we're on a game 3. So it's match point here, and both teams, I feel like tensions are high. Egoist living up a little bit to their name, doing a bunch of all chatting at the end of the game, but that just makes things a little bit more fun. And speaking of fun, we do have the last time that Leo and I are here, these Odyssey OLED discounts for the G6 and the G8. It's going to be Odyssey Cup, and then right in front of it, you're going to have your area code. So, for example, if it was in Vietnam, it would be VN, of course, MY for Malaysia as well. So take advantage of that. I believe it is 25% or upwards of, and that is a steal of a deal, Leo.
Yeah, it's it's a fantastic deal as well. 25% discount off as well when you're trying to get your hands on the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8, G6 as well. It's a very massive support. So seriously, kudos. Thank you so much to Samsung. And of course, our partner sponsor, the Red Bull, for giving us 2 beautiful new flavors here for the energy sparkling drinks, which is the apple and muscat grape flavor and the pomelo here. I'm still convinced the apple is the better one, but I feel like that might just be a little bit of me being biased since I like apple flavor. But anyway, with that being said, we're finally jumping to the last game of our final series of the night. And to start things off, 2 of the teams here will be locking in their mid-hero course. It's going to be the Puck and the Invoker here. And to make things a little bit more difficult, we see the classic counter here. It's going to be the Nix Assassin against the Puck.
Yeah, they banned it out last time against the Puck, but fortunately the Puck wasn't able to have a good start regardless, and now we see the Bounty Hunter early rotated from Egoist. So last time it was the last pick, but this time they said, well, it worked. So let's give it to example again. He looked quite incredible on it. Was a big part of that gold lead. And now we are seeing as well, from the side of the Immortal, feels like Insane is playing a different mid-hero every game. He has now first picked the Invoker. Puck versus Invoker, I feel like these are 2 of the stronger heroes in the mid lane. Tusk was still left open, but of course, the Immortal don't have to worry about Dritch's Naga Siren, since they thought, no way, Jose, we were not playing against that for this game 3. It was far too annoying. They got rid of it instead. And likewise for Egoist, they don't want to play against Franz's SF, so they get rid of it in the second phase here. Even Momo's Doom.
Interesting enough, also the Immortal, also out of respect for Egoist side, they also will ban out the Timber Sword as well. So we're not going to be able to see us another Timber for this third game. They will lock in the PP here, who has been somewhat on the rise as well. Massive amount of damage depending on how the fight belongs, and pretty good at chasing down. Perfect to go alongside with.
Yeah, and it's actually a fun little thing about Bristleback at the moment is sometimes we're actually seeing it head into the safe lane, but not as a carry, as a position 5. Typically carry Bristleback is quite decent, but this Viscous Nasal Goo is so much minus armor in the early game that sometimes it feels unbeatable. And of course, there is still potential to put it in the off lane, which would be a decent option. Of course, I believe we've only seen Timbersaw on the side of Egoist, so got to default to something else in this last game here. The Immortal themselves picking up Darkseer into that Luna. You've seen this before. It wasn't, everything that I believe Darkseer had wished for, because the Luna got a bit too out of hand. But still a traditionally pretty good hero against just to get that really strong illusion.
Radiant team ban.
Wind Ranger. Oh, surprisingly, Wind Ranger was also still up. Ego is going to be up to try to get rid of SLS. I mean, which is correct. You're only lacking the Immortal Story, just currently just lacking the safe lane. They're going to be really much.
Dire team ban.
And I don't think they'll go back for the Phantom Assassin. Even though Franz got an incredible start, he wasn't quite able to transition it into a win, especially with how much they fell behind into this Bounty Hunter, into the tempo that Egoist had in that second game. So they've got a really tough decision here. They've got 2 minutes to make it, just about if they want to use all that time.
It is the only
It's not
thing they have
easy.
left, right? It's the last hero. But what about...
5 seconds
Okay, I feel like
remaining.
with the kind of potential fight that they're going to be facing for themselves, you can't be picking really creating. What about Chaos Knight? No, actually not. Nature's Prophet was still in the pool. They're also going to be locking in the Nature's Prophet as well.
I'm a little bit worried about the NP just because I think he could struggle damage-wise into these heroes. It could get chased down pretty heavily by this puck and this Bounty Hunter, but of course, an incredibly strong hero in its own right, so you can never discount having on your team, especially the global
5
presence.
seconds
With the
remaining.
Nyx Assassin, kind of a discount Nyx Assassin Spectre, or maybe even an upgraded version of it, considering how strong Nature's Prophet is and the Wrath of Nature.
I guess so, yeah. Could be very similar combos like what we talked about. I love they actually brought up the discussion we had regarding the Nynx and Spectre combo from yesterday. That was a very nice touch. Thought the Chaos Knight would have been a little bit better since you're gonna be. It seems like, especially with the Bounty Hunter play, and we saw from the last game, I feel like you want someone to really just like keep in the fight and really just keep it going. So I feel like Chaos Knight just does it a little bit better. Since it's no Timbersaw as well, don't really have the best illusion clearer either, so be pretty something nice to have. But Nature's Prophet now gonna, these are the players. They are the one who makes the final call. So still strong, like you said, a strong pick overall. Is it good for this kind of matchup? I feel it just in the end does come down to the individual skill play. But Ego is last pick though. That's the thing, Rojo.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty quick on the Immortal, not really wasting any of their, or I mean, not wasting it, but just not using their reserve time because they're so confident this is the hero they want to play now, Egoist. Do they want to play the coveted Bristleback support? You don't have much control between your two supports. It could be a bit awkward, but you could also have the opportunity to pick up, as we saw in the last game, like the Centaur, maybe just a really solid offlaner, even saw Visage a few times, and it's Kunkka. So along the same lines,
A lot of catch as well, yeah.
I do like that. It is a lot of catch. I think the Bristleback 5 is actually pretty strong this game. You might not struggle very much into the likes of a Darkseer and Nyx Assassin, and that
And
Viscous Nagelzulgu is absolutely brutal.
yeah, and the damage reduction coming in from the boat as well. Very strong team viability as well. So overall, I guess they got somewhat like their bases covered. You got some good catch, damage reduction, minus armor, AoEs, great team viabilities. Ego looks pretty great. Mortal, on the other hand, feels like they need to have a lot of conditions met before they actually bring some form of success. As long as France is able to stay out of the hunting range of the bounty hunter, I think he should still be pretty fine actually.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely have a decent time on this Nature's Prophet, but as the game progresses, we saw the early laning phase go pretty decently for the Immortals, and that just all spiraled out of control. I mean, I feel like really honestly past that 7-minute mark, and you were able to get 2 Wisdom Runes secured for the Bounty Hunter and a kill on top of it. So, you definitely want to look to stop that in this game. You don't want this Bounty Hunter to get off to the start that they had, and especially heading into that, mid-game, the 10 to 20 minutes, which game ended after 20 minutes, but I mean, the Bounty Hunter, just the early level 6, the track gold, along with the Nagasarn they had in the previous game, was a little bit too much for the Immortals, and if you're not able to stop that this game, I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, but new lineups definitely with a different composition as well, but the goal is still the same, especially with the Bounty Hunter. They're going to be planning to hunt the heroes here. Do they have the real question here, Ro, with the composition that the Immortals have, will it suffice to counteract the aggression that's potentially going to be coming towards them here, at least?
It's definitely hard to know. It's going to be a big deal on these early macro decisions, smoke on smoke action, but missing each other for the moment. I feel like Ego East
Oh,
I
they
personally
knew.
have a little bit of preference towards their draft in this game, especially after seeing what they could do with it in this previous game. But the Immortals are definitely not out of it. We've seen, the tail end of one series and then 2 full series from them, so we know they have it in them. They've struggled and fought a lot, so
30
don't think it'd be
seconds
like
to
them to just
battle.
give up in this third game. Insane sitting on the Invoker now as well, so I'm excited to see how he pilots this hero, a new hero every game. The Puck was not the easiest game that he's played.
Mm-hmm.
In that game 1, he did have a pretty incredible DK performance, so just want to see what he has up his sleeves.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like with the Invoker, you have a lot more. You definitely have a little bit more option, a little bit of comfortability as well. Your class race is far massive AoEs. If you actually like have the right opportunity, especially if your Darkseid already set things up perfectly for you, you can actually get some really nasty combos, right? Vacuum into the wall, into the Cataclysm as well. That's all into the Impale. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but that's a lot of things to ask for. That's like the symphony. At that point, if that actually happens, it becomes into a new album called the Symphony of Skills, right? So they definitely have a lot of things on the top of their head in hopes to find great success with. So let's just see how the undergoes, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last game here. Egoist versus the Immortals. We're currently underway here. No blood has been shed here so far. A little bit of a peaceful gathering as they were able to equally achieve their bounty runes here. Now it all comes down to the players in their lanes respectively.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it always is at the end of the day. Egoist bringing out those niche picks, which we haven't seen have much success between us, Leo, but in this game 3, the last game we'll have of this group stage, I mean, the Bounty Hunter worked in the second game, and in the third game they're looking to run it back on example. Could potentially happen.
It could.
And, I mean, Invoker's not very niche, but we haven't seen it very much. Franz doing some nice trading in the top lane, but just a little bit of harass, nothing too big.
Yeah, I think the real main goal here, especially for Egoist side here, like since they are playing off with the Bounty Hunter, I think the main goal is just get the necessary levels, get the primary, at least the initial item as well, before really just getting right back to the fight, right? Because eventually everyone is going to be grouping up and start hunting heroes. But right now in the beginning, it's all about achieving the preliminary targets here. Get the levels, get initial items. Don't give too much to the Immortals, to the opposing team here. And I think everything should be just fine for them here.
Yeah, you definitely like to think so for the Immortals if they want to look to get into those playoffs, of course. It's been a long road for them, and already in the bot lane, a niche pick, the Bristleback 5 paired with Ivan Amelina is going to get their first blood here.
Dude,
on Momo.
the nasal goose stacks on top of the Luna right clicks is insane. And don't forget like her initial damage a lot comes from the Lucent beams as well. So it's like you're actually getting a massive buck out of your buck from that bottom lane. So really need to look out for that.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing about the Bristleback 5 is its laning phase predominantly. The minus armor is so much in the early game. Of course, it's nice for taking Tormentors, taking Roshan, what have you, but in that laning phase, minus armor is a lot, and especially the slow. So I do wish I could see a little bit on the Nyx Assassin just kind of dragging waves. Momo himself kind of attempting to. Not really able to. And minus 7 armor from just 2 of the Viscous Nasal Goose. With a Blood Grenade follow-up as well, I mean, Ren is going to go down almost certainly. Let's give it a moment or two. Even the wand is not enough.
Yeah, this doesn't really have time as well. There's just no way for him to really try to go for the save. Momo as well. Gotta also be pretty... I guess he can be pretty economical with his skills as well, because the only escape ability that he has is most likely just the Surge. I mean, unless you get stunned within the midway of your Surge from the Lucid Beam, that's a little bit of a different story here. So didn't really want to commit it for Ren. That was a little bit of an unfortunate one. I think Ren was just somewhat succumbed to his fate as well. So it's like, hey buddy, save it for yourself just in case if anything were to go wrong here. So nice 2 pickups for the side for Egoist for the bottom side here. Top on the other hand, DCMG. Definitely falling prey from the greater Treants here. The constant range harass here. It's 2 melee against a range and another melee as well.
And it's toss on top of that with the drinking body, so they should get a lot of nice bonus damage through.
Yeah, you certainly can. Even just the ice shards being pretty effective, still has boots and tango, so example. Thankfully, it won't go down for the side of Egoist. On the bot side as well, they actually do manage to get a little bit of revenge, and they might even kill off Ivan too if they're lucky.
No way.
He turns around.
Unbelievable. There is
no surge either.
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds. I felt like if he wanted to come in, I think he could, but I guess everyone respawned already, so he didn't really want to take the chance here. So it's gonna be satisfied. Support for support. I think this is something nice for at least for the side here for Momo here. They are someone being bullied out here.
This wave. Most definitely. Insane having a decent mid lane this time around. His CS is a tiny bit lower in terms of the last hits, but actually does have the 6 denies. Of course, denies being a little bit more value on the Invoker since you're getting that XP for yourself due to his innate. So this lane can be very annoying for the puck. Ultimately, it's a battle of sustain between the two heroes.
Yeah, which is why it was really nice for the bounty hunter to come to at least to secure the water rune for him as well. He had 2 water runes with the bottle. That was pretty nice.
And nicely done by Mute, dodging a lot of damage from that tornado. But Invoker, one of my personal favorite heroes, it has a lot of sustain in this patch. You take the elitist facet and it gives you lifesteal per quas instance, just a flat amount. So you're not really in fear of dying to this puck. Thankfully, Mute's been able to keep the CS decent, not losing by any significant margin at the moment.
Ooh, DCMG, great Trians blocking him. But you know, it's still a strength heroes cooker. He's still pretty durable. Miss on the other hand, we see a little bit of rotation coming in alongside with both Rich and Example. Will be able to melt down the post-fall Ren here. Unfortunately for that one, he did try to attempt to see if he could try to create a little bit of an opportunity here for Insane against Mute here. But I guess Example also had the same mindset here for himself. Alongside with the BB, great rotation overall, ensuring that he has full control here since, like you said, the inability allows the Insane to be able to get a little bit more EXP than usual. So definitely need to allow Mute to get all the advantages they can get with all these water runes, or at least now with the power rune, at least in this case here.
Yeah, Mute is really hoping it's on the spot side. Is able to get shield rune, so won't even drop down here, thankfully.
Oh yeah. 3 hits in
from Ren.
Not that amount of Insane. We do see Dritch rotating down with the toss. Not going to be able to secure any of the runes here, but at least he still has the level advantage naturally.
Yeah, big focus on the mid lane so far here. That power rune, of course, being a big point of contention, but 14 denies were Insane. It's a lot of XP lead for especially the Invoker. Ivan, of course, having his own incredible time in this bot lane. And Dritch, I mean, in the last game, it was Example stealing the Wisdom Rune. Dritch is making his own way, walking even, not quite walking through the creeps, almost. Having a bit more reserve than that. Not even going for Wisdom Rune, just kind of hanging out between the towers. I see it in the minimap there. No fear on this Bristleback, which is the perfect way to play a wacky hero like this.
Yeah, well, decent attempt. Yeah, nothing we see anything crazy so far, right? Except for the initial part where, you know, there's not enough points and levels. The time of the weakest moment for a lot of these heroes here. But nice timing with the torrent into the axe here. Example comes in from the back line, but I get a couple of hits in, pretty significant as well as he actually tosses in the shuriken. Nice CP coming from Mute, but a beautiful 2-man impale. Dream Call instantly gets dropped down. They get on top of the toss here. They try to get a little bit more on Ren. Don't think so, but they will have to be satisfied with the fact that, okay, Mute managed to get a kill, and that's pretty nice, especially with the lane that he's currently facing against the Invoker in Insane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ren has not been able to accomplish very much around the map, and this is, of course, the weakest point for the Nexus Assassins this early game. If you can't, you know, get a decent start, even because of how weak this hero is in the lane, sometimes you can fall pretty significantly behind. Ren only level 4 at the moment. Even both the supports in the top lane as opposed to the mid lane where they were earlier, so Mute gonna pick up an Invis rune for himself. And that's an Eclipse, that's a boat.
Mysa just committed as well.
Dire's middle
Trying to get the
tower is under
try to get a
attack.
kill. The bot is actually not a relatively long cooldown, so some might just committed to. Don't think he's gonna be using the. No point saving up the Eclipse, but a beautiful scan, beautiful check coming from Nis. Able to spot out that nice juicy ancient stack as well, courtesy of example stacking it for the Luna. Just waiting for France to waiting for the Luna to come to get it at any time at his leisure here. Oh, dude, if Ren had popped the spike carrot base, it's most likely going to be a stun on the pop from the silence there. But hey, you know, pretty hard to really predict the route there, but still pretty cool coming from mute. Being as elusive as ever with the pop.
Yeah, and it's a great start for Egoist. It also is a little bit tough for the Immortals. I mean, they can take stacks with the Darkseer, thankfully, but other than that, it's not like they have incredible kind of farming ability in this early game. Can't take stacks too comfortably outside of Momo, as opposed to Ivan, of course, on the Luna, who's just had an incredible game so far. Don't want to give this hero a better start than it usually has. Raider Treant in the bot lane.
Well, good rotation though. Not really wasting any more time. France can be just at least secure the bottom side. Tier 1 tower opens up the map slightly. Does limit the area. Of farming, especially for the safe lane here. But I don't think they really want to stay around to farm for too long, since they really want to play off with the track goal here. So you say get a couple of nice hits in, try to keep him down in check. Drish hasn't really hit that level 6 yet, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But hey, still there, got the dust ready at the ready if necessary. And Dust is definitely the name of the game. Like, you have like 2 Invi heroes on the side here for your models, both the Ghost Walk and the Vendetta. Definitely like a must-have against these 2 heroes.
Yeah, extremely annoying heroes to deal with on the rotations, but they haven't really, I mean, they haven't gotten 6 on the next assassin, so you don't have to worry about that. And Invoker hasn't particularly been able to leave the mid lane much. Unfortunate part of this puck having a decent start is I'm always able to push the lane out and dust from Ren.
Beautiful dust. Spotted him out a lot more earlier. That's why they got the ping off. Dust off. Beautiful kill on example. And so this is what I'm saying, right? So the comfortability that they had in the last game with the Naga Siren is that the fact that you have this safety of just ensuring vision, right? You just send the illusions, scout things out, when anyone's there, that's fine. But now without the Naga illusion, example has to do it personally to check things out. Really have to walk in face check if he doesn't really have the observer what at the ready. Press goes for the quick TP to reset back at the base here, but mid, beautiful pickup, courtesy of Ren.
Yeah, looks like the Vendetta was finally leveled up, and this is the reason why we saw Nexus and Ban in the previous game, is because it's very annoying for the puck despite Carapace, and just the ability to get one shot is always so obnoxious for this puck. He's meant to be elusive. Actually, defensive boat comes out.
It is. Try to sustain as much as possible. Snowball beautifully timed alongside with the tornado. The damage reduction is absolutely fantastic, but there's just too many ways to display and a beautiful position coming from the grid tree. And already predicted that one of the trees is going to be cut down. Replace the fallen trees with a tree, with a greater tree, and denies him all form of escape.
Yeah, but I'm worried when I'm looking at that because it took them so long to kill this Kunkka at 11 minutes in the game, and now
there goes
on the other side, there's quite a bit of damage actually for Eagles.
Oh, the movement speed slow is a beautiful snowball save, but it's just pretty much delaying the inevitable. You got the silence off into the illusionary orb. Nice timing with the Mac as well, coming from Momo. Keeping it staying alive as long as possible, but they will achieve the track goal here. They do set up a couple of more track goals. They're getting all forms of vision, and the wall's also being dropped down as well. Momo joins the fray. He finally respawned back. Didn't really have the bottom line, but will secure another track over the long side.
Yeah, Brandon does manage to get Treacher on the backside, so Vendetta kill after Vendetta kill is feeling good about that. But in any sense, you know, you take pretty much even trades across the board, but if you have the track gold, you are probably pretty happy with that. Insane, unfortunately, again, falling pretty far behind in net worth again in this third game. Was doing pretty well on the Dragon Knight in the first game, but these last 2 games, he just hasn't been able to find his footing.
Yeah, this probably not used to this kind of aggression, right? You even noticed in the last team fight, the Luna was not even like split farming anymore. He's just joining them in the fray. It's like, hey, you know, everyone's grouped up, track, go, perfect. Let's just go at it as well. And it didn't really hurt Ivan in any way as well, because not only are they getting the track goal, after that massive fight, just went straight to the triangle, clear out those stack ancients. So he's just really keeping up time. has a really good uptime in terms of the net
Dire's
worth
top
here.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, definitely. And even, I mean,
Oh, beautiful.
your clearing stack's much slower on the side of the Immortals, but at least you're doing it at all and getting into that Dagon, presumably as his first makes his ass.
Oh yeah,
but
of course.
yeah, it's I'm fearful for the Immortals. This Invoker sitting at such low net worth, not really having the damage until they get into those items is what scares me. Ren actually walks right past Example.
What does? Need another hit. This is where the dagger comes in and play, but sadly no dagger yet. But the ice shot will be a decent budget replacement for now. Beautiful kill and example. They got the vision, they got the track at least. Now at least they got some form of intel here. At least reassure the rest of the squad. Whoever's currently farming on the other side of the map at least.
Yeah, and Insane himself is looking for, the same as he was in the last game, he's looking for that Witchblade timing. There is already one out from the puck, so a little bit behind in terms of that item. And man, you know, as an avid Invoker player myself, sometimes getting to that first item is grueling, and then getting from that first item to that second item is even tougher. So that's what I'm personally seeing in this game. Obviously, looking towards this top tower is incredibly important, but as the game goes on, I just feel like Insane is going to continue to struggle.
I mean, naturally.
Need a defensive item, but whew, it's hard to get to.
I mean, yeah, naturally, right? Especially when your team is not really like, although you have the kill scores seem pretty even out, but it doesn't feel like they have the edge, right? It's like it's mostly those kind of situations where they are counter initiation rather than initiating those majority of this fight themselves here. So we got some nice pick off coming from the Vendetta and the Mind Flare on top of the puck here. But other than that, it just has always been Ego is called. They're always the one that's initiating. They're always the one making starting the offensive first here. And even with more objective being secured here, it feels like they're getting more. They're the ones that's actually initiating with the map control as well. So it does put Insane in a very precarious spot where doesn't really have as much freedom as he wants because the team is still playing on thin ice. And once again, another beautiful initiation with the Bandana, Impale, and Spike Carries. The way you can really get out of that, you just really can't unless you have the Blink Dagger, but I don't think that's really going to happen here.
Yeah, at least what's nice for the Immortals here is that slowing down the game a tiny bit means that you have comfortable time for Momo, and of course Nature's Prophet to farm up a decent bit. So not really falling behind too much in terms of net worth, and Dritch, you know, had a pretty great laning phase getting that first few kills, but now it's a Bristleback with Max Viscous Nasal Goo. Not able to accomplish too much on that at the moment.
Oh, try to go on top of this as well. Try to slow things down, try to go catch out. Drops down the Dream Call. Hey, that's a track goal. So far, it's a track goal. Well worth it. And Dream Call's not a long cooldown either way, so might as well just throw it out whenever you can.
Yeah, get that kill with it. No reason to sit on that cooldown for too long. Especially example, that in that second game, he was able to run a pretty significant amount of net worth. Not as much this time around, but still, any amount of track gold is the perfect amount of track gold. Momo a little bit far up.
Walk into the trees. We see the defensive TPs as well coming from France. They're in a beautiful positioning, but the bow comes in. They do have the damage reduction as well. They are able to withstand quite a little bit as well, but the Eclipse drops down here. He's tanking quite a bit from the wall here, from his getting picked on by his own personal illusions here. And they're able to get a massive team fight win out of this kind of collision here. Well done.
Yeah, and Insane even looking for his last little one. They're not able to actually kill off Twitch, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But still a very good team fight for the Immortals, considering it felt like they're behind a little bit, but nice back wall from Momo, and getting the Gleipnir timing is what you need from Franz.
And they grouped up perfectly as well. Right? Like, sure, the boat didn't really collide on many members of the Immortals. I think it was just more like of a defensive boat to try to at least get the buff in, get the damage buff in, damage reduction buff in. But other than that, it's like I say, you know, the kind of lineup that they have is pretty. Not to say they can't team fight, it's just not at this moment yet. They're not really at their strongest. It's better to just play off, just hunt the heroes first at least. Build up the revenue, build up the lead. Then eventually can slowly join in the fray. You give them a little bit too much time, especially after giving them such a win from the last team fight here. The models will eventually bounce back here.
and trying his hardest beat Innocence to mute on the puck. Thankfully did not go down.
Yep.
Actually, maybe if Insane was a little bit quicker, that Sunstrike could have finished off Mute there. Even Mute thinks the same thing, sends out a tip to Insane. A lot of personal stakes in this game 3 here, guys.
Yeah. But I love that Mute was quick to learn, right? I think like after 2 times or 2 or 3 times being picked off by Ren as the Nix assassin, didn't spam the illusionary offers to allow the spike carriers to get the maximum stun duration. Just waited it out, then only used it out.
Yeah, patience is sometimes all you need.
Well, that's at least
Nix
until the
assassin
dagger
hero.
comes in, of course.
Yeah, he does have the Dagon 1, but usually you see these pesky Nix assassins even just start upgrading it. Always playing for that one random pick off, and he hasn't queued up. Ren knows what he wants.
And 5 seconds. We'll be seeing another hunt for Mute once more.
Definitely could be. Oh, he's even on that ward there.
Oh yeah, he already committed the vendetta and also smoked up Tusker. They are currently on the hunt. They do have a ward in the side lane, so they at least knew exactly where Mute is trying to go for the farming pattern here. There goes the hunt. Spots out the illusionary op. Not gonna be able to stun it this time. Oh, but he barely spotted him at the edge of the tower here. So gonna be able to get the silence off. Spike Carriers comes in to buy the Decimal Tank into the Impale. Gets torn back with the axe by here. Got the track goal, and that's nice. Mute's gonna be able to live for the
Red
long
actually misclicked the centaur there. So not the target he was hoping to one-shot. They do see Ivan on the opposite end. Really nice tornado, actually.
And Ivan as well. Pulls him back. Gets him off the cliff, but they're still within the range here, so gotta knock him down the peg here. 900 gold, that's a lot.
Yeah, you'll take that for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of gold split between them. And any time that Luna is off the map is time that she's losing, gaining net worth. Same as to be said if you were to kill off Franz on the Nature's Prophet. But fortunately, you trade kind of Ren's life for Ivan's there. Not one that you would take for the side of Ego East willingly.
But now with the map, now with the game slowly being slowed down here. Now, I'm not too sure here, right? Where still feels Egoist has the opportunity. We did see a little bit of life from Immortals from the last 2 engagements for jungle invasion, but it wasn't really to look for team fights, right? It's just mostly just single targets. Target that's currently not affected with the rest of the squad here. So, is there really? Does any right now at this current moment, Rojo? Is there anyone that has the edge right now at the moment?
I mean, it's hard to say. I would say Immortals are probably fairly happy considering that in the game 2 they just played, the game was over at this point. So, you know, that you probably can at least feel a little bit better about that. They're hitting their stride pretty decently, but
oh no!
I'm actually, that's a very good shard.
Oh yeah, great. Absolutely fantastic. Give the guy that's already like snorting on pretty much on every enemy hero here a hairball. Fantastic.
Yeah, as if that hero wasn't gross enough on its own. I am a little bit worried for Insane though. He's going for this Manta Style second, which he's working towards pretty comfortably, but I mean there is a lot of spells to worry about.
I guess why wouldn't he just try to purge out the track, I guess? But they managed to spot the Ghost Walk here, spot the dust into it. So beautiful tornado. They're going to be able to catch out a 3-man vacuum into the wall. But they got a decent amount of illusion here and drain a massive amount of mana. But look at Ren, primary target to try to get the softest guys again. Got a nice, beautiful spike carries. Will eventually fall to the track goal, but they will manage to trade out for the BB here. Bolt comes in, X marks on top of it. We'll get a beautiful, but a snowball save from the boat as well. So they're going to be able to mitigate a lot of this damage here. But Mute is still very healthy and very well. Eclipse drops down. Torrent's been pretty much set up here. And the track goal, there's no way going to be able to outrun here. No need for dust. He's tracked. He's completely found here. And instantly will be able to, on top of the cold snap, we'll be able to find the Evoker. But a quick TP is coming in from Nature's Prophet here. And France will do a defensive TP to get out of it here. Massive turnaround and a lot of gold to be earned for the side of Egoist.
A lot, and you almost are into that BKB from the Luna. So even though Immortals have surpassed the timing of the last game, where they called GG at, I mean, this Luna is feeling a huge problem. Maybe you can get a nice pick off onto DCMG here on the Kunkka. Use the BKB just to be safe.
All right, pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need, anything that you can get, because Ivan is going to be a huge problem. Franz, I mean, is definitely doing a lot on this Nature's Prophet, so no need to discount him there, but carry on carry matchup, if Ivan is not careful, or if Franz is not careful, I feel like he can die very suddenly this game. Same to be said for Insane, so it's really all going to be coming down to, I think, the snowballs here in the Drinking Buddies, because Insane going for that Manta, of course, as you said, it is very nice for silences, especially the track in its own right, but it will not help you really at all against kind of these X marks, these Dream Coils.
Oh yeah.
We're really going to need Nis to step up there, and in the last fight, he tried his best. The snowball save was pretty beautiful, but it was just not enough.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
just
attack.
not enough allies to go for the save there. Maybe it might be a little bit of a different story. We have a couple of more defensive items, but the track on top of it is just a little bit useless as well. Surprised that I guess no Lotus is going to be picked out aside for Immortals, but a nice, beautiful smoke gang. Now this is the time. They feel pretty confident. It did take a while, probably later than usual compared to the last game, but they are now on the hunt to hunt heroes. No more farming. We're going to be farming heroes at the moment here. They spot Momo in the lane. Not really exactly the person they want for, but the small funny breaks to the right side, blinks on top of it. They're going to be able to get their hands on top of the lanes, drop the Dream Calls here. He managed to get the Vendetta off. And still also tracked as well. And they managed to get the pull cut. Unfortunately, not Momo on the other side. Get a beautiful 3-man vacuum into the wall, but they managed to get the defensive reduction buff from the boat. Didn't really collide on many people as well, but they were able to isolate a lot of the members here. Now is the time to turn in the tables here. One of the support is currently out of commission here. DCMG is trying to go for the run. Sunstrike dropped down. They got a decent amount of tracks here. They might have to just succumb here. Nice time with the X-Mount brings Ren all the way back to his personal initial positioning. So, and Insane with the Ghost Swap didn't manage to get spotted under the tower. Will play alongside with the global presence of France, and they will finally get the kill on DCMG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm a little bit surprised how hesitant Ivan was on the Luna. Didn't want to press the Eclipse, just completely ran away from that fight. And of course, it was a very awkward engagement, and he actually decided to finish up the Hurricane Pike instead of finishing the BKB. So maybe it was the correct call at the time, but does not feel good giving the Immortals so much space on the map. Net worth has been almost completely even for the large portion of this game. Immortals just now barely peeking out 1,000.
Yeah, I think the Hurricane Pike was actually not sure. Like, I'm not sure about you, but I feel like it's also a pretty nice call instead of the BKB, because there's still some, sure, BKB allows you to be mitigated away from magic damage, but there are still some abilities that's going to be denying you, especially area denial abilities like the Ice Shard, the Sprout. The Hurricane Pike definitely comes in really handy in those kind of situations. I think Ivan just felt like the time that the nuisances that he faced most of the time is just mostly liability that just deny him, like, to allow him to reposition himself here. So nice pickup as well, since he also had the Dragon Lance too. So it's a good final upgrade.
Yeah, and they're going to do this, Roshan. It is incredibly fast with the light. Well, Dritch needs to be spitting a little bit of snot onto this Roshan, because it actually helps take it much, much faster. But there is a smoke up from the Immortals. Is it in time?
Oh, that's the real question here. Can he blink it in? He does get the vacuum though. Roshan's ever so low. Ivan still managed to secure the Roshan though. The Die didn't manage to secure the Roshan, but the Aegis has been secured by Ivan, which is still the main call. BKB is also being committed at the same time as Luna was able to get the BKB during the last courier passing here. Insane, nicely timing for the snowball save. Locks him down in place. Doesn't really have the Hurricane Pike, still in 3 seconds here, but doesn't matter. Outlives the Sprout. Out-tanks it as he walks through to try to get the kill on France, and will succeed with it. An ultra kill in the hands of Ivan here, and his Aegis still hasn't been propped. The Rampage carefully given from his teammates here, but stolen away by Mute. There goes the high five. You know, say sorry, buddy. No, it doesn't matter. The Rampage is not important. It's about us winning the fight.
I would still be sending a tip towards the side of Mute. Just a little bit funny to steal that Rampage there, but of course, Ivan, I mean, in this last game, the Immortals gave away the Naga Siren, which felt so problematic, but this Luna on Ivan now, as you know, this is part of the reason that we fear this hero so much. You know, a Rampage in spirit. was so strong in that fight, barely able to snatch the Aegis,
Oh, yeah.
technically, since the Immortals got the kill, but man, and caught slacking a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Not quite able to
attack.
die on mute, though.
Huh.
Just barely. Even actually went for the Lincoln Sphere
Yeah, I mean,
on mute.
it's definitely not. It's definitely not the, like I said, like we discussed before. For PoC players, they definitely not a big fan of going to the defensive run. They definitely prefer going to the damage itemization. But this kind of situation, it really just calls for it, right? Like you don't really have a choice here. It's whether like you stick with being greedy or take one for the team here for the win here. Because this game is literally the very game to decide which of these two is going to be moving forward here. So a lot of stakes is involved here. Can't afford to be greedy.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, Ivan now sitting
Bottom tower is
very
under
comfortably in that top net worth spot, I am sure. Got a lot of names, or a lot of items to his name. I believe he got a full Conda off the back of that kind of Roshan engagement. The track gold, of course, helping out as much as it possibly could. And Muta, I mean, he doesn't, of course, love building the defensive items as much as the puck, but Lincoln Sphere is at least a decent one, gives you pretty good stats.
Dire's structures
Not
are
something
fortified.
quite like the, a BKB, a Yules, an Aeon Disc, even that's fully defensive.
Dire's top
Still getting
tower
pretty
is under
decent
attack.
stats and mana regen out of it.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
of course,
under
even
attack.
if you have to build defensive in this game, I feel like you can suck it up, considering that Ivan is having this incredible game. Let him be the carry, let him deal the damage. We've seen Luna's do time and time again.
And plus,
Even an Axe finish on DCMG.
yeah, and plus he also stole the rampage away. So,
True.
gotta be fair for that
Yeah,
one.
you gotta be humble when you do that.
Yeah, but
Buy your defensive item.
but very nice pickup with the scepter. Now we're gonna have a beautiful water park, but it's gonna be even more disruptive in the fight. I think this was something until now still very unfair for the Chaos Knight. He definitely hates the water park. I witnessed a game where the Chaos Knight could never ever actually get those hits in because of the Kunkka scepter. No way. Never got the opportunity. Just constantly being knocked out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think thankfully, at least for the Immortals, they actually did change the scepter for Kunkka.
Oh yeah,
so
to the ghost ship.
it's
right?
still
It's
incredibly
yeah.
strong. But yes, it is the ghost ship fleet, so it does a lot more damage, but not as obnoxious as the water park. I will thank Valve a lot for getting rid of
Dude,
that.
I miss the water park, man. I mean, the fleet of ships is cool, but still, I miss the water park.
I mean, the water park was definitely fun to watch and to play a little bit, but to play against was so frustrating.
Lasts for so long too. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 6 seconds long.
Yeah, just torrents all over your screen.
And you had the talent tree to increase the torrents knockup duration as well.
Yeah, it was an absolute nightmare to deal with. Thankfully, Kunkka these days is a bit more tame, but honestly more tanky than he was back in those days.
Oh, good cash. Definitely draining a decent amount of mana. They did manage to lock the puck in place. They're going to be completely focusing him down as well. Forget the Kunkka, forget DSCMG. Go for mute first, and now he's completely out of the picture. Although, yeah, sure, they did lose to the support in the process, but he claims the damage, beautiful snowball save, but it's just pretty much delaying the inevitable. Beautiful setup into the torrent as well. BKB pop as well, insane, no way for him to run. The dust is also being connected as well. Thank God for the Manta, purge out the dust, but still doesn't matter. He doesn't really have the Ghost Walk yet. Nasal Glue, massive armor reduction, massive damage coming into the mix as well. They managed to find friends on the other sideline here. There's no way he can withstand the damage. Not with the armor reduction, not with the output, with the itemization that Ivan has. Completely destroying the entire lineup for the amount.
Yeah, I mean, just way too big at this point in the game. Very nice patience from Ivan on that Eclipse and on the BKB, so being careful. Even if you lose Puck at the beginning of the fight, I mean, Puck got Dream Coil off, and that's it. Just a sliver of damage in that fight. It's still 5,000 gold swing, including the Bounty Hunter being there, and really just the hands of Ivan. Feels like Nature's Prophet is no contest. Can't stand toe-to-toe with this Luna at this point in the game, and I believe it's probably the Satanic finished for Ivan. Here, you can just split that Mask of Madness since he is about that point in the game.
He's over there. He has already got the Claymore now. Yeah, there it is.
Oh Oh man, and close to even the level 25, so there is no stopping Ivan. Even if you want to wait the 2 minutes in this game 3 for Egoist, you can give Ivan another life as well, or even mute,
Are scanning.
since he's been struggling a tiny bit against Ren.
It's almost
Maybe if you can make something happen before then, it's so hard.
Yeah, he is almost a 25 talent. So for the Luna here.
Dire's
Oh,
bottom
beautiful
tower
aura spawns
is
into
under
DCMG. Although it is one of the more tanky lineup, probably not the most ideal target here. Ghost ship comes in. He does have the scepter, so you get a couple of fleets of ships coming into the mix as well. Let's find the Tosca. Unfortunate for the big man himself. Damage reduction. There's a little bit too much abilities for them to deal here, but they are still currently on the chase. Just need to look for a couple of targets here. We'll be able to find Ren. Thank God for the track here. Still the Invoker gets hit by the hairball, slows down, pops out the ghost walk here, but sadly no one's going to be able to follow up with this. Totally fine. Got 2 supports. Now they're going to be making their way to siege that tower. There's just no way for. There's no real answer for them to be clear. Sure, I guess Tornado, decent wave clear ability.
Dire's structures.
But this is the Luna we're talking about. Fantastic at hitting
Radiant
buildings.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, there's nothing
there
to
it
stop
is.
Ivan, and even necessarily to stop Mute from just walking into your base. One more Lucent Beam could be your life on Insane.
Dire's
DCMG, I mean, I really was worrying in the draft if Immortals would have the damage to get through this lineup from Ego East, especially if Ivan got to this point in the game, and it seems like they're struggling more than anything by now to do so.
I mean, there it is. Orchid down. It's going to be just trying to delay the inevitable. Vacuum into the wall. Beautiful setup as well. But sadly, the Lucid Beam is a little bit stronger as well. And look at him go! Doesn't really care about the tower. Just want to get all these kills here. The Ghost Fleet is here, absolutely hammering. Snowball's probably going to be a beautiful setup. The Beaker Beam is also going to be powered alongside with the Insane. Trying to hit it as much as well. Not a lot of mana left here, but just enough to set up for the Axe Mark here. No amount of stars going to be able to help you purge that Axe Mark here. So you're going to be called all the way back in, shredded down, out of commission for 60 seconds. Buyback coming in for the Tosca here. Bounty Hunter also going to be falling here. But the main damage is still alive and well. Trying to go for the reset. Snowball's going to be able to connect as well. Drops in, wall response, pops in the Satanic, and there goes the life steal here. Until it gets knocked up by the next amount of time. France finally find a way to shut him down. There's a lot of gold. 2,300 gold, by the way, on top of that. That's a lot of money from the Luna. Now Dritch is last on the fall here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're this big on Ivan, you're basically a walking pinata if you manage to go down, and especially at such a crucial timer. There's about 6 seconds left before the Roshan shows up in this top side here. If you can secure it for the Immortals, that's everything you've been dreaming of. Maybe try and make it in the offs, of course. Still a significant net worth lead for Ego East, but a swing like that is the first step of making a long and grueling comeback for the Immortals.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, baby steps, right? Like, just take one step at a time. That was a really great win. You did lose the Rex for it, and probably one buyback for the Tosca, but got a lot of it. Four kills out of the last fight, especially on top of friends as well. That's a lot of gold. Pretty nice to have.
And even Friends actually even opted to go for the Parasma, which is not something we see as often from the Nature's Prophet, but just trying to get any form of damage amp that he can. Maybe make this Roshan faster, even has the Nemesis Curse on top of it, so anything you can do to try and get a lead. They are going to kill this Roshan in time, it feels like.
Roshan has fallen to the down.
There's the Roche and DCMG. You gotta book it, buddy.
And level 25 as well to Franz, so that is actually the no cooldown on teleportation. They can be all over the map. That is both a blessing and a curse if he's not careful. Axe finished for the Puck here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but at least the last fight did somewhat turn things on a bit of boost. There's gonna be definitely fresh life coming back to some of the members of the Immortals here. Now it's just gonna be a little bit more.
Especially just staying in this game probably feels that much more important when there's been so much all chat back and forth. You definitely want to go into the playoffs, but more importantly than playoffs could ever be is proving the enemy team wrong.
Yeah,
Showing them that you can actually come back from that big of a deficit.
feels like an ultimatum, right? Like when you start calling them out in the alt chat, you just have to win. You can't afford to lose, right? It's like it feels like there's a lot more at stake that moments, right? So I feel a lot of pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is under
it
attack.
seems like we somewhat equalize it. There's still the 7k gold in the hands of Egoist, but Immortal still has really great damage overall.
Yeah, Franz getting to the point that he is very crucial because, I mean, if he was any net worth lower than he was initially, then I feel like they wouldn't have killed Ivan ever. The shard is very good for Invokers, so I'm sure Insane is happy to
It's
see
a
that
mini-
he got it for free.
It's a mini black hole with the EMP. Definitely gonna be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah,
Shard goes
it
to
is
the
definitely,
that's
in
the
my
tidal
opinion,
wave.
Oof, both of these shards are heavy hitters. The tidal wave, of course, great for repositioning, and same to go for the Invoker one. I love the Invoker shard. As an Invoker player myself, it is, I think, extremely underrated, especially if you're going to be playing with something like the Darkseer. You can just bring them all back in either way.
Yeah. It's some. I mean, of course, if we're comparing between the EMP and the tidal wave, the tidal wave definitely requires a little bit more precision compared to the EMP side.
Definitely does, but at least it has a slightly lower cooldown, so you don't have to be as precise with it. And both teams are pretty content to take their time in the jungles, not venturing far past the river for the moment. Even with that Aegis on Franz, still feels like Egoists just have a bit too much.
Yeah, I think right now we're just pretty much just farming for buybacks, or at least the next best item, the next best thing here. Hex, I think, will be a pretty nice pickup as well, because you do need a little bit more control on the puck. Don't get me wrong, the Impale is fantastic alongside the Spike carapace, but it's always nice to have more of an instant hacks, right? With the Sight of Vice. I believe I saw Momo like cashing up in his sidebar, or actually no, not even cashing up. He already has it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Observer. Yeah, he already has it, so he's good to go.
Ooh, and DCMG could be a good first go.
He did
Nice.
connect, but he didn't manage to force out the BKB.
That's why you got to lead with that Scythe there, but just a little bit too quick on DCMG.
Yeah.
Actually completely nullifying the smoke that they had there.
Yeah. But I think at the time he was just somewhat like the thought process is mainly focused for the puck, I think, at that time. Didn't really want to use it for the Kunkka. But nor did he really reveal it as well, so BKB TV, yeah, there's just no real way, no Abyssal Blade especially or the Basher to really try to lock him down in place. So yeah, BKB TP's currently unmatched for the MP side. But a secondary smoke gang on the other hand. They want to see if they can get all the way to the back line. They spot the illusionary orb, blinks all the way in. Momo not going to be able to find anyone for the vacuum, except for example here. It is the Bounty Hunter, but he is giving a lot of vision. Try to TP out to try to rejoin back. He's trying to throw a couple of tracks as much as possible. BKB comes in, Matt is going to be able to pass out the track on top of the Invoke as well. Ivan trying to make his way through here, pops his own personal BKB. It's not a massive fan of the Ice Path. Spots out Franz, they want to get it, but the Axma pulls him all the way to the back line. Franz Aegis will be pop and reset it here. Now they want to try to focus fire on top of Ivan. He does have the Satanic. He does have the Manta style. He's regenerating back from all the damage here. The meter drops down at the same time. They want to try to get the kill on Franz. Can they do it? They will get it, but they also will get the kill on top of the Luna. Both buybacks committed. The only difference is the fact that the MP has teleport, so we'll be able to reconvene in the fight if necessary, but it's just not enough teammates to follow up with the damage. They're also low
An
as well.
example. Stuck up here.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, he didn't do a bad job from the high ground. Ivan helps him
He's
out
just
with
throwing
the Hurricane
tracks.
Pike there. And buybacks from both the carry heroes here is a massive deal. Either of them at any moment could lose the game if they get caught out in a bad position. Especially Franz needs to be careful,
Dire's bottom
you know,
tower
with,
is under
you
attack.
know, this much responsibility.
Dire's
And this much
bottom
power,
tower
I guess,
is
comes
falling.
with the responsibility of having the unlimited teleport. You can go anywhere on the map, but that also means you can die anywhere on the map, Leo.
Radiant
So he's got to be a little bit
structures are
restrained here,
fortified.
especially after using that buyback.
Yeah.
Ivan wanting to push the issue, maybe force another one if he could, or even
Radiant's top
Oh,
tower
no,
force
is
the
just
under
game.
attack.
Raid for the throne. Doesn't matter about the
Radiant's
Mega.
top tower is falling.
No. not hopefully there's not going to be another Ana play, not going to be replicating that kind of situation. Wolf will commit the buyback further to try to go into the play. Beautiful vacuum into the Impale, only going to be able to connect on one. Drops down to the mix instantly with the BKB and the Satanic. Hurricane Pike through the away from the spot here. They want to get their hands on top of France. BKB no choice but to fall back here. They focus on the throne. It gets so low. GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. Egoist is going to be our grand winner here, and the team that's going to be taking the final spot to the playoffs itself. Tips thrown around. Pause is going to be unpaused here. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our last team moving forward.
Yeah, and you know, living up to their name, Egoist, a little bit of a pause and a little bit of all chat before they head off into the playoffs. So they are feeling themselves for sure as they get this Game 3 victory. A pretty tight game here. I mean, a lot of the games that we had seen were not nearly as close as this Game 3, so they really made sure to keep it entertaining for us, Leo.
Yeah, really happy to see that as well. Like, it's, I guess we really got the full course of the kind of teams we actually face or currently known in the Dota 2 competition, right? Like, we have this really fast-paced, aggressive one. We have the long drawn-out one. We also have really close one like this one as well. So, and we also went all 3 games here. So we really got that full course, and it's been a real pleasure here so far during this C finals here. We got our top 6 now. Group A, we already got our top 3. Group B today as our top 3. So 6 teams finally moving forward. And I believe New Zealand and Oceania, the 2 teams already that's been comfortably waiting in the grand finals, they know exactly who they're going to be going up against, at least this time.
Yeah, and I mean, what a journey it has been. We watched Immortals through 3 different series, unfortunately not able to make it. So I'm sure they're all exhausted. I'm sure they are sad about their loss, especially after coming so far, but they put up an incredible showing for us, Leo and Egoist. We didn't get to catch them nearly as much, but in these 3 games, they showed a lot of fight, a lot of bark there. So we will see them in the playoffs, and I mean, you got to be excited for that.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. Especially since this is the first time we're going to be having the Oceania and New Zealand team also going to be joining into the mix. So definitely we'll be having more different kind of styles of gameplay as well. So anyway, this is going to be the post-game results here. Pretty close overall. You know, both teams have their own separate ideology and how they really wanted to tackle the game here. In the end, it was Egoist who was going to be the one to pull off the win here. And I felt Ivan really got too fat. I think he really had too much opportunity to farm that much for himself. And you know, Luna naturally is a flash farmer, so he's going to be able to rack up that kind of income on top of the track goal as well, alongside from example. You did point out the concern from the Immortal side with the lacking of damage. I think it was somewhat reflected in the early game towards the mid game, but I think towards the late game we saw France manage to bounce back slightly.
Yeah, and it has to feel bad for France, especially being 11, 3, and 14. Actually, the least deaths in this Game 3 there on the Nature's Prophet, but just not able to get enough there to kill off Ivan more than 4 times himself. So the Luna, of course, one of the strongest heroes that we've seen throughout this tournament, coupled up with, you know, really the kind of niche picks that we hadn't seen work out as much, but example on the Bounty Hunter did so much. And even though Dritch felt a little bit kind of invisible towards the later part of the game, and that's how the support Bristleback is, he managed to get, you know, either 2 or 3 kills for Ivan in lane, and that is all you could wish for from a position 5. Incredible showing from Egoist in this grueling Game 3 there.
Yeah, it felt like, especially once the BKB came in, right? Like, I think pre-BKB, there's like a few opportunities for the Immortals, and after I think post-BKB, I think that's the problem, right? Because like, if you look at the amount of abilities that they have on side for Immortals, there's just no real, like, what happens after the wall. The wall comes down, vacuum into the wall, and then it's just BKB, and everyone just walks away from the wall. They don't really have a lot of damage reduction. Sure, you got the mech, I think he had the Shiva as well, alongside with the Sight of Vice as well, and the pipe. Sure, you got some damage reduction item, but then what happens after that? Because it feels like on the side of Egoist, they have it a little bit better, especially since it's not just the pipe and the items for the damage reduction, it's also the boat on top of that as well. So, and don't even get me started with Satanic. the Luna has his own way to sustain even without any form of assistance as well. So feels like there's no proper answer after that initial initiation, or at least post BKB at least.
Yeah, I mean, just way too big on Ivan. Honorary Rampage, as we'll say here. And I mean, this kind of Roche fight is where the lead gets really cemented because Ivan gets so many kills. Fortunately, Mute in this later portion of it does end up taking away that Rampage from Ivan, but doesn't even lose the Aegis in doing so in this part of the game. So, I mean, felt pretty good for Ivan and company. Ego is barely eking out this victory with really some fun stuff. I mean, Bounty Hunter is not something we always have the treat of watching, you know?
Yeah. It's been pretty fun. A lot of options. We saw a couple of niche picks, some classic picks as well. Even when it comes to the banning, a very classic way to do it as well. We did see some limelight, especially with Ren bringing with the Nix Assassin as well. That was pretty cool. Got some really great individual pickup on the puck as well. Even Mute had a little bit of a tough time, but they were still able to find a way through. I love the human walk coming from example though. Not really according to plan, but he was very comfortable just throwing tracks whenever he can, right? Like you see, he threw another track again. Just no one really there to stop him. He just had full freedom. Just constantly give the vision out. And because of the track that he set up, the Shuriken is able to just keep latching on as many targets as possible.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the best you can hope from a bounty hunter is a living ward, and of course, our most valuable player is going to be Ivan, 6'4" and 13 over 500 last hits in this game. What a performance from him and from Luna's in general across all the games we've watched.
Yeah.
Just feels so hard to beat this hero, and Ivan is showing exactly why.
I think it's going to be taking a while. Sure, there is other great safe lane calls in the field right now, but it's like you said, Luna feels somewhat unmatched at the moment, especially when it comes to the covering as many bases as possible as a flash farmer. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our qualified teams of the player. From the Group A side, we have Myth Avenue Gaming, Team CSC, and Hung Hung and Friends here for the Group A side. At least now we know the conclusion of on which of the two teams from the lower bracket went through from yesterday's game here.
We do, Hung Hung and Friends. I'm excited to see them. And now we have our 3 from Group B coming out, and that's Outcast, Manta Esports, and the very own Egoist that we watched in this lower bracket semis here. So this lower bracket finals heading into the playoffs. They are going to compete these 6 teams against, I believe it was the 4 pro teams, and then of course Oceania with the New Zealand and Australia teams that they have. So 12 teams battling it out for that 20,000 total USD prize, Leo.
Yeah.
You'd all like to take a bite at that.
Yeah, sadly we can't, right? You in fact are the pro player. I'm not the pro player. That's why I'm just a caster, so I'll never be able to get a bite out of that anytime soon here. But regardless, it has been a great journey so far with you, Rojo. It's been pretty great. It's been pretty fun. I had a real blast with you over this weekend journey that we had together.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to be here. It is 7:30 in the morning where I live in the US. So pretty long second day here, but I was glad to spend it with you, Leo.
Hey, thanks.
And glad to spend it with the viewers here who I believe are going to see for this last time here. We got to get everything out here. It's the Odyssey Cup discount code. You just got to look at the area code in front of it. So wherever you're from, that could be Malaysia. It'd be MY right in front of Odyssey Cup there for a whopping 25% off.
25% off is a massive number, especially when you want to try to get your hands on some of the Samsung's latest lineup of gaming models for 2024 here as well here. So hope you guys managed to get the code down here, but that's not the only code that we have for you for the last run here. It's also going to be showcased to you the Steam wallet code here. It's going to be 2304 here. And if you're wondering how we can actually work this out here, it's very simple. All you guys got to do and go to is going to be the odysseycup.gg here. Input the code, answer the couple of questions, and stand a chance to actually get some juicy code out of it. How much is it in particular here, Rojo, again, for the Steam wallet code?
I believe it was the 15 USD in your Steam wallet. So
it's a lot.
I mean, you can buy yourself something nice, maybe a couple of cosmetics for Dota.
Oh, yeah.
And that is a very generous gift here from Samsung, and of course for hosting this tournament for us, and of course courtesy of their new monitors from 2024, which is the G6 and the G8. But specifically, we had time to talk about the G8, Leo, but now we have to talk about the Odyssey G6, the OLED there. I mean, it's everything the Odyssey G8 is. It's just a little bit smaller at 27 inches, but of course it packs that 360 hertz refresh rate there, the best in the Odyssey lineup. So you can't get any better than that, especially if you are a serious gamer, such as many of them that we watched. And that is, that's a lot to get there, Leo.
Yeah, it really is. And the G6 and the G is a beautiful set of models. Not just the Samsung Odyssey OLED gaming monitor lineup G and G6. We also have the two newly released flavor. For Red Bull is going to be the apple, muscat, and grape flavor, and the pomelo one. I'm still pretty content with the fact that the apple one is the better one, but everyone has their preferences. Hope you do check that out. And it's zero sugar. All about the health here, and also Red Bull Malaysia is still like the number one energy drink provider here in Malaysia itself. Anyway, thank you so much to Samsung and Red Bull for giving such an opportunity for the talents and for us as well, and the viewers to get a little something for themselves. I'm Landon, also known as Yola Lee. This is Shane B, also known as Roho, and we bid you all adieu and a good night.
Thank you all.
bottom tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun. I'll be coming up. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this about to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.